Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Zahara. The contract in front of me is more than just ink on paper. It's the culmination of years of sacrifice, of sleepless nights spent coding until my vision blurred, of fighting my way into a world that never wanted me in the first place. It's on my last chance to save my company, my legacy. And yet, as I stare at my signature scrawled next to Gabriel D'Angelo's, something in my chest coils tight. I ignore it. I've learned to ignore a lot of things. The polished glass walls of Gabriel's Manhattan office reflect a version of me that looks exactly how I need to be. Controlled, elegant, untouchable. My deep brown skin gleams under the overhead lighting, my tailored ivory suit crisp against my frame, a contrast to the darkness that surrounds me. The men in this world operate in shadows, their power stitched into old money and bloodlines. I built mine from nothing, from the algorithms and firewalls that made Ellis Tech a force to be reckoned with. Now I'm selling a piece of it to the devil in a three-piece suit. Gabriel sits across from me, exuding the kind of effortless authority that makes people bow before him. His gray-blue eyes are unreadable, sharp, and assessing as he steeples his fingers together. Everything about him is pristine, from the cut of his charcoal suit to the precise way his wristwatch peeks beneath his cuff. There isn't a single thing about Gabriel D'Angelo that is accidental. I should admire it. I should feel relief. Instead, all I feel is exhaustion. "Congratulations, Mrs. D'Angelo," Gabriel says smoothly, and the sound of it makes my stomach curl. "Not yet," I reply, tapping the contract. "It's not official until the ceremony." His lips twitch, the barest hint of amusement, but I see the satisfaction in his eyes. He thinks he's won. Gabriel doesn't believe in love. Neither do I. That's what makes this arrangement perfect. 6 months of a legal, strategic marriage, long enough to finalize the merger. Long enough to stabilize my company's finances. Then we part ways, unscathed, richer than before. He gets control of the tech that will make him untouchable in the cybersecurity market. I get the investment that will keep Ellis Tech out of the hands of the vultures circling, waiting for me to fail. It's clean, simple, and completely, utterly suffocating. Do you always look like you're preparing for a funeral at your own negotiations? Gabriel muses, swirling the whiskey in his glass. "I don't trust easy deals," I say flatly. He chuckles, the sound low and knowing. "Then you should trust this one." I don't. I never have. But I stopped believing in luck a long time ago. The office door swings open before I can respond, and the presence that steps inside is entirely different, disruptive in a way that Gabriel never is. The shift in atmosphere is immediate, the kind that prickles against my skin before my mind catches up. Luca, the black sheep, the one who was never supposed to be part of this conversation. Luca D'Angelo doesn't just walk into a room. He takes it, drags the oxygen with him, makes you forget what the hell you were doing before he arrived. He's Gabriel's opposite in every way. Where Gabriel is precision and control, Luca is reckless confidence. A smirk carved into the kind of face that makes smart women do stupid things. I should know. He leans against the doorframe like he owns the place. Sleeves pushed up, the top 2 buttons of his crisp white shirt undone like he couldn't be bothered to pretend he plays by the same rules. He doesn't belong in boardrooms. He belongs in the kind of places where power isn't dictated by contracts, but by how quickly someone can disappear. Well, isn't this cozy? Luca drawls. His voice a lazy rasp that doesn't match the sharp glint in his ice blue eyes. He flicks a glance at the contract on the table, then at me, his smirk widening. Making it official, are we? Gabriel tenses, a flicker of irritation barely concealed beneath his mask. What do you want, Luca? Luca tilts his head, feigning thoughtfulness. Oh, I don't know. Maybe an invitation to the wedding. Or is Big Brother keeping this one all to himself? His gaze lingers on me, assessing, curious, like he's peeling back layers I don't want him to see. He does that too easily, sees through the masks people wear, gets under their skin like a sliver you can't dig out. I refuse to let him see anything. This has nothing to do with you, I say, my voice cool, measured. That's where you're wrong, sweetheart, Luca murmurs, stepping closer. Everything about this has to do with me. Gabriel's jaw tightens. Luca, leave. But Luca doesn't leave. He never does when you tell him to. Instead, he leans down, palms pressing against the corner of the table, close enough that I catch the faintest trace of something rich and dark, whiskey and spice and trouble. Tell me something, he says, voice dropping just for me. Does marrying my brother feel like winning? The question slams into me harder than I expect, a challenge wrapped in quiet curiosity. I don't flinch. I don't let the tension coil in my spine betray me. Instead, I pick up the pen again and tap it against the contract. Winning is keeping my company, I say simply. Everything else is just collateral damage. Luca studies me far longer than necessary, then chuckles softly. It's not amused. It's something else. Something unreadable. Good answer, he murmurs, pushing off the table. Shame you won't like the ending. Just like that, he's gone, disappearing down the hallway with the same ease he arrived. I exhale slowly, realizing I've been gripping the pen so tightly that my fingers ache. Gabriel watches me with an unreadable expression before standing. Ignore him. I force my posture back into its perfect, polished lines. I already have.
Chapter 2. Luca. The first thing they tell you about a masquerade ball is that everyone's hiding something. The second thing? The best masks aren't the ones covering faces. They're the ones stitched into the way people hold themselves, the way they speak, the lies they let slip between champagne bubbles and carefully measured smiles. I don't bother with pretense. Standing at the corner of the ballroom, I swirl the amber liquid in my glass and watch the show. The D'Angelo name carries weight in rooms like these, rooms built on money, power, and the quiet, unspoken wars waged between men who never get their hands dirty. My brother thrives in it, slipping between conversations with the kind of effortless poise that makes people trust him. But Gabriel doesn't want trust. He wants control. Tonight he's just secured his latest acquisition. Zahara Ellis is a vision of polished defiance wrapped in black silk. The dress fits her like a second skin, clinging to every sharp, perfect angle of her body. But it's the way she holds herself that commands attention. I watch the way her shoulders set, the way her mouth moves as she speaks, deliberate and precise, cutting through the air like she's dissecting every conversation down to its finest details. She's analyzing everything, calculating. It's fascinating, but also deeply inconvenient. I sip my drink slowly, amusement curling at the edges of my mind as she catches me staring. Her gaze lingers just for a second. Then she looks away. Shame. I've seen her in boardrooms before, seen the way she turns steel into a weapon when men underestimate her. But this is different. The mask she wears tonight is one I haven't seen before. Something colder, more distant. It almost makes me curious enough to cross the room. Almost. But before I can make that mistake, someone else does it for me. A man, some Wall Street type who clearly doesn't know who he's dealing with, slides in too close to her, murmuring something into her ear. Zahara barely reacts, just tilts her head, assessing, calculating her response. She smiles. I recognize that smile for exactly what it is, a warning. I let out a low chuckle, shaking my head. Poor bastard never stood a chance. I turn away, pushing through the crowd toward the bar, but just as I do, someone claps a hand on my shoulder. Shouldn't you be congratulating the happy couple? I don't have to look to know it's Gabriel. His tone is perfectly neutral, but I hear the edge underneath, the unspoken challenge. I take my time turning around, meeting his gaze. Didn't want to steal your spotlight. Gabriel smiles, but it's the kind that doesn't reach his eyes. You could never. I smirk. You're right. I'd probably make a better groom. His expression tightens, just a flicker, a momentary crack in his perfect composure. It's enough. I enjoy getting under his skin more than I should. But before he can throw another carefully veiled insult my way, there's a shift in the air, a change in the energy around us. Zahara is moving. It seems she has had too much to drink as she puts away her glass of wine. Not just moving, leaving. I follow the path she carves through the party, her steps brisk, determined. Her mask dangles from her fingers now, forgotten, revealing a face set in frustration. Something in my gut tugs. I toss back the rest of my drink, setting the glass down before I even realize I'm moving. It takes less than a minute to reach her. I don't touch her. Don't need to. Just step into her path, blocking her way to the exit. She stops. In this particular moment, her mask is completely gone. Lashes flutter as she exhales sharply, nostrils flaring. Move! I tilt my head, staring at her. Something wrong, Mrs. D'Angelo? Her jaw tightens. Not yet. My lips twitch. That almost sounded like a threat. It's a promise. The tension between us isn't new, but it crackles louder now, stretching between us in ways neither of us have the energy to fight. Her breath is laced with the faintest trace of champagne. She's steady, but I can see the exhaustion in the way her shoulders slump. Something tells me she isn't just running from the party. She's running from all of it. Where are you going? I ask. Away from here. I arch a brow. And that's what? The entire eastern seaboard? Her lips press into a thin line. I need air. I shouldn't follow her. I should let her go. Let her pretend this engagement, this whole damn deal, isn't pressing down on her like a loaded gun. But I don't. Instead, I step aside, gesturing toward the exit. Lead the way, sweetheart. Her eyes narrow. You don't need to babysit me. No, I agree. But it's a lot more fun this way. She exhales a slow, measured breath before brushing past me. I match her pace, hands in my pockets, smirking at the way she pretends not to notice. Outside, the city hums around us. The lights of Manhattan stretch in every direction, neon bleeding into the pavement, the sounds of taxis and late-night laughter wrapping around us like white noise. She stops at the curb, staring out at the skyline. I watch her for a long moment. Before I can think better of it, I ask, had too much alcohol? She stays silent, so I continue. Do you ever get tired of pretending? She doesn't answer right away and frowns, staring at me. But then, so softly, she said, yes. There's something in her voice that makes my chest tighten. But before I can push, before I can say something I'll regret, she turns and kisses me. It's not soft. It's not sweet. It's reckless, fueled by champagne and frustration and something deeper. Something neither of us want to name. I let her take what she wants. Let her fists tangle in the front of my shirt. Let her body press flush against mine. Let the taste of her flood my senses. But then everything just seems to tilt on its axis. Or maybe it's just us. The next thing I know, there's a hotel suite. There's her laughter against my throat. There's my name, hushed and unguarded, slipping from her lips. And in the morning, there's a marriage certificate on the bedside table, signed, legal, unbreakable. I stare at it for a long time, then at her. She stirs, lashes fluttering, a slow, sleepy inhale. As realization dawns, a scream, and just like that, I'm the luckiest bastard alive. Also the most royally screwed man in Manhattan. How did I end up marrying her?
Chapter 3. Zahara. Pain presses against my skull like a vice, a slow, insistent pounding that threatens to split my head in two. My mouth is dry, my throat raw, and every limb feels weighed down with something heavier than exhaustion. Regret. It's the only explanation for why my body feels like it's wading through molasses as I shift against the silk sheets beneath me. I force my lashes apart, blinking into the unfamiliar space. Floor-to-ceiling windows stretch across one side of the room, the early morning light spilling across the marble floors. A city skyline looms beyond them, blurred at the edges by the remnants of whatever the hell I drank last night. This isn't my apartment. The realization drips into my consciousness slowly, each second unraveling another thread of panic. I push myself upright, groaning at the dull ache that spreads through my spine. The sheet pools around my waist, cool against my bare skin. Bare skin. Oh no. The mattress dips beside me. A body shifts. A voice, deep and unbothered. "Morning, Mrs. D'Angelo." Ice crashes through my veins. I whip my head around so fast the room tilts, nausea swirling in my gut as my gaze locks onto the man beside me. Luca D'Angelo, lying in my bed. Or rather, I'm lying in his. His ink-dark hair is tousled in a way that suggests my fingers had something to do with it. The top sheet rests low on his hips, his chest bare, tanned, lined with lean muscle. A single silver chain glints against his collarbone, and I hate that I notice it, that my eyes snag on the way it shifts when he moves. He's too calm, too amused, too here. My pulse thunders as I clutch the sheet to my chest. What the hell are you doing in my bed? What's going on? Holy hell, I can't remember a thing because I had too much to drink. Damn. He stretches, arms folding behind his head. The movement sends the hard lines of his stomach flexing, muscles shifting with effortless arrogance. I'd say I'm recovering from one hell of a wedding night. My stomach lurches. No, that's not possible. I scramble for any memory that makes sense, but my brain is a scrambled mess of flickering images. Dancing at the gala, the taste of champagne, the warm press of Luca's palm against my lower back. My eyes land on the paper resting on the nightstand. A marriage certificate. My name. His, signed, stamped, legally binding. The edges of my vision blur. This isn't a joke. This isn't some drunken misunderstanding. I married Luca D'Angelo. A breath shudders past my lips, and my fingers curl into the sheet like it's the only thing tethering me to reality. Luca watches me, gaze sharp with amusement, as if he's waiting for the moment it really, truly hits. The moment I break. There's no way I'm satisfying his ego. Instead, I throw the sheet off, swing my legs over the side of the bed, and plant my feet on the cool marble floor. The movement sends my head spinning, but I grip my teeth and push through it, scanning the room for my clothes. Running already? Luca's voice is coated in amusement, but there's something else beneath it, something more dangerous. I shoot him a glare over my shoulder. This is a mistake. He sits up, the mattress shifting beneath his weight. I don't know, sweetheart. Seems pretty official to me. I snatched the marriage certificate off the nightstand, waving it between us. This is getting annulled. Luca raises a brow, dragging a hand through his hair like he's still debating whether this is worth getting out of bed for. Annulled? That's a shame. I was looking forward to breakfast. Heat flashes through me, equal parts fury and humiliation. I find my dress crumpled near the foot of the bed, slipping it over my head in frantic, jerky movements. Do you think this is funny? Luca doesn't move, just leans back against the headboard, watching me like I'm the most interesting thing in the room. I think it's a little funny. I grab my heels, my clutch, anything that belongs to me, and storm toward the door. I don't get 3 steps before his voice cuts through the room again, calm, composed, devastatingly sure of itself. You should check the terms before you start making plans. I hesitate, not because I want to, but because he's Luca D'Angelo, and men like him never say anything without reason. Slowly I turn back. What terms? His smirk deepens. The ones that say annulment isn't an option. My throat tightens. Liar. His gaze flicks to the nightstand. Another set of papers sits there, thicker than the marriage certificate, a legal contract. I snatch it up, my eyes flying over the words, scanning for anything that confirms what he's saying. Clause 3.2. The legal dissolution of this marriage may not be pursued for a minimum of 6 months, unless under circumstances of proven infidelity, fraud, or mutual termination by both parties. Mutual termination. I glance up. Luca's expression is unreadable now, but there's something sharp in the way he watches me. My throat tightens. You won't sign? He shrugs, slow and deliberate. Why would I? Frustration sears through me. My fingers clench around the papers. You're telling me I have to stay married to you for 6 months. Or longer. A chill skates down my spine. You're enjoying this. His lips curve at the edges. Oh, Mrs. D'Angelo. Rage coils in my stomach, fast and hot. I want to scream, to break something, to wake up from this nightmare and find myself back at the gala before this happened, before him. Instead, I draw in a sharp breath, press my nails into my palm, and force myself to think. Luca is unpredictable, dangerous. And now he's my husband. I take one slow step forward, leveling him with the full force of my glare. This doesn't mean anything. His gaze drops to my lips before meeting my eyes again. Then why do you sound like you're trying to convince yourself? Do you really want to marry my brother that badly? My marriage to him is for my company, for Ellis Tech, my blood and tears, Luca. I'm sure you don't know what the hell that means, I say through gritted teeth. I'm a D'Angelo. Whatever my brother can give, I can, unless you want your company to drown under the sharks waiting for blood, he replies with a smile that is so sharp, it goes directly to my head. I inhale through my teeth, shoving the contract back onto the nightstand. 6 months, I say coldly, not a second longer. Luca studies me, unreadable. Then slowly, he lifts his hand. And just like that, I make the worst mistake of all. I shake it. His fingers close around mine, firm, warm, devastatingly sure. His smirk is lazy, smug, victorious. Deal.
Chapter 4. Luca. I don't get the luxury of a slow morning. 1 second I'm lounging in bed, coffee in one hand, watching Zahara pace across the room, her phone gripped so tightly I half expect it to shatter. The next, the suite door slams open, and my dear brother storms in like he's about to start a war. From the way he looks at me, jaw clenched, fists already curling at his sides. He probably is. Gabriel never lets his mask slip, never loses control. But today, fury cracks through the smooth surface of his composure like a fault line splitting open. Zahara stiffens near the window, her head snapping toward him. He doesn't look at her. His storm-gray eyes are on me. Tell me this is a joke. I set my coffee down on the nightstand, stretching out against the sheets like I have all the time in the world. What, no good morning? His entire body is strung tight, barely restrained violence humming beneath his skin. Zahara moves before he can, stepping between us, her voice sharp. Gabriel! He doesn't let her finish. Get dressed. His tone is clipped, cutting. We're leaving, she bristles. Excuse me? His eyes flick to her, barely suppressing his impatience. You're coming with me. I sit up slowly, pushing the sheets aside, watching him carefully. That's not how this works, brother. Gabriel's nostrils flare, but he keeps his focus on Zahara. You're not actually going along with this, are you? Zahara looks away, her throat working, her fingers curling into her palm. There's a flicker of uncertainty beneath all that fire, the realization sinking in. She may have woken up to a disaster, but she's not the only one dealing with the fallout. Gabriel turns back to me, voice dropping into something colder. Annul it. I arch a brow. That's a hell of a request for a man who left his fiancée unattended at a party. Gabriel steps forward, his control splintering. Don't test me, Luca. I smile, slow and easy. Or what? His hands clench into fists. Zahara exhales sharply, frustration radiating off her in waves. Enough. She turns to me, shoulders squared. Luca, just... No. I push off the bed, standing to my full height. No annulment. Silence crashes into the room. Zahara stares at me, disbelief widening her eyes. Gabriel's expression turns deadly. He exhales through his nose, measured. You think this is funny? A little, I admit. His control fractures. Just for a second. I see it in the way his lips press together, the way his shoulders shift forward like he's a second away from throwing a punch. Zahara moves first. This isn't a game. I finally look at her. Really look. Her chest moves quickly. She's holding it together, but I see the cracks. The panic she's shoving down. I'm aware, I murmur. Her fingers tremble around the papers she's gripping. The contract. The one that binds us together for 6 months. Gabriel follows her gaze, his fury sharpening into something even more dangerous. You didn't agree to this. She doesn't answer. Not immediately. But a soft voice, barely above a whisper. I signed it. Gabriel stills. The room narrows to the space between the three of us. His voice, when it comes, is ice. You're blackmailing her. I stare at the way Zahara's throat works, how her jaw tightens. I'm negotiating, I say simply. Gabriel's chest rises with a slow inhale. He turns to Zahara, his voice quieter now. You don't have to do this. Her gaze lifts to his, something flickering behind her eyes. Then she looks at me. I say nothing. I wait. 1,000 calculations flicker across her face, a battle waging behind those amber brown eyes. She already knows the answer. Finally, she inhales, presses her nails into her palm, and shakes my hand. Gabriel's face drains of color. War it is, then.
Chapter 5. Zahara. The city stretches out below me, endless and untouchable, a glittering skyline that mirrors the chaos swirling inside me. From the 65th floor of Luca D'Angelo's penthouse, the world feels distant, small, a sharp contrast to the storm still raging in my head. The sleek black suitcase beside me is packed with only the essentials. My laptop, my paperwork, The few belongings I had time to grab before I left my apartment. Or rather, before I was forced to leave. 6 months. That's the deal. That's the prison sentence wrapped in silk and signed with my reluctant agreement. Gabriel wanted me to fight harder. He expected me to. But in the end, the numbers spoke louder than my pride. Ellis Tech is bleeding money. The company I built, the legacy I fought for, if I want to keep it from crumbling, I need time. 6 months will buy me that. 6 months trapped in this glass and steel fortress, living under the same roof as Luca. The thought makes my pulse stammer. Behind me, Luca moves through the penthouse with the kind of careless grace that makes it seem like he owns everything, including the air I breathe. He doesn't offer me a tour, doesn't explain where anything is. He just leans against the kitchen island, swirling the amber liquid in his glass, watching me like he's waiting for me to snap. I won't give him the satisfaction. I set my suitcase down and turn to face him, arms crossed. Rules? His lips quirk like he's amused I think I get to set terms. You've got my attention. I hold his gaze, refusing to be the first to look away. I'm here because I don't have a choice. Let's make that clear. I'm not playing the doting wife, and I'm certainly not playing your little games. Luca takes a slow sip, then sets his glass down with an infuriating smirk. Sweetheart, you married me. That makes you my wife, whether you like it or not. A flicker of heat licks up my spine, uninvited, unwelcome. I shove it down. I want a separate bedroom. His smirk doesn't fade. That's up to you. I won't force you to sleep in mine. The insinuation sits heavy between us. I tilt my chin higher. We keep things strictly business. He chuckles, low and rough. Oh, sure, just business. The media's already eating this up. The Ellis Tech CEO married the wrong brother. Everyone knows that your engagement to Gabriel was for the company, but your marriage to me, it's for love. Romance? It's a fairy tale. My stomach knots. Damn it. Luca D'Angelo is an expert in this. He watches my silence with something like satisfaction. Then, casually, he adds, we'll be expected to play our roles, make appearances, hold hands in public, maybe even a few kisses to keep up appearances. My nails bite into my palms. I'm not putting on a show for you. He tilts his head, gaze flickering with something sharp, something unreadable. Then who are you putting it on for? Gabriel? I'd stiffen, my fingers curling at my sides. Luca sees it. Of course he does. He always sees too much. Didn't think so, he murmurs, pushing off the counter. The intoxicating smell of whiskey and something darker, something distinctly him, follows as he steps closer. His presence a tangible thing pressing against my skin. I stand my ground, refusing to let him see the way my pulse stammers. His voice drops to something almost conspiratorial. You'll get your separate bedroom, your business arrangement, but if you want Ellis Tech to survive, you're going to have to play the part. I swallow against the tension coiling in my throat. Fine. Good. His gaze flickers to my suitcase. Then unpack. You're home now. The tension between us is a war with no end from the get-go. Luca and I have managed to coexist without killing each other, though the proximity is its own kind of battle. The penthouse is a palace of black marble and floor-to-ceiling windows, its cold luxury a reflection of the man who owns it. I keep to myself, pouring my energy into work, into pretending this isn't my life now. But Gabriel isn't done fighting. The call comes late. I'm in my new office, Luca's second home office, a space I claimed on the first day. When my phone buzzes against the glass desk, Gabriel's name glows against the screen. My pulse hammers. I stare at it for too long before answering. His voice is low, edged with something dangerous. We need to talk. I lean back against my chair, pressing my fingers to my temple. What do you want, Gabriel? A pause. An exit strategy. I squeeze my eyes shut. There isn't one. You don't believe that? I signed the contract. So tear it up. I exhale slowly, keeping my voice even. That's not how this works. Zahara, my name is a warning, a plea. For a split second, my resolve wavers. Gabriel has always been calculated, in control. But now, there's something desperate beneath his tone, something raw. I don't trust him, he says. I open my eyes, staring at the city lights beyond the window. Neither do I. Silence stretches between us. Then why are you still there? The question lingers, heavy and unspoken. The truth is, I should be fighting harder. I should be clawing my way out of this before it's too late. But a part of me, I want to see how this plays out. I tighten my grip on the phone. I'll handle this, Gabriel. I'm not going to let him keep you. Heat creeps up my spine, something unwelcome curling in my chest. I force a small, humorless smile. You don't have a say in that anymore. Gabriel exhales sharply, and I hear the fracture in his control. This isn't over. The line goes dead. I set my phone down, exhaling through my nose, my mind buzzing with too many thoughts. But I don't get a chance to process any of them. Because when I look up, Luca is standing in the doorway, watching me. A slow, knowing smirk tugs at his lips. He heard everything. Jacob, I wonder if you still remember the way I used to touch your face when I was trying not to fall apart. I wonder if you ever forgave me for how it ended, or if you even should. I broke a lot of things, but I never stopped loving you. That part, that was always real.
Chapter 6. Luca. There's something about watching the world burn that brings me an obscene amount of amusement, especially when I'm the one who lit the match, even if I don't remember how it really happened. It irks me, so I have my men look into the process on how I married her. Maybe it was a drunk mistake, but I have a feeling that there must be something more. I sigh, sitting at the head of my penthouse's sleek dining table with coffee steaming beside me. I scroll through the headlines, my smirk deepening with each article and all wariness thrown out the window. The billionaire love triangle. Luca D'Angelo sweeps his brother's fiancée off her feet and into his bed. From business to bedroom, CEO Zahara Ellis, shocking marriage to the D'Angelo black sheep. Did Gabriel D'Angelo ever stand a chance? The last one makes me laugh. Oh, this is good. I tilt my phone towards Zahara, who's standing stiffly by the kitchen island, a scowl set so deeply into her features. I almost feel bad. Almost, she doesn't bother looking. Tell me which part of my reputation being dragged through the mud is amusing you the most. I glance at her, taking in the rigid set of her shoulders, the way she's gripping her coffee mug like she wants to crush it between her fingers. She's unraveling. Good. I want to see how she handles chaos. Relax, sweetheart. I lean back, stretching my legs out beneath the table. Bad press is still press. If anything, your stock value's probably skyrocketing. People love a scandal. She inhales sharply as if she's seconds away from launching the mug at my face. Shut up, Luca. I arch a brow. Is that any way to speak to your loving husband? She mutters something under her breath that I think might be Italian. Probably an insult. I bite back a grin. Zahara stalks across the room, her bare feet silent against the cold marble floors, and snatches the remote off the counter. The second she turns on the TV, the penthouse is filled with the voice of some overly enthusiastic morning show anchor. Shocking news this morning as one of the most powerful women in tech, Zahara Ellis, is caught in the most scandalous love triangle we've seen in years. She found romance in the wrong brother. I watch her, the slight tremor in her grip, the way her lips press into a tight line. She's seething. Good. Let her rage. Let her fight. The segment cuts to a photo. Her and Gabriel, the picture-perfect couple, poised and polished at some charity gala. The screen flickers again, this time to a grainy paparazzi shot of me and Zahara, leaving the hotel the morning after the wedding. Her hand in mine. My smirk lazy, victorious. I almost feel sorry for Gabriel. Almost. Care to comment on your newfound romance? The anchor teases, as if she's speaking directly to Zahara through the screen. Could this be love? Or was it just one big mistake? Zahara slams the remote onto the counter and spins toward me. I brace myself for impact. What the hell do you think you're doing? She snaps. I tilt my head, amused. Sitting, drinking my coffee, enjoying the show. She stalks toward me, fire burning in those amber-brown eyes. This isn't a joke, Luca. This is my company, my reputation. You might enjoy playing the villain, but I don't have the luxury of being reckless. I don't flinch. Instead, I let her get close. She's close enough that I see the way her chest moves up and down quickly, the way her pulse hammers at the base of her throat. She's furious. Furious with me. Furious with herself. Furious with a world she can't control. And damn if that doesn't make her even more stunning. I set my coffee down, slowly, deliberately. You're worried about your reputation? Her lips press tighter. I push my chair back, rising to my feet, invading the small space she's left between us. I hate to break it to you, sweetheart, but this is your life now. I lean down slightly, lowering my voice, letting it wrap around her like silk. You married a D'Angelo. There is no clean break. There is no hiding from the spotlight. Her jaw tightens. I reach out slowly and tuck a loose curl behind her ear. Her breath shivers between her lips. You want to play the part? I murmur. Then play it. Her fingers curl at her sides. I can see the battle happening behind her eyes. Her company, her pride, her control. Me! She hates that I'm right. Her voice is quieter when she finally speaks. I'm fixing this. I smirk. By all means, Mrs. D'Angelo. Be my guest. Zahara doesn't waste time. She spends the next 3 hours locked in her office, pacing back and forth on calls, barking orders at her PR team, damage controlling the hell out of this mess. I stay out of her way, mostly because I enjoy watching her in her element. She doesn't beg, doesn't plead. She dictates, she commands. By the time she emerges, she looks exhausted but victorious. I glance up from my seat on the couch where I've been mindlessly flipping through the headlines. That good, huh? She doesn't answer, just tosses her phone onto the table and sinks onto the couch across from me. I wait. Finally, she exhales. The narrative has shifted. I raise a brow. She rubs her temple. They're still running with the wrong brother angle, but the story is now about how we've been secretly seeing each other for months, how our connection was real, and how I ended things with Gabriel before we announced our engagement. That our engagement was all just for business, but you're my true love. I chuckle. That's impressive. You managed to turn a drunken mistake into a tragic forbidden love story. She glares. I fixed your mess. I lean forward, bracing my forearms on my knees. Tell me, sweetheart, does that mean you're officially mine? She stares at me, her breath catching slightly before she stands too quickly. Don't push me, Luca. I smirk. Then what fun would this be? She stalks off toward her room and I watch her go, amusement curling in my chest. Zahara Ellis D'Angelo thinks she can control this, that she can control me. How long before she realizes she can't?
Chapter 7. Zahara. The text comes at midnight. Gabriel, meet me. Same place as before. I stare at the screen. my fingers hovering over the glowing letters. I shouldn't go. I shouldn't be sneaking off to meet my ex-fiancé in secret. Not when I'm already at the center of a media firestorm. Not when my name is being dragged through every news outlet as the woman who got too drunk, married the wrong D'Angelo, and ruined her own engagement in the process. But I need answers. Answers that neither Luca nor I have. I don't remember signing that marriage certificate, neither does he. That kind of coincidence doesn't exist. Someone made sure of it. My hold on my phone tightens. Me. 1 hour. Gabriel is waiting for me in the private lounge of La Torretta, a high-end, members-only club tucked away in the city's most exclusive district. Dim lighting, soft jazz, privacy designed for billionaires and their secrets. He stands near the window, his back to me, phone in hand, his posture carved from ice. I hesitate. This is different from all our other meetings, the ones where he was controlled, composed, a walking strategy wrapped in an expensive suit. Tonight, he looks ready to burn something down. I step forward, my heels clicking softly against the polished floor, stopping just short of him. He doesn't turn, but his voice slices through the air. You should have come to me first. I cross my arms. Would you have answered? That gets his attention. Storm gray eyes lock onto mine, sharp and unreadable. Don't do that. Do what? I tilt my head. State facts. His jaw flexes. You think this is a game, Zahara? I scoff. No, I think it's a damn mess. Silence stretches between us, heavy and unrelenting. Finally, he exhales, dragging a hand through his neatly styled hair. I have a way out. I still. Slowly, I lower my arms. What? Gabriel leans in slightly, voice dropping to something quieter. If you play along, I'll find a way to get the marriage annulled. The words settle in my chest, heavy, sinking deep. I should say yes immediately. I should want this, but my body betrays me. Hesitation lingers. A flicker of something ugly twists inside me, something I refuse to name. Gabriel watches me closely. Make Luca believe you regret everything. Make him believe you still love me. If he thinks you're in love with someone else, he'll sign the annulment himself. The suggestion slices through me like a blade. I let out a short, sharp laugh. You think Luca gives a damn about what I feel? Gabriel's expression hardens. He might not now, but if he thinks he's losing you, he'll make a move. I shake my head, stomach turning. Luca doesn't play games like you. Gabriel scoffs, stepping closer, lowering his voice. No, he just destroys people without warning. I hold my ground. You still don't understand, right? He tilts his head. Enlighten me. I don't remember that night, I say carefully, letting out a breath. Neither does Luca. We were both drunk. He hasn't told me explicitly, but when I brought up how we got married, he didn't have an answer. Your brother made use of the circumstances handed to him. Gabriel's jaw tightens. I push forward. You left me alone at the gala. My voice is softer now, calculated. The next thing I remember, I woke up married. Something flickers in his eyes, too fast to catch. A reaction. My pulse stutters. He knows something, not everything, maybe not the details, but he knows something. My fingers curl against my palm, my voice dropping. I don't need you to save me, Gabriel. He exhales sharply. Then what are you doing here? Before I can answer, my phone vibrates on the table. A single notification, a single headline. Zahara Ellis and Gabriel D'Angelo. Secret meeting caught on camera. The air in my lungs vanishes. I snatch my phone, tapping the article, my pulse pounding. The screen loads, and there it is. Grainy photos of me stepping into La Torretta, Gabriel waiting at the window. Someone has violated my privacy, our privacy, ripped our lives wide open for the world to see. I'm scared and shocked, but I need to maintain composure. As much as it kills me, I need to keep my head on straight to be able to react. I barely have time to process all these thoughts before my phone rings. Luca. The blood in my veins chills. Gabriel's expression turns lethal. You need to answer that. I already know what's waiting on the other end, but I press the phone to my ear anyway. Luca. His voice is deadly calm. Tell me, sweetheart, should I be worried? My throat tightens. It's not what it portrays. He laughs slow and low. Oh, I don't doubt that. I'm sure it's much worse. Luca? He cuts me off. Come home, now. The line goes dead. I close my eyes, inhaling shakily. Gabriel's jaw flexes. He's not going to let this go. No, I murmur. He's not. I shove my phone into my purse and stand too quickly, my heartbeat hammering. Gabriel reaches for me, his hand brushing my wrist. Zahara, I pull away. I can handle Luca. I say it with more conviction than I feel. Luca D'Angelo is the one man I might not be able to handle at all.
Chapter 8. Luca. Zahara got home fast, and now she stands across from me, arms folded, fire in her eyes. She's pissed that I called her out. Pissed that I dragged her back here. Pissed that I told her, in no uncertain terms, that there would be no more secret meetings with my brother at midnight. She's gorgeous when she's pissed. I lean back against my desk, studying her. You're not saying anything, sweetheart. I'm assuming that means you agree with me? Her lips part in an indignant breath. There it is. I didn't agree to being manhandled back here like some wayward child, she snaps. You don't get to dictate who I see. My mouth tugs upward. Wrong. That's exactly what I get to do. She steps closer, her heels clicking sharply against the marble floor. This isn't a real marriage, Luca. You don't own me. I lift a brow. Did I say I own you? She glares. You're acting like you do. I let that sit between us, watching the way her chest rises and falls in rapid frustration. I could push her further. I want to push her further. But I'd rather make her say it herself. Tell me something, I say casually, reaching for the glass of whiskey on my desk. Why were you meeting Gabriel? She crosses her arms tighter. That's none of your business. I swirl the amber liquid slowly. You're my wife. That makes it my business. She scoffs. For 6 months. Exactly. I meet her gaze. So you don't see the issue with sneaking off in the middle of the night to see my brother while your name is currently attached to mine in the press? Her lips press together. Just imagine the headlines, I continue smoothly. Zahara Ellis and Gabriel D'Angelo. A secret affair? I wouldn't call it an affair, she mutters. I smirk. Oh, then what would you call it? She exhales sharply, shifting on her heels. We were talking, Luca. That's all. I nod. Good. Then this should be easy. I push off the desk and turn the paper toward her. The terms are already written out, a formalized contract to keep us from ruining each other's lives. She eyes the document warily. What is this? Our agreement, I say. Rules, terms, conditions. Her fingers skim the edge of the paper, eyes flicking down as she reads the first line out loud. 6 months of marriage. I nod. Public appearances as a couple. Of course. Absolutely no falling in love. Her voice falters slightly on that last one. I watch her reaction carefully. The way her lips twitch, the way her fingers hesitate just for a second before gripping the paper tighter. She snorts. How romantic. I smirk. Thought you'd appreciate the clarity. She rolls her eyes but keeps reading. I don't interrupt. Just watch as she absorbs every word, her brows knitting together in that sharp, calculating way of hers. Then she stiffens. Her voice turns sharp. No meeting Gabriel in secret. I take another sip of my drink. That's correct. She slaps the paper onto the desk. That's ridiculous. No. Sneaking off at midnight to meet your ex-fiancé is ridiculous, I counter smoothly. Especially while we're trying to convince the world we're in love. We're not in love, she says, voice tight. Exactly, so stop making it look like you're in love with him instead. She glares. You don't get to tell me who I can and can't see. I lean in slightly, letting my gaze drag over her face. I do when it affects me. A flicker of something passes through her expression. Annoyance, yes, but something else. Something darker. She wants to fight me on this. She also knows I'm right. She exhales, shaking her head. Fine. No more secret meetings. Say it like you mean it, sweetheart. Her eyes flash. No more secret meetings. I chuckle. See? That wasn't so hard. She snatches the pen off the desk, muttering something under her breath as she scrawls her signature at the bottom of the page. My smirk deepens. Checkmate. I take the pen from her fingers, flipping the document around, and sign my name with a slow, deliberate stroke. Luca D'Angelo. Zahara watches me, arms still crossed, tension coiled tight in her posture. 6 months, she says. That's all. I nod. 6 months. She exhales. And then we walk away. I tilt my head, studying her. You sure that's what you want? Her lips part slightly, something flickering across her face. Something uncertain, something dangerous. But she straightens, voice firm. Absolutely. I smirk. We'll see.
Chapter 9. Zahara. I hate this dress. It's designer, of course. Custom fitted, hand-stitched, worth more than most people's rent for a year. But that's not why I hate it. I hate it because it's Luca's choice. The silk clings too perfectly. The neckline dips just enough to draw eyes. The color, a deep, elegant wine red, complements my skin that feels intentional. Luca D'Angelo knows exactly what he's doing. That infuriates me. I smooth my hands down my sides, breathing slowly as the elevator glides toward the rooftop ballroom of the Grand Opal Hotel. A senator's birthday. High profile, high stakes. Our first public appearance together since the wedding. The first test of this ridiculous arrangement. Beside me, Luca stands effortlessly composed in his black tuxedo, adjusting the cuffs of his custom-tailored jacket with infuriating ease. I can feel you glaring, he murmurs without looking at me. I don't stop. You could have warned me, I mutter, glancing at the mirror's reflection in the elevator. The dress, the fact that it's practically a weapon. His lips quirk, a knowing smirk that sends heat curling up my spine. Sweetheart, he murmurs, finally turning his gaze on me. If I had told you, you wouldn't have worn it. I hate that he's right. The elevator doors glide open, and before I can throw back a retort, we step into the lion's den. The ballroom is a dizzying display of power and excess. Gold chandeliers casting an amber glow over the crowd. Waiters gliding through in crisp white uniforms. Trays of champagne balancing like currency in the air. All around, the city's elite move like pieces on a chessboard. Smiles carefully placed, conversations sharpened to cut. Like a ripple through the room, they see us. Heads turn. Murmurs flicker across glossy lips. Eyes scanning me, Luca, us, the scandalous couple, the wrong D'Angelo at my side. I feel their stares, the scrutiny, the whispers. Luca, of course, is unaffected. He guides me forward with a possessive ease, one hand at my back, his palm just barely grazing my spine. A reminder, a claim, a game we're both playing. I should pull away. Instead, I let him lead. The senator, an older man with a practiced smile and a sharper mind, greets us with the warmth of someone who knows exactly how to spin a story. Mr. and Mrs. D'Angelo, he says smoothly, shaking Luca's hand. He doesn't hesitate before including me. I must admit, your wedding was unexpected. I tense, my nails pressing into my palm. Luca? He laughs. Smooth. Effortless. Dangerous. Ah, he muses, sipping from a newly placed champagne flute. I do love a good surprise. The senator chuckles, clearly enjoying the performance, before turning his attention to me. And you, Mrs. D'Angelo? How are you adjusting to married life? The question is a trap, set with a perfectly placed smile. I match it. Quite well, I say, lifting my own champagne glass, letting my fingers brush Luca's wrist deliberately. My husband is full of surprises. Luca hums lowly beside me, just enough for me to feel it. The senator laughs, giving a knowing nod before excusing himself to mingle. As soon as he's gone, I exhale. Not bad, sweetheart, Luca murmurs, tilting his glass toward me in a silent toast. I almost believed you myself. I clink my glass against his with just a little too much force. Let's get one thing straight, I say under my breath. I do play the game, I just don't enjoy it the way you do. He smirks, setting his glass down. Give it time. I start to respond, something sharp, something cutting, but then the music changes. My stomach tightens. A slow, languid waltz drifts through the ballroom. The kind of melody designed for conspiracies whispered between partners, for fingers lingering too long against silk. I don't move, but Luca, he turns to me, offering his hand. The air stretches tight between us. I'm not dancing with you, I murmur. His smirk deepens. Yes, you are. I shake my head, but his hand doesn't lower. He holds it there, expectant, waiting, challenging. I want to refuse. I should refuse. Instead, I place my palm in his, ignoring the heat that shoots through me like a slow-burning fire. Luca leads me onto the dance floor, guiding me with that same effortless arrogance, his hand settling at the base of my spine. Too close. Not close enough. I lift my chin, my voice cool. If you step on my dress, I'll stab you. His lips graze my ear, his breath warm as he whispers. Tempting. The first step is slow, calculated. The second, lethal. We move, a push, a pull, a dance as much about control as it is about rhythm. His fingers tighten against my waist, guiding me exactly where he wants. I hate him for it. I hate myself more for letting him. See, he murmurs, dipping me slightly. You're a natural. I fight the warmth curling in my chest, keeping my voice steady. Careful, Luca. You almost sound like you're enjoying this. He pulls me closer, his lips just barely brushing the shell of my ear. Sweetheart, he murmurs. I never do anything I don't enjoy.
Chapter 10. Luca. I let her out of my sight for a second as I talk with a friend, and she slips away before anyone else does. Zahara weaves through the crowd effortlessly, all poised elegance and sharp control, but I can read the tension in the way her shoulders are held too tight, the way she clutches her champagne flute like she's debating whether to drink it or throw it at someone's head. She's exhausted. Not that she'd ever admit it. When she steps onto the balcony and disappears into the shadows of the rooftop garden, I make a calculated decision. I follow. The air is cooler out here, carrying the faint scent of jasmine and something richer, the night itself, heavy with unsaid things. Zahara stands near the stone balustrade, toes peeking over the edge of her stiletto heels, staring out at the glittering skyline like she's searching for an escape route. I let the moment stretch before speaking. Running away already? She doesn't turn, doesn't flinch, just lets out a slow, measured breath. I needed air. I step closer, watching as she lifts one foot and tugs off her stiletto, then the other. A soft sigh leaves her lips as her bare feet touch the cold stone floor. I lean against the balustrade beside her, watching the way the city lights reflect in her eyes, turning them into something molten, unreadable. Bad idea, I say, nodding toward her discarded shoes. She raises an eyebrow. Why? I crouch down, grabbing one of her ankles before she can react. She jerks, eyes flashing. Luca. I smirk, fingers pressing into the delicate curve of her arch. Relax, sweetheart. I'm just making sure you don't collapse before we leave. Before she can protest, I press my thumbs into the ball of her foot, massaging the tension there. Her breath catches. There it is. I don't let up, working slow, deliberate circles against her skin. She stares at me like I've lost my mind. Are you... She exhales through her nose. Are you actually massaging my feet? I lift my gaze, my smirk lazy. You walk around all night in these? Stilettos should be classified as weapons. She scoffs, trying to pull away, but I tighten my grip just enough. Sit still, I murmur. Unless you're afraid you might actually enjoy it. Zahara huffs, but she doesn't move. Victory, I continue, my fingers trailing down the delicate bones of her foot, applying just enough pressure to make her inhale a fraction too sharply. She hates that she's letting me do this. I can see it in the way she's forcing herself to remain still, spine rigid, every muscle braced like she's preparing for a battle she's already losing. The corner of my mouth lifts. See, you pretend you don't like me, but your body disagrees. She narrows her eyes, finally jerking her foot back. You're delusional. I chuckle, stretching my legs out. Then why are you running? She scoffs. Running from what? I tilt my head, letting the silence settle, letting her feel it. This thing between us. She knows what I mean. Zahara stays quiet, but the way her pulse beats at the base of her throat betrays her. I could push further, corner her with words just to see how she fights back. Instead, I shift gears, keeping my tone casual. Tell me something, Zahara. She exhales slowly. What? I glance up at the sky, at the low-hanging stars swallowed by the city glow. If you weren't here, if none of this had happened, where would you be tonight? It's an easy question, but it catches her off guard. Her lips part, but no answer comes right away. Finally, she says, Working? I let that sit for a moment. Of course. She lifts her chin. What's that supposed to mean? I smirk. Nothing. She glares. Luca? I hold up my hands. Relax, just an observation. You spend all your time working, planning, calculating your next move. Doesn't it get exhausting? Her jaw tightens. Some of us don't have the luxury of living recklessly. I watch her carefully. And you think that's all I do? She doesn't answer, but her silence says enough. That's the thing about Zahara. She spent her whole life fighting for control of her career, her company, her reputation. She can't understand someone like me. She doesn't want to, but she wants something. I can feel it in the unspoken space between us, in the way she hasn't stepped away yet. Before I can call her on it, footsteps echo down the marble pathway. Zahara tenses. Instinct kicks in. She pulls back too fast, miscalculates the movement. Her foot slips against the stone. I react instantly, catching her before she falls. Her body collides into mine, hands fisting against my chest. For a moment we freeze. The only sound between us, the sharp inhale she takes, the way my hands tighten instinctively around her waist. Her lashes flutter. Her lips brush against mine. It's not a kiss. Not really. Just an accident of proximity. The slightest touch, the space between too fragile, too charged to be ignored. She stills, her breath a whisper against my mouth. I should let go, but I don't. Something in my chest tightens, slow, unfamiliar heat curling its way into places I don't let people reach. This isn't how it's supposed to feel. I don't do attachment. I don't let anyone get under my skin. But Zahara! She's already there. Her fingers twitch against my lapel, like she's caught in some war with herself. Reality snaps back. She yanks away, taking a step back like she's been burned, her breath unsteady, her eyes flashing with too many emotions at once. I give her a slow, knowing smirk. That wasn't very professional of you, Mrs. D'Angelo. She glares. You caught me off guard. I arch a brow. Is that what we're calling it? Her jaw clenches, but she says nothing. Instead, she turns on her heel, gathering herself before walking back toward the ballroom, each step composed, unshaken, like nothing happened. But something did. Something dangerous. I watch her disappear inside, exhaling slowly. 6 months. That's all this was supposed to be. Now I'm wondering if it'll be enough.
Chapter 11. Zahara. I don't stop moving until I reach the car. The cool night air does nothing to settle the burn crawling up my skin, nor does the quiet hum of the city beyond the hotel gates. I need distance, space, something to wedge between myself and the heat still lingering from that almost kiss. The problem? Luca is already waiting by the car, hands in his pockets, looking every bit as composed as I feel unraveled. Of course he is. His gaze flickers over me, sharp and knowing, before he opens the car door. Are you going to get in, or are you planning on sprinting down Fifth Avenue barefoot? I glare, jaw tightening, before stepping inside. The moment I settle against the leather seat, I regret it. The air shifts. Or maybe it's me, too aware of the way he moves as he slides in beside me, his arm resting lazily along the back of the seat, close enough that the smell of whiskey and spice lingers between us. The driver pulls onto the road. The city blurs past. Luca says nothing. Neither do I. Not at first. But the silence is suffocating, pressing against my chest, urging words I don't want to say. So I force them out. That shouldn't have happened, he hums, tipping his head toward me. You mean you falling into my arms? Or the part where you didn't immediately pull away? I inhale through my nose, willing patience into my veins. Either. Both. His mouth curves in a lazy smirk. You think too much, sweetheart? I think just enough, I counter. And I think this, whatever this is, needs to stop before it gets out of hand. Luca doesn't laugh this time. Instead, his gaze darkens, and the teasing edge in his expression sharpens into something else. Something dangerous. He leans in slightly, just enough to make me feel his proximity, the heat radiating from him. Tell me, he murmurs, what exactly are you afraid of? My throat tightens. I don't answer. I can't, because if I let myself put words to it, if I admit that the problem isn't him, but me, then it becomes real. Instead, I focus on the contract, the rules we both signed to keep this from becoming something it shouldn't be. 6 months, public appearances. No falling in love. Simple, right? I straighten, forcing steel into my voice. This arrangement isn't real, Luca. It's a business deal, a performance. He watches me for a moment before shaking his head, a quiet chuckle rolling from his chest. What? I snap. His smirk returns, slow and unbearably confident. You keep saying that, like you're trying to convince yourself. My stomach twists, but before I can retaliate, the car pulls up to the penthouse, and Luca is already stepping out. I take a deep breath before following. The penthouse is quiet when we enter, the city stretching wide beyond the glass windows. I move toward my room, but Luca's voice stops me cold. Zahara. I hesitate, fingers curling against my side before I turn. He's still standing near the door, undoing the top button of his shirt, watching me like he's debating something. I meant what I said earlier. His voice is low, even, but there's something sharp beneath it. I don't play games with people's emotions. If you want to pretend this is all business, be my guest, but we both know that's not the whole story. I stare at him, my pulse stubbornly unsteady. Before I let myself make another mistake, I turn and disappear into my room, shutting the door behind me. The problem isn't Luca. The problem is I don't know if I want him to be wrong. Everything is moving too fast towards the wrong direction.
Chapter 12. Luca. A day after we had our first public appearance as husband and wife, the report regarding their marriage came back. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but this is something else entirely. I lean back against my chair, fingers drumming against my desk as Marco, one of my best men, finishes his report. His expression is grim, his stance sharp and expectant, waiting for me to react. I don't. I let the implications of his words settle first. So, I murmur, tilting my glass absently, watching the amber liquid catch the light. You're telling me that there's nothing? No surveillance? No witnesses? No digital footprint of what happened that night? Marco nods once, jaw tight. Nothing. The CCTV footage from the masquerade ball? Wiped clean. Whoever did it isn't sloppy either. No corrupted files, no broken timestamps. Just gone as if the cameras were never there in the first place. I tap my fingers against the glass. And the hotel? The same. His voice is clipped, frustrated. No records of your entry or exit. No other security feeds caught either of you arriving together or leaving the next morning. Someone covered every angle. I exhale slowly, my grip tightening around my drink. This isn't a coincidence. Someone with power, influence, and a hell of a lot of resources made sure that Zahara and I woke up married without a trace of how it happened. I just don't know why, yet. I glance at Enzo, my tech specialist, who's been quiet this whole time, scrolling through data on his tablet like the answer might magically appear if he stares hard enough. Tell me you have something. He sighs. Not much. I trace the digital records of the marriage license, but everything checks out on paper. Official stamps, signatures, government processing. It all looks legitimate. But here's the problem. He taps the screen, then looks up. The courthouse that processed your marriage? They don't remember doing it. A slow, deliberate silence fills the room. Marco straightens. What? Enzo nods. The clerk swore he never handled it personally. The office never physically received the papers. They were processed remotely, and when they arrived, everything was in order. No discrepancies, no flagged irregularities. Which means, I finish for him. Someone sent the files directly, bypassing the entire process. Someone with the right connections, someone with an agenda. I exhale, rubbing my jaw. Do we have a name? Enzo hesitates. No. My patience thins. Try again. There is no name attached to the processing. Just a reference code that doesn't match anything in the system. It's like a ghost approved it. I roll my neck slowly, feeling the coil of tension at the base of my spine. Someone orchestrated this. And I don't like being played. Who? What's the angle? And what the hell do they want? A marriage like this, accidental, public, unbreakable for now, is a move in a game I haven't even seen the board for yet. That pisses me off. Marco shifts, arms crossed. What do we do next? I flick my gaze to him. We keep digging. We're already scraping the bottom of the barrel, boss. I lean forward, setting my drink down with a quiet clink. Then find a new barrel. Marco nods once, understanding the absolute lack of negotiation in my tone, then strides out with Enzo following. The office door clicks shut, leaving me alone with the hum of the city through the glass windows. I exhale, rubbing my temples. I should tell Zahara. She needs to know that her marriage wasn't just a drunken mistake, but something bigger, something planned. Damn, she might be suspecting already. She's one smart woman. But if I tell her, she'll use it against me. She'll go straight for the loophole, fight to annul the marriage while she still can. There's a part of me that I don't want to examine too closely, that doesn't want that. I could say it's because I don't like losing. I could say it's because this marriage, no matter how it happened, gives me leverage. But neither of those would be entirely true. Zahara is interesting. Sharp, brilliant, a fire that refuses to be put out. I like watching her fight me, and I like winning against her even more. I roll my shoulders, flexing my fingers. 6 months. That's the deal. For 6 months, she's mine. I smirk to myself, reaching for my phone. It's time to test just how much she's willing to fight.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 14. Luca. The air at the Belmont track is thick with the scent of fresh-cut grass, damp soil, and money. It's a place where the elite bet fortunes on thoroughbreds, where deals are whispered over bourbon in private lounges, and where men like me and Gabriel play games with much higher stakes. I flick my betting ticket between my fingers, watching the horses line up at the gate, their muscles taut, their riders stiff with anticipation. The energy in the air is the same kind that thrums through my veins when I see Zahara. Coiled, expectant, waiting for a spark to set everything off. Speaking of tension, I sense him before I see him. Gabriel, my perfect older brother, always dressed like he walked out of a boardroom, always holding himself like the world should bow at his feet. He doesn't belong here. This isn't his playground. He deals in cold, calculated strategy, in meticulously planned takeovers, in control. Me? I prefer chaos. You're in a good mood, Gabriel remarks, stepping up beside me. His voice is cool, measured, as if this is just another meeting on his schedule. I don't look at him. I usually am. He hums, scanning the track, his eyes flicking over the jockeys, the horses, the odds displayed on the screen. And yet, your good mood always seems to be at my expense. Now I turn, flashing him a slow, sharp grin. That's because you make it too easy. Gabriel doesn't rise to the bait. He never does. Instead, he slides his hands into his pockets, his expression unreadable. You're playing a dangerous game, Luca. I chuckle. You'll have to be more specific, brother. I play a lot of them. He doesn't take the bait this time either. Instead, he says, she's not for you. Zahara. I roll my shoulders, letting the name settle between us like a well-placed bet. That's funny. I don't remember asking for your opinion. Gabriel scoffs, shaking his head. You're reckless, impulsive, and she's... He trails off as if looking for the right word. I tilt my head, letting the silence stretch. Smart? He exhales, irritated. She's practical. She doesn't need a man like you. That gets a reaction out of me. I turn fully, stepping closer. A man like me? Gabriel's gaze is steady. A man who doesn't finish what he starts. Ah, there it is. The jab meant to remind me that I was never supposed to be part of the legacy, that I was the one who strayed, the one who refused to play the role assigned to me. I let the tension simmer, then smirk. Funny, from where I'm standing, it looks like she's already mine. Gabriel's jaw flexes. I laugh, slow and low. Still mad about it? Not mad, he says smoothly. Amused. I arch a brow. That's so? He nods toward the track. Care to put that theory to the test? I glance at the starting line, at the rows of waiting thoroughbreds, at the empty slot beside my bet. Gabriel wants a race. He wants to remind me that he always wins. I grin, shaking my head. You really want to lose twice, don't you? His lips curve. A challenge. I toss my jacket onto the railing, rolling up my sleeves. Fine, but don't cry when you eat dust. We head to the stables where 2 sleek chestnut stallions are being prepped. The stable hands look between us, uncertain, but I flash them a lazy smile. Give me the fastest one. Gabriel steps up beside me, smooth as ever. Give him the stubborn one. I laugh, mounting up. Afraid I'll win? He adjusts his reins, just evening the odds. The gate attendant gives us a wary glance, but neither of us are backing down. The buzzer sounds. We take off. The track blurs. The wind whips against my face, the powerful surge of the horse beneath me a raw, unchained rhythm. I lean forward, muscles coiling, the roar of the crowd distant, meaningless. Gabriel is ahead at first, too clean, too controlled. His posture is perfect, his movements calculated, but racing isn't about control. It's about instinct. I wait and I push. My stallion responds immediately. A raw burst of untamed speed, a force Gabriel's horse can't match in a final sprint. We cross the finish line. I win. Gabriel reins in beside me, face impassive, but his grip on the reins is tight. I grin, letting the victory settle deep. Would you look at that? I drawl. Guess I finished things after all. His jaw ticks. I lean in slightly, lowering my voice. You only win when I let you. He exhales sharply, then swings off the saddle, handing the reins to a stable hand. This game of yours... He shakes his head. It won't end the way you think. I dismount, stretching lazily. Oh, I know how it ends. Gabriel's gaze narrows, but he doesn't ask. Doesn't press. Instead, he turns, walking off without another word. I watch him go, smirking. He's rattled. Good. I swing my jacket over my shoulder and head toward the exit, my phone buzzing in my pocket. I glance down. A message from Zahara. We need to talk. Now. A slow heat curls through me. I tap a reply. Miss me already? No response. I chuckle, heading to my car. This game is getting interesting.
Chapter 15. Zahara. The numbers don't lie. They don't shift. They don't manipulate. They don't deceive. They just exist. Cold and unyielding. Absolute in their certainty. Right now, they are telling me something that I don't want to believe. I stare at the screen. The lines of code and transactional data scrolling before me, dissecting the digital trail that should not exist. A transaction that was meant to be erased. Someone paid for my marriage. Not just a bribe, not just a mistake. A highly orchestrated, deeply embedded transaction buried under multiple shell companies. pushed through right before the registration of my marriage license. Someone with power and intent made sure that Luca and I were legally bound. I don't have a single clue who it is. I grip my mouse as I go over the numbers again. $3 million. That's how much it costs to seal my fate. $3 million. Who in their right mind would invest that much into tying me to Luca? I feel the rage creeping in, curling hot in my veins, mixing with the slow, deliberate pulse of something I never want to acknowledge, fear. I've worked too hard, built too much to let anyone control me like this. Right now, the only person who can give me answers is Luca D'Angelo. Luca arrives 20 minutes later, striding into my office like he owns it. I don't greet him. I don't even look up from my screen. "You called," he says. His voice lazy like this is just another game. He has no idea what's coming. "Close the door," I say flatly. He raises a brow but obliges. The click of the lock echoes too loudly in the silence between us. Only then do I look at him. Luca is relaxed, as always, one hand in his pocket, his head tilted slightly as if he's already amused by whatever I'm about to throw at him. I shove the tablet across the desk. "Explain this." His gaze flickers to the screen, then back to me. No reaction. But I catch it, the briefest pause. Hesitation. That's all I need. "You knew," I say, voice cutting. Luca's lips curl slightly. "Knew what, exactly?" I lean forward, furious now. That this wasn't an accident. That someone made sure we got married. That someone with a hell of a lot of money wanted us together. Luca doesn't deny it, but he doesn't confirm it either. Instead, he exhales slowly, rubbing a hand over his jaw. "You think I planned this?" His voice is low, almost bored, but I hear the edge beneath it. I narrow my eyes. "Did you?" He grins, a slow, sharp thing that infuriates me. "If I did, don't you think I would have made sure you remembered our wedding night?" My breath catches, but I shove down the heat creeping up my skin. "I don't find this amusing." He tilts his head. "That's because you don't like not being in control." I push back from my desk, pacing. "You knew and you didn't tell me?" Luca watches me, silent for a beat. Then, "I don't like being played any more than you do, sweetheart." Something in my stomach twists. I turn, searching his face for any sign of deception. But Luca D'Angelo doesn't lie. Not in the way most men do. He doesn't hide things. He just doesn't say them outright. Now I wonder if he's just as much a pawn in this as I am. The air is thick, charged with something indescribable. I fold my arms, my pulse still pounding. Who would want this? Who benefits from us being together? Luca steps closer, slow, deliberate, like he's testing the waters between us. "Plenty of people." I exhale sharply. "You're impossible." "I've been told." I glare at him. "You're not taking this seriously." "Oh, I am?" His voice dips, low and knowing. "I just think you're asking the wrong question." I narrow my eyes. "And what's the right one?" He leans in, voice dropping to a whisper. I can feel the heat of him, his presence. "Tell me, sweetheart, are you more afraid that someone forced you into this marriage?" His gaze dips to my mouth, then back up. "Or that you don't hate being my wife as much as you should?" The air between us crackles. His gaze pins me in place. I can't move and barely breathes. I just stare at him, pulse hammering, unsure of what will happen if I move first. Luca's smirk deepens, and I know he sees right through me. I hate that he might be right.
Chapter 16. Luca. The information lands on my desk like a loaded gun. Clean, erased, a ghost of a paper trail. My man on the inside, Enzo, a specialist in uncovering things people don't want found, leans forward, placing his forearms on my desk. Whatever this is, it's big. I roll my whiskey glass between my fingers, watching the amber liquid catch the light. Big doesn't even begin to cover it. The money? I ask. Buried under layers of shell companies, Enzo says, each one cleaner than the last. Whoever did this, they knew exactly how to cover their tracks. I exhale slowly. Someone high up pushed this marriage through, not just with cash, but with power. The kind that makes people in government look the other way, that wipes CCTV footage clean, that ensures there's no trace left behind. My jaw tightens. This isn't about me. This isn't even about Zahara. This is about control. Someone wants us together. Now I have to figure out why. The message comes in 20 minutes later. Anonymous. Untraceable. One line. Keep the marriage. Don't let Zahara walk away. If you do, you won't like the consequences. I laugh slowly, shaking my head. Of course. I've spent years being the black sheep, the wild card, the one no one could predict. I live in the gray areas, thrive in the shadows, and yet someone who thinks they're smarter than me believes they can pull my strings. Fascinating. I glance at the message again. Not a warning, not a request. A demand, which means this mystery player thinks they own me. That's going to be a problem. I send the message to a secure number for Enzo to trace. I already know he won't find anything, but I like giving people impossible tasks. Keeps them sharp. I grab my keys. Zahara needs to know. By the time I get to our penthouse, the tension is already there. Zahara stands in the living room, her phone clenched in one hand. The way she's staring at the white envelope on the coffee table, it tells me everything I need to know. I step inside, shutting the door behind me. Her head snaps up. Did you send this? The accusation is immediate, sharp. I walk toward her, slow and deliberate, eyeing the envelope. No name, no details. But I don't need to open it to guess what's inside. I grab it, sliding the note out, reading the words that confirm my suspicions. Your marriage is worth more than you think. Walk away and you won't just lose your company, you'll lose everything. I let out a low whistle. Well, sweetheart, I murmur, flicking the paper. Seems like we have a fan. Her glare could cut through steel. This isn't funny. I tilt my head. I never said it was. She snatches the note from my hand. You knew. The accusation hangs between us, crackling like a live wire. I could lie. I could tell her I had no clue. But something in her face, in the way her breath stutters, in the way she's gripping that paper like it's the only thing keeping her upright, it makes me hesitate. I never hesitate. You think I sent this? I ask, my voice quiet. Her fingers tighten around the paper. I don't know what to think anymore. Good. That means she's starting to see it too. We aren't just the players in this game, we're the pieces. And someone's moving us. She turns away, hands on her hips, exhaling sharply. I watch her closely. Zahara Ellis is not the kind of woman who likes being told what to do. And now, she's being told by some faceless, nameless entity that she doesn't even control her own marriage. Her hands shake just a little. She hates this. I step closer. Zahara! She doesn't answer. Look at me. Slowly, she turns. Her amber brown eyes flick up, scanning my face, searching for something I don't think she even knows she's looking for. I meet her gaze, letting whatever the hell is happening between us settle. This isn't just business anymore. Not to her. Not to me. I reach for the paper in her hands, tugging it away, watching as her fingers reluctantly let go. I fold it neatly and slip it into my pocket. I say, low and certain, whoever did this wants us to be afraid. She lets out a bitter laugh. And you're not? I step closer, closing the distance between us. She doesn't move. I lean in, just enough that my voice brushes against her skin. I don't do fear, I murmur. I do revenge. Her pulse jumps just slightly. I feel it. The shift. We aren't just two people trapped in a situation anymore. We're in this together now. The Black Sheep and the Brilliant CEO.
Chapter 17. Zahara. The air inside the ballroom is thick with power. It's not the kind that is loud and demanding, but the kind that simmers just beneath the surface, a carefully curated illusion of wealth, of control, of people who shape industries with a single nod, a single deal. Tonight, Luca and I are part of that illusion. We got invited to another high-profile event, and we have no choice but to be here despite the mess in our life. I inhale slowly, adjusting the diamond cuff bracelet circling my wrist. Every inch of me is polished perfection. A deep sapphire silk gown, slit high on my thigh, the kind of elegance that doesn't ask for attention but commands it anyway. Beside me, Luca is a storm wrapped in silk. His tux is classic black, but nothing about him is classic. His tie is undone just enough, his hair slightly too tousled for high society. But the way he wears his presence, arrogant, dangerous, untouchable, makes him stand out more than anyone in the room. I shouldn't be aware of him, not the heat of his palm at the small of my back, not the way his thumb barely brushes my skin as he leads me into the ballroom, not the way his presence lingers too close yet not close enough. We are here to get answers, to play our roles. The game is already in motion. Every billionaire and power broker worth mentioning is here tonight, including the host, Lucien Moreau, a French magnate with interest in technology and finance. Moreau is one of the few men who could have had the power to orchestrate what happened to us. I spot him across the room, flanked by security, speaking to a circle of men whose net worths could rival entire countries. Luca follows my gaze, his mouth curving slightly. Interested? I don't react, not giving him the satisfaction he needs. He's on my list. Luca's fingers press lightly into my back. Then let's make an introduction. But before we can move, a familiar voice stops me in my tracks. Gabriel. Zahara? His presence is as controlled as ever. His suit crisp, his demeanor unreadable. But there's something in his eyes that is far from indifferent. I didn't expect you to come, he says smoothly. I arch a brow. I was invited. His lips curve, but there's nothing amused about it. Of course. You are a D'Angelo now. Beside me, Luca's grip tightens at my waist. I frown, my body stiffening. These two, they're treating me like their own battlefield. I open my mouth to say something, but the host grabs our attention. Moreau approaches, his eyes gleaming with interest as he stops beside Gabriel. Ah, the newlyweds. Luca's smirk is effortless. You sound surprised? Moreau takes a slow sip of his champagne, assessing us both. Let's just say, many of us didn't see this match coming. Luca leans in slightly, his fingers barely pressing into my hip. Neither did we. The weight of the words lands too deliberately, and I hate that my pulse jumps just slightly at the way he says it. Moreau chuckles. Marriage is a business, is it not? I meet his gaze directly. Everything is. Moreau's eyes gleam at my response, like he's sizing me up, measuring whether I'm as sharp as my reputation claims. Then let's talk business, he says smoothly, gesturing toward the dance floor. After all, these events are not just for appearances. He offers his hand. Before I can respond, Luca steps in. His smile is sharp, his eyes even sharper. My wife owes me the first dance. It's not a request. Moreau raises a brow but steps back, amused. Of course. Luca turns to me, waiting. For me to deny him. For me to push back. Maybe to say no like I should. Instead, I lift my chin and take his hand. The moment Luca pulls me onto the dance floor, I realize this is a mistake. His hand settles low on my back, firm but not forceful. His other fingers thread through mine, his grip too possessive, too natural for a man who claims this is just for show. The music is slow, dangerous, seductive. I don't know if it's the setting, or the dress, or the sheer power between us, but the moment our bodies align, I forget about the room. Forget about Gabriel. Forget about Moreau. Forget about everything except Luca. His voice is a whisper against my ear. Relax, sweetheart. Instead, I meet his gaze, my breath unsteady. You're enjoying this too much. He chuckles, low and dark. I always enjoy winning. I try to look away. His fingers tighten. Tell me something, he murmurs, guiding me effortlessly across the floor. Are you afraid of me? I tilt my chin higher. No. His smirk deepens. Good. He spins me, and when I come back into his arms, it's not just for show anymore. It's real. Something unspoken passes between us. A heat that burns deeper than the lie we've told the world. After the dance, I step away from Luca, my head spinning. I need control. I need answers. So I do something reckless. I find Gabriel. He's standing near the balcony, a drink in hand, watching me before I even approach. Finally ready to talk? He murmurs. I cut to the chase. What do you know about my marriage? His lips quirk. Aside from the fact that it should have been to me, I ignore the sting of that. Gabriel. His smile fades. What makes you think I know more than you? I exhale sharply. Because I know you, and I know you wouldn't let something like this happen without a fight. You would never let Luca win. Something flickers in his eyes. I step closer. Who did this, Gabriel? Gabriel refuses to meet my eyes. He moves. Too close. Too deliberate. His fingers skim my arm, a slow, suggestive touch. You still want answers? His voice is low, taunting. Or are you just looking for an excuse to be near me? I jerk back. What are you doing? His smile doesn't reach his eyes. Just testing a theory? I shake my head, stepping back. I'm married, Gabriel. His jaw tightens. Not by choice. My stomach turns. I turn away. I don't want to believe it, but Gabriel knows something. And I'm starting to think I might not want to hear the truth.
Chapter 18. Luca. It hasn't been 24 hours since I last saw my brother from the gala, and now he's here haunting me. I recline in my leather chair, fingers tapping against the heavy mahogany desk, the aroma of whiskey and aged wood filling the air. The dim lighting in my office casts elongated shadows against the walls, but it does nothing to dim the sharp irritation thrumming beneath my skin. Across from me, Gabriel lounges in one of the leather chairs, looking infuriatingly composed as he swirls the amber liquid in his glass. The flickering city skyline stretches behind him, casting his face into sharp relief. You're playing a dangerous game, brother, he muses, his voice calm, controlled but laced with something darker. I take a slow sip of my drink, letting the burn settle before responding. Funny, I was about to say the same thing to you. He exhales through his nose, the barest hint of amusement flickering across his face. She's still unsure. I let out a quiet laugh, tilting my head. And you're banking on that, aren't you? His smirk doesn't fade. A woman like Zahara doesn't just fall into chaos. She calculates. She questions. And eventually, she realizes who she truly belongs with. My grip tightens around the glass, but my face remains impassive. Gabriel always did have a talent for talking in riddles that made him sound like the smartest person in the room. It used to work. It doesn't anymore. I lean forward, resting my forearms on the desk. You still think you're the right choice for her? He holds my gaze, unwavering. I was the choice before you came along. Yeah? I smirk. And yet here we are. The silence stretches between us, thick with unspoken things. Gabriel has always been the golden son, the one who was supposed to win, the one everyone bet on. But the thing about expectations, they don't always meet reality. Reality is staring him in the face right now. His jaw ticks just slightly, barely enough to notice, but I catch it. I set my glass down with a deliberate clink. You know, the funny thing about winning is that it's not about who was the favorite in the beginning. It's about who plays the better game. His lips press together in a tight line. We'll see. I smirk. Yeah, we will. By the time I leave my office, the tension in my spine is coiled tight. I meet Moreau at a private club, the kind where power is traded in low voices and well-poured drinks. The air is overflowing with cigar smoke, the sound of hushed conversations weaving between the clinking of glasses. Moreau sits in a dimly lit booth, the sharp smell of his cologne mixing with the smoke in the air. His fingers trace the rim of his glass, slow and deliberate. He watches me as I slide into the seat across from him, his expression unreadable. Some people would prefer you and your wife to stay together, he says, voice smooth, measured. I'm simply here to remind you why. I don't respond immediately, letting the words settle. This isn't a threat. Not exactly. It's a reminder, an expectation. I exhale slowly, dragging my fingers along the smooth surface of my glass. And if I don't? Moreau's smile is thin. Then you won't like the consequences. I huff out a quiet laugh, shaking my head. See, that's the problem. I don't like being told what to do. His expression doesn't shift, but his eyes hold something sharper now. That's unfortunate. The silence between us stretches, thick with things left unsaid. Whoever orchestrated this marriage has more than just wealth backing them. They have reach, power. The kind that can make problems disappear and rewrite reality with the stroke of a pen. I lean back. Who are you really working for, Moreau? His smile widens just slightly, but he doesn't answer. Instead, he tips his glass toward me in a mock toast before taking a slow sip. I exhale, dragging my hand down my face. This isn't just a game, it's a war. At late evening, when I return to the penthouse, Zahara is already waiting. She's standing in the living room, arms crossed, eyes sharp. The city lights cast long shadows across her face, making her look even more unreadable than usual. There's something in the way she's holding herself, rigid, poised, but I catch the tension in her fingers. She's angry, or maybe worse, she's worried. Moreau, she asks, cutting straight to the point. I nod, stepping further into the room. He confirmed what we already knew. Her fingers tighten around her arms. That we're being manipulated. I toss my keys onto the table, exhaling. That's one way to put it. She doesn't say anything, just watches me, searching my face for answers. I take a step closer, lowering my voice. Whatever this is, it's bigger than us. She meets my gaze. I know. There's a pause, a beat of silence where something unspoken settles between us. We're not just two people trapped in a marriage anymore. We're two people standing at the edge of something neither of us fully understands.
Chapter 19. Zahara. Sleep eluded me last night after my conversation with Luca until the early hours of the morning. The morning light glares through the penthouse's glass windows, casting long golden streaks across the marble floors. I squint my eyes, trying to relax and soak in the quiet. I barely have a second to enjoy it before I hear the rustle of paper, a sound far too loud in the otherwise still room. Luca stands by the kitchen counter, his back to me, posture relaxed in a way that only means one thing. He's anything but. I catch sight of the newspaper before he even speaks. There it is. My own face, frozen in an image I never wanted to see. Gabriel standing too close. His hand brushing my arm, his lips barely inches away from my ear. The camera's angle makes it seem as though I'm reaching for him, leaning in. The headline? Scandal in the D'Angelo family, Zahara Ellis, caught between brothers. My stomach knots. Luca tosses the paper onto the counter with a lazy flick of his wrist. The sound of it hitting the surface is far too sharp. He doesn't look at me. Not immediately. Instead, he reaches for his coffee, taking an unhurried sip, like the world isn't currently dissecting our marriage under a microscope. Finally, his gaze lifts to mine. It's not like that, I say, my voice firm. He tilts his head, slow and assessing, as if deciding whether I'm worth the argument. It never is. He says it too calmly. No raised voice, no outburst, just that smooth, unreadable tone that somehow feels heavier than if he'd yelled. Frustration spikes through me. This is ridiculous, I snap, stepping closer. You and I both know how the media works. They take one moment and twist it into a whole damn narrative. Oh, I know exactly how the media works, he interrupts, placing his coffee cup down with a click. The question is, do you? I grind my teeth. You think I planned this? A sharper, humorless laugh leaves his lips. Doesn't matter what I think. What matters is that the entire world now believes my wife is sneaking around behind my back. He leans forward, voice dropping lower, more lethal. Tell me, sweetheart, what do you think that does to my reputation? Yours? My image isn't much, but this is below the belt. A child? Damn. Whoever thought of this is diabolical. I stiffen. There it is. His image. Mine. Of course it all comes down to that. Before I can reply, my phone buzzes against the counter. I reach for it instinctively, but Luca is faster. He snatches it before I can react, flipping the screen toward me. It's an email. A forwarded message from my PR team. Investors are questioning Zahara's credibility as CEO. The board wants an emergency meeting. I feel the blood drain from my face. They don't waste time, do they? Luca muses, his voice too smooth, too controlled. Not even 24 hours, and they're already picking apart your loyalty. I snatch the phone from his grasp, my pulse hammering. I can handle it. His lips curl. Of course you can. But can Ellis Tech? The words hit like a slap. I inhale sharply, pushing past the sting of truth. Get it together, Zahara. I square my shoulders. We release a statement, I say, shifting into CEO mode. A controlled press release. We shut down the rumors before they can escalate further. Luca hums, considering. Then he shakes his head. No? I blink. What? His smirk is all slow, calculated menace. A statement is weak. The media will twist it, pick it apart. No one wants a perfectly worded press release. He takes a deliberate step closer, his voice turning silkier, sharper. They want a show. A cold sensation slides down my spine. What kind of show? He lifts a brow like I should already know the answer. I shake my head before he even says it. Absolutely not. He chuckles, low and dark. Come on, sweetheart. You want them to believe we're solid? That your loyalty isn't in question? He leans in, close enough that his breath ghosts along my skin. Then give them a reason to believe it. I swallow. This is a terrible idea, I murmur. His gaze dips to my lips, then back up. I didn't say it was a good one. The air between us thickens, crackling with a heat I refuse to acknowledge. I shake my head, taking a step back. I'll fix this my way. Luca lets me move away, but there's something unreadable in his expression. Deep down, I know he's up to something. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 20. Luca. The moment my assistant rushes into my office, I already know. He doesn't have to say a word, doesn't have to hold up the phone clutched tightly in his hand. I notice the unease in his expression, the way his breath stutters before he speaks. "Sir, you need to check the news," he says. I reach for my phone, already expecting the worst. The second the screen lights up, a familiar face stares back at me. Caroline Grant. I don't need to read the headline. I already know exactly how this will play out. The media will have a field day. My name will be dragged through the dirt. There will be speculation, accusations, relentless questions about whether the child she's parading in front of cameras is mine. And Zahara, she'll storm in here demanding answers. She doesn't disappoint. Less than 10 minutes later, the sharp click of her heels against the marble floors echoes through the office. The door swings open with enough force to shake the glass panels, and she steps inside, a storm wrapped in silk and precision. A newspaper slaps against my desk. The bold headline glares up at me. Luca D'Angelo's secret family. Ex-girlfriend steps forward with a child. Is he the father? I glance at the paper, unsurprised, then look up at her. "Good morning to you too, wife." Her jaw clenches, anger burning behind her amber gaze. Tell me this is a lie. I don't answer immediately. Instead, I pick up the paper and skim the article, though I don't really need to. It's everything I expected. Dramatic, exaggerated, carefully worded to imply guilt without proving anything. Caroline and I were together years ago. She left. I let her. We haven't spoken since. Now suddenly she's back, this time with a 4-year-old and an impeccable sense of timing. I set the paper down and meet Zahara's gaze. I don't know. Her breath catches, lips parting slightly before she lets out a humorless laugh. You don't know? I lean against my desk, unbothered by the heat rolling off her in waves. I haven't spoken to her in years. Years, she repeats, her voice razor sharp. And yet, she has a child old enough to be yours. There's something beneath her fury, something tangled between frustration and something else she refuses to name. I tilt my head, watching her closely. You seem very invested in this. Her back stiffens. Because your name is tied to mine now. You think my company can survive another scandal this soon? It's the logical answer, the one I should accept at face value, but I don't. This isn't about your company, I murmur, stepping closer. She remains still, but I catch the way her fingers press against her sides like she's holding herself in place. This is about you, I continue. You're not angry because the press is dragging my name through the dirt. My voice drops lower, the space between us shrinking. You're angry because it's another woman tied to me. Her fingers curl, a sharp inhale betraying her. I'm angry because I don't like being blindsided. I let the silence stretch between us, waiting. She's good at masking things, at redirecting, but I see the way she avoids my gaze, the way her pulse jumps slightly. Of course, I murmur, amusement curling at the corners of my lips. She exhales sharply, her frustration simmering just below the surface. You don't even seem concerned. Do you already know the truth? I hold her gaze longer, then exhale slowly. I'll take a paternity test. Something flickers in her expression. She searches my face carefully, looking for something. Guilt, regret, hesitation. Finally, she speaks. Why do you look like you already have your answer? I don't reply. Deep down, I think I do. And if I'm right, whoever set this in motion isn't done with us yet.
Chapter 21. Zahara. The moment I step into the office, I'm met with heavy silence, the kind that isn't empty, but full of expectation. Every eye flicks toward me, scanning my expression, as if I hold the key to their uncertainty. The tension in the air is palpable, stretching through the walls of Ellis Tech like a live wire, ready to snap at the slightest pressure. The scandals aren't dying down. If anything, they're gaining traction. My inbox is overflowing with messages from investors, demanding assurance that this marriage, the foundation of our so-called stability, isn't crumbling beneath our feet. My PR team has already compiled a list of potential responses, but none of them matter. Luca has his own plans. I find him seated at the conference table, waiting for me in my office, his posture deceptively relaxed, the calm before the inevitable storm. A newspaper is spread open in front of him, but he isn't reading it. He's waiting. I drop my bag onto the table and cross my arms. We need to talk. Luca tilts his head, a slow smirk tugging at his lips. I was starting to think you'd never say those words, sweetheart. I ignore the jab, keeping my voice steady. We need to handle these crises, both of them, separately. His gaze flickers with something unreadable. Separately? He leans back, tapping a finger against the armrest. That's cute, but impractical. I frown. It's the only way to keep both of our reputations intact. Luca studies me, then shakes his head. Wrong. I bristle. Excuse me? He exhales, closing the newspaper with deliberate ease. You think treating these as separate scandals will control the damage, but it won't. If anything, it will make us look weaker, divided. His logic is infuriatingly sound, but I refuse to admit it. I'm not letting my company's image suffer because of me. His voice drops, silk smooth but laced with something sharper. Hate to break it to you, sweetheart, but our names are already tied together. You don't get to pick and choose when you want to play the devoted wife. Heat burns at the back of my neck. So what? You want us to, what, pretend we're madly in love? Luca leans forward, resting his forearms on the table. Not pretend, convince. His confidence is maddening. I take a breath, choosing my words carefully. What exactly are you suggesting? We go on the offensive. He laces his fingers together, the corner of his mouth twitching. We make a move so big, so deliberate, that no one will question where we stand. I exhale sharply. Let me guess. A televised interview? His smirk widens. Now you're getting it. I should shut this down immediately. I should tell him that this is reckless, unnecessary, that it'll only invite more scrutiny. But instead, I find myself hesitating. Maybe he's right, and this is our shot. I pace the living room, my thoughts circling like vultures. Every fiber of my being wants to be in control of this, but nothing about this marriage has ever been within my grasp. Luca thrives in chaos, while I build my life on precision. I'm being forced to play by his rules. I hear him before I see him. The low sound of his voice as he enters the penthouse, followed by the quiet thud of the door closing behind him. I turn, arms crossed. Do you realize how reckless this is? Luca sighs, unbuttoning his cuffs. You're still on this? Yes, I snap. Because you're gambling with both of our careers. If this backfires, I lose everything I've built. He watches me carefully, stepping closer. And what do you think happens if we do nothing? The question catches me off guard. Luca's eyes darken, something unreadable flashing across his features. You don't get it? His voice is quieter now, but no less sharp. If we let them control the narrative, we're finished. Your company, my reputation, everything. I hate that he's right, but I hate even more that this conversation, this fight, feels like something more. The tension crackles between us, an electric pull neither of us can ignore. You love control, he murmurs. But here you are, spiraling because you can't fix this with a well-crafted press release. I clench my jaw. And you love chaos, don't you? His lips quirk. Chaos makes things interesting. Something snaps inside me. Frustration, exhaustion, a fire I don't recognize. I shove against his chest, but he catches my wrist, fingers curling around my skin. The air shifts. His grip isn't tight, but it's firm enough that I can feel the heat of his skin against mine. My breath hitches, just slightly. Without thinking, I do the one thing I shouldn't. I kiss him. It's not soft. It's not careful. It's a clash of frustration and something far more dangerous. Luca doesn't hesitate. His hand slides to the small of my back, pulling me against him, his mouth claiming mine with a dominance that makes my pulse stutter. It lasts only a second, just long enough for reality to sink its claws into me. I yank away, breathless, my fingers trembling. Luca watches me, his expression unreadable. Then, ever so slowly, he smirks. Well, he murmurs. That's one way to handle tension. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. Before I can think of a response, before I can process what the hell just happened, I turn on my heel and walk away. I can't let him see the one thing I refuse to acknowledge, that ever since this mess began, I'm not sure if I want to run from him or run to him.
Chapter 22. Luca. The morning of the interview, Zahara is avoiding me. She's barely spoken since last night, and when she does, it's all clipped sentences and neutral tones, like she's trying too hard to pretend that kiss didn't happen. I can't stop thinking about it. Her lips, the sharp intake of breath when I pulled her in, the way her fingers tightened on my shirt before she shoved me away. That wasn't just frustration. It wasn't just strategy or tension. That was something else entirely. It's a problem. Because today, we have to convince the world we're madly in love. I adjust my cufflinks as I glance around the penthouse, now transformed into a perfectly curated interview set. The soft lighting, the strategically placed decor, everything has been arranged to make us look untouchable, to paint us as a couple who has nothing to hide. Too bad we do. Zahara enters the room a moment later, and even though I've spent the last 2 weeks seeing her daily, something about this moment, this version of her, makes me pause. She's dressed in an elegant but understated navy dress, her dark hair pinned back to showcase the sharp angles of her face. Her makeup is flawless, but not excessive. She looks exactly like what she is. A woman in control. Or at least, a woman who wants to be in control. But I see the tension in her shoulders, the slight hesitation when she meets my eyes. I smirk. Nervous? She lifts her chin. No. Liar. The journalist enters, a woman with a reputation for cutting to the bone. She greets us politely enough, but I see the sharp interest in her eyes. She smells blood. We sit on the sleek couch side by side, our bodies angled just enough to appear intimate but still professional. The cameras start rolling. The interrogation begins. The first question is directed at Zahara. Let's address the elephant in the room. The photograph of you and Gabriel D'Angelo at the charity ball. It appeared intimate to say the least. Can you clarify your relationship with your ex-fiancé? Zahara doesn't hesitate. her expression composed. Gabriel and I share history, and as anyone with a past relationship can attest, emotions don't just vanish overnight, and we were friends before we even became a couple. But what the media captured was nothing more than a moment taken out of context. She turns her gaze to the journalist, her tone firm. Luca is my husband. That is my reality now. I watch her closely as she speaks, noting the way she chooses her words carefully. She's telling the truth, but only the version of it that benefits us. The journalist isn't satisfied. So, you're saying there are no lingering feelings for Gabriel? Zahara smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. I think the real question is why people are so interested in the past when the present is far more compelling. Smooth. I see the flicker of approval in the journalist's gaze before she turns her attention to me. Luca, your turn. Here we go. She leans forward, her voice dropping slightly. Caroline Grant has made a serious claim that you fathered her 4-year-old son. You haven't denied the possibility. Why is that? I keep my expression neutral. Because I don't deal in speculation. But she claims you were involved during the time frame that matches her child's conception. Is there any truth to that? I glance at Zahara briefly, but she's unreadable. Still, I know she's listening too closely. I was involved with Caroline years ago, I say finally. But that chapter ended a long time ago. Any accusations beyond that are just that. Accusations. The journalist tilts her head, considering me. Then she smiles, but there's nothing friendly about it. So you are saying there's a possibility the child is yours? I hold her gaze. That's what paternity tests are for. A murmur moves through the crew at the bluntness of my response. Zahara's posture stiffens slightly beside me. The journalist studies us both, her expression contemplative before she leans back, clearly shifting gears. So let's talk about your marriage. The public has had doubts. I smirk. No kidding. She doesn't react to the sarcasm. What would you say to those who believe your marriage is simply a business arrangement? Zahara sits up straighter, ready to answer, but I get there first. I reach for her hand. She barely reacts at first, but I feel the way her fingers stiffen in mine, the way her breath catches just slightly. I lift her hand, pressing a slow kiss against her fingers. Would I do this if I didn't love my wife? I murmur, my voice low enough to sound intimate, but loud enough for the cameras. Zahara doesn't pull away. She doesn't even blink. She recovers quickly, offering a small, knowing smile as she shifts closer. Just enough for our knees to touch. If people want to believe in fairy tales, she says smoothly, who are we to stop them? The interview ends moments later. The journalist thanks us and the cameras stop rolling. But even as the crew begins packing up, Zahara stays still beside me, our hands still touching. Neither of us moves first. Eventually, she clears her throat and stands, pulling away. The air in the room changes. Something is shifting. I just don't know what. Zahara can't sleep. I find her outside, arms wrapped around herself as she stares out over the city. She doesn't look at me when she speaks. If it's yours, what then? The question hits harder than I expect. I lean against the railing beside her, watching the lights flicker across the skyline. Then everything changes. She finally looks at me, something unreadable in her gaze. You take responsibility? You think I'd turn my back on my own blood? She doesn't answer, but I see the doubt there. I exhale. I'm not my father, Zahara. My voice is quieter now, more raw than I intended. I won't let a child grow up the way I did. She watches me for a beat longer, then nods. But the way her fingers tighten on the railing tells me this conversation isn't over. Neither of us say another word. But we both know everything is changing.
Chapter 23. Zahara. The envelope sits on the coffee table between us, an unassuming thing, but the weight of it fills the room. Luca hasn't touched it yet. I stand near the window, arms crossed, pretending to study the city skyline, but my attention never strays far from him. He's leaned back on the couch, fingers steepled, eyes fixed on the sealed envelope like it's a bomb waiting to go off. This is the first time I've ever seen him hesitate. It unsettles me. Are you going to open it? Or are we just going to stare at it all night? I finally ask, keeping my voice even. His gaze flickers to mine, and there's something unreadable there, something I can't name. Eager to find out the truth? I hold his stare, unwilling to let him bait me into another game. I don't like uncertainty. Luca smirks, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Then you married the wrong man, sweetheart. With a slow, deliberate movement, he reaches for the envelope. My breath hitches as he tears it open and unfolds the paper. His expression remains carefully neutral as he scans the results. Seconds stretch unbearably. Then, at last, he exhales and leans back. It's not mine. The relief that crashes through me is sharp, almost painful. I don't question why it affects me so much. I just push it down, lock it away before it can become something I have to confront. But before I can even fully process it, Luca tosses the paper onto the table and reaches for his phone. His face hardens into something ruthless. I'll have my lawyers deal with this. I want a statement out before the press twists this into something else. Except we aren't fast enough. Not even an hour later, my phone vibrates with an alert. Luca stiffens as his phone buzzes too, then swears under his breath as he reads the headline that's already making the rounds. Luca D'Angelo denies paternity. But is he hiding the truth? The article is worse than I expected. Caroline has stepped forward with a new claim, saying she had another test done privately, one that proves Luca is the father. She's questioning the validity of his test, implying he could have tampered with the results. My blood runs cold. The media isn't just questioning Luca now. They're dragging me into it. Is Zahara Ellis controlling her husband? Did the Ellis Tech CEO force Luca D'Angelo to deny his own child for the sake of business? How much influence does she have over her powerful husband? I clench my jaw, my hands curling into fists. It's always the same. The press finds a way to spin everything back onto me. Like I'm the villain. Like I have anything to do with Luca's past. Luca's expression darkens as he reads through the accusations. She's desperate, he mutters, tossing his phone onto the table. She's trying to trap me into this. And it's working, I bite out. The media already picked up her version of the story. By tomorrow morning, people will be questioning if we're covering something up. A bitter smile tugs at his lips. Let them. I've been called worse. I exhale sharply, pacing. We have to fight this. If the media starts running with the idea that I manipulated you into this, it could hurt everything. Ellis Tech stock is already fluctuating after the last scandal. My name is tied to yours now. If you go down, I go down with you. His eyes flick to me, something glinting there. And you hate that, don't you? I stop, turning to him. That's not the point. No, he agrees, standing up slowly. The point is that whoever is behind this doesn't just want to destroy us. They want to control us. The truth in his words sinks into my bones, sending a shiver down my spine. It's not just Caroline. It never was. Someone orchestrated this from the start. Before I can say anything, my phone vibrates again. An anonymous number. A single message. This isn't over. I clench my phone tightly. Luca watches me carefully. Who was that? I hesitate, then tilt the screen toward him. His jaw clenches as he reads the message. For a long moment, neither of us speak. He exhales, his voice rough. We're being played. Someone wants us to stay married, And apparently, there's also someone who wants our marriage to fall apart. What the hell do they want?
Chapter 24. Luca. The restaurant glows with a golden warmth, the low hum of conversation mixing with the delicate clinking of crystal glasses. The scent of grilled steak and rich wine fills the air, mingling with something headier, the unspoken tension between us. Zahara sits across from me, sipping from her glass, her eyes unreadable beneath the flickering candlelight. Tonight is a performance. A carefully orchestrated display of power and control, meant to remind everyone watching that we are untouchable. Or at least, that's what we want them to believe. This dinner isn't about romance. Not really. It's strategy. Every glance, every touch, every word exchanged between us is meant to cement our presence, to silence doubts, to make it clear that we are a force to be reckoned with. Yet, as I watch Zahara, the way she moves with calculated ease, the way her fingers trail along the stem of her wine glass, something twists inside me. I shouldn't want her the way I do, not when everything between us is built on danger, power, and necessity. Not when we are still learning how to trust each other. She leans in slightly, her voice smooth, laced with something sharp. Stop staring, Luca. People will start thinking you actually like me. I smirk, swirling the wine in my glass. And that would be a problem because... Her lips curl, her gaze flicking over me like she's deciding whether to indulge me or cut me down. She does neither. Instead, she takes a slow sip of wine, letting the moment stretch just long enough for it to sting. Before I can push her further, Caroline appears. Her arrival isn't subtle. It never is. The hushed conversations in the restaurant don't stop entirely, but they shift, like a current pulling away from something unpleasant. She moves toward us with purpose, her expression displeased, as if simply breathing the same air as Zahara is enough to irritate her. I tense. This isn't part of the plan. Caroline shouldn't be here. She sits down at our table without asking, the scrape of the chair against the polished floor grating against my patience. Zahara doesn't react outwardly, but I know her well enough by now to see the flicker of annoyance beneath the surface. Caroline sets her clutch onto the table, folding her hands neatly over it before looking directly at me. We need to talk. Zahara exhales, slow and deliberate, like she's already deciding whether or not Caroline is worth entertaining. I tilt my head, keeping my voice measured. We're in the middle of something. Caroline doesn't flinch. Oh, I can see that. You two pretending this is real, it's almost cute. Zahara finally speaks, her tone deceptively pleasant. If you wanted to get under my skin, Caroline, you should have tried harder. A slow, sharp smile. Who says I was trying? I pinched the bridge of my nose, irritation curling through me. Enough. Caroline's amusement fades. She sits back, studying me. We need to deal with the child. My fingers tighten around my glass. We've already discussed this. She leans in, lowering her voice but not softening it. No, you dismissed it, and that's not the same thing. The air around us feels heavier now. Zahara places her wine glass down with a careful precision. This isn't the time. Caroline ignores her, focusing on me. The time is now, and if you don't act, I will. I can feel eyes on us. People are watching. This is exactly what I didn't want. A scene. I set my glass down, fingers pressing against the table to steady my growing frustration. It's not my problem. Caroline scoffs, shaking her head in something akin to disappointment. That's where you're wrong, Luca. It is your problem. You just don't want to deal with it. I can feel Zahara watching me now, studying my reaction, reading between the lines I wish I could keep cleanly drawn. Caroline leans closer, her voice dropping into something deadly. You can lie to yourself all you want, but blood doesn't lie. You need to see the child. I shake my head, my voice clipped. I don't need to do anything. What I need is another paternity test. That's what I need. You lied about your results. Mine is negative. Caroline's expression twists with disgust. Another test? She laughs, the sound bitter. Is that what you need to feel better? How many tests do you need? You think that will make it go away? People are definitely watching now. Zahara reaches across the table, her fingers brushing my wrist in a silent command. Not here. Not now. I don't pull away, but my muscles remain coiled tight. Caroline exhales through her nose, regaining control of herself. I'll make this simple, Luca. If you don't step up, I'll make sure you regret it. I don't respond. Not because I don't have something to say, but because I know this conversation is no longer about words. Zahara shifts gears, her voice smooth, careful. This isn't something we're dismissing, Caroline. It's a calculated lie, one meant to de-escalate. Caroline doesn't believe her. Not fully. But she sees the restraint in Zahara's expression, the way she's choosing her words carefully. It's enough. For now. She stands, adjusting her dress with slow, deliberate movements. I'll be expecting an answer, soon. With that, she walks away, leaving behind a tension so thick it threatens to suffocate the entire room. I stare at the table, feeling the weight of what just happened. The image we wanted to project tonight, it's gone, replaced by whispers and speculation. Zahara exhales, taking a sip of her wine like she's trying to wash away the taste of Caroline's intrusion. She turns to me, voice unreadable. You should meet the child. My head snaps up. What? She doesn't blink, doesn't waver. She just holds my gaze, steady and unrelenting. We need to deal with this. The right way. I open my mouth, but no words come. I wasn't expecting this. I already know this isn't a request. It's a move, a calculated decision. Somehow I know she's right, even if I don't want to face it.
Chapter 25. Zahara. The scent of jasmine and eucalyptus swirls through the spa lounge, warm mist curling in the air, soft music humming in the background. The kind of place where people come to unwind, to escape, but not me, not tonight. I sit across from my client, a sleek, well-dressed man who values power more than relaxation. His voice a low murmur as he discusses the deal we're finalizing. His words should have my full attention, but my focus drifts, my patience fraying at the edges. Caroline is here. Damn. Wasn't interrupting my date night with Luca enough? Now she's here to wreak havoc on my meeting? Her heels click against the marble floor, deliberate and slow. She isn't rushing. She wants to be seen. I clench my jaw, fingers tightening slightly against the stem of my water glass. Not now. My client raises a brow. Something wrong? Everything. I force a smooth smile, dismissive. Nothing that concerns you? But Caroline is already here, settling into the seat beside me like she belongs at this table. My client eyes her, mildly amused but also confused. He should be. She doesn't belong here. She doesn't belong in my world. Caroline, I say, voice edged. You're interrupting something important. She tilts her head, feigning innocence. Oh, I thought I was the important matter. My patience is wearing thin. I glance at my client, already knowing this meeting is as good as ruined. I offer him an apologetic look. We'll continue this later. He reads the situation for what it is and doesn't argue, simply finishing his drink before standing, adjusting his suit. A silent understanding. Caroline waits until he's out of earshot before turning her attention fully to me. We need to talk. We already did. Not enough. My fingers curl slightly against my lap. You're persistent. I'll give you that. She laughs, leaning back, studying me with that infuriating smirk. You should leave him. I blink once. Excuse me? Luca, she says, almost lazily, twirling a loose strand of hair around her finger. Let him go. Stop this ridiculous performance. You and I both know he's not yours. My breath steadies, but beneath the surface my temper boils. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. That's bold, even for you. She shrugs. It's not bold. It's the truth. I slowly sip my drink, letting the cold water cool my irritation, before setting the glass down with deliberate ease. And what exactly do you think I should do, Caroline? Step aside and let you waltz back into his life after all these years? She smiles. It's not warm. It's not kind. That's exactly what I think. My pulse throbs at my temples. You had years, I say evenly. Years to show up. Years to be a mother. Years to be something other than a shadow in his past. Her expression doesn't shift, but her fingers tighten slightly over her clutch. And yet here you are now, I continue, voice sharper now. Suddenly concerned, suddenly desperate. A flicker, a crack, a hesitation. It's brief, but it's there. She takes a slow breath, as if resetting herself, before letting out a quiet laugh. It wasn't the right time then. My fingers dig into my palm beneath the table. Liar. Her lips press together briefly before she tilts her head, watching me, waiting for me to lash out more. I don't give her the satisfaction. Why now? I demand. Why after all this time? Her jaw tightens, but her voice remains controlled. Because our child is growing up, he needs a father. And no matter how much Luca wants to deny it, that changes things. The words hit exactly where she wants them to. Because she's right. Not about the child being his, I still don't believe it, but about the complication, the liability, the mess. The issue isn't just the child. It's who gets to decide what happens to them. It's control. And I'm not going to lose that. I release a breath, shaking my head. You can say whatever you want, but Luca and I aren't real, she interrupts smoothly. I grip my teeth. Damn it all. Why does she sound so sure? Does she know? My mind whirs, calculating plans on what to do next. She smiles, pleased at the reaction she's dragging out of me. Oh, Zahara, she muses, resting her chin on her hand, voice mocking. You're playing house, but let's not pretend it's anything more than that. I should walk away. I should end this conversation here, but I don't, because she leans in, voice lower now, darker. You can be as ruthless as you want, but at the end of the day, Luca has a family. And that child? She pauses, letting the words sink in. That child comes first. Something tightens in my chest. A cold, creeping frustration that I can't answer. What do you want, Caroline? She smirks. A family day. I stare at her. A what? She taps a manicured nail against the table. You heard me. Luca, me, and the child. A real family outing. And you're not invited. I laugh. This time, there's no restraint in it. You're serious? She lifts a brow. Dead serious. I shake my head. That's not happening. Then I'll make sure Luca regrets it. The words hit like a blade, slicing through whatever patience I had left. She leans back, finishing the rest of her drink, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. She thinks she's won. Maybe she has. Because what choice do I have? Refuse. And she becomes more dangerous. Accept. And I give her exactly what she wants. She stands, brushing non-existent dust from her dress before looking down at me with thinly veiled amusement. See you soon, Zahara. She leaves. I hate that. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 26. Luca. The cafe is small, tucked into a quiet corner of the city, but it feels suffocating. I sit across from the boy. Sam. He's small, too small. 4 years old, his legs barely reach the edge of the chair, his hands folded neatly on the table like someone told him to be on his best behavior. His eyes flick up at me, big and uncertain, but hopeful. That part, the hope, is what guts me. He's waiting for something. For me. Caroline's voice filters in from beside me. Too sweet, too performative. Sam, this is Luca. I glance at her, my jaw tightening at how casual she makes this. Like this is normal. Like it isn't a goddamn disaster. Sam's lips part like he wants to say something. Then he stops. Scared to get it wrong. He looks up at me with so much hesitation, and I realize something that makes my stomach twist. I see myself in him. The fear, the waiting, the uncertainty. I was him once. I hate that I understand. I clear my throat. Hey, kid. He flinches just slightly at my voice, but nods, gripping the hem of his sleeve. His little fingers curl so tightly like he's afraid if he lets go, the whole world will slip through his hands. I don't do kids. I don't do family days. Yet here I am. The amusement park is loud, filled with the sticky sweet smell of cotton candy and the sharp, metallic scent of fried food. Laughter and the occasional burst of screams from roller coasters echo all around us. I should be anywhere else. Sam clutches my hand tightly, too tightly, his small fingers gripping like I'm his lifeline. Caroline keeps playing it up, laughing too loudly, touching my arm more than necessary, her voice dripping in manufactured charm. Luca, let's take a photo over there. Luca, hold my drink. Hats. Luca, doesn't this feel like old times? It does not. I grip my teeth, my patience hanging by a thread. The press has already picked up on this. Flashes go off every few minutes, and I swear, Caroline poses every time. She's enjoying this, not the child, not the moment, but the performance. That's what makes me sick. Sam tries to be happy. He looks at the bright lights, at the rides, at the other kids laughing with their parents. But he's nervous. He watches Caroline like he's waiting for something, or maybe like he's learned not to expect much from her. I hate that I notice. Caroline grips my arm, leaning in, her perfume too strong, too artificial. I miss this, you know? I inhale slowly, keeping my voice steady. You miss what? Her lips curve. Us! There is no us. There never was. I pull back slightly and she huffs, brushing it off like it doesn't matter. Like she hasn't been trying to insert herself back into my life since the moment she walked back in. Sam tugs at her sleeve. Mom, can we... She doesn't hear him. Or she doesn't care. She's too busy watching me. Sam tugs again. A little harder. A little more desperate. Mom? Still nothing. He steps off the curb, right into the path of a moving ride cart. My chest locks up. I move without thinking. I grab him, yanking him back just as the ride operator slams the brakes, the metal cart skidding to a stop just inches away. Sam's breathing is fast, his little fingers digging into my sleeve, his face buried in my chest. And Caroline? She's fixing her hair. I stare at her, disbelief curdling into something colder. She doesn't even look shaken. She doesn't even glance at him. Instead, she looks at the people staring, at the press still snapping pictures. She smiles. Like this is just another headline. I feel my grip tighten on Sam, protective in a way I never expected. We're leaving. Caroline blinks, caught off guard. What? But we're done here. I don't wait for her to argue. I scoop Sam into my arms and walk. The boy finally stops shaking. I don't speak on the way home. The ride is silent, tension curling around me like barbed wire. I drop Sam off with the nanny Caroline hired, the same one who's probably raised him more than she ever has. Then I go home. I step inside, the door clicking shut behind me. My body feels weighed down, exhaustion threading through my muscles. But before I can process any of it, Zahara is there. She sits at the counter, calm, composed. A newspaper is spread out in front of her. She doesn't look at me. Instead, she taps a manicured nail against the headline. Luca reunites with his family. For the child's sake. I exhale slowly, rubbing my face. It's not what it looks like. Her voice is smooth, deceptively neutral. Isn't it? I step forward, pressing my hands against the counter. Caroline is playing the media. I know. That throws me. I study her looking for something. Anger, jealousy, frustration. She slides the newspaper toward me, her fingers barely grazing mine. This isn't working in our favor, Luca. There's no emotion in the words. But the way she says my name, quiet, slow, almost like a warning, unsettles me. She leans in slightly, her voice dropping into something silkier. So tell me, Luca, how do we fix this? She isn't asking. She's challenging me. I'm royally screwed up.
Chapter 27. Zahara. The office hums with silence, the kind that lingers long after everyone else has gone home. The city sprawls beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, neon signs flickering in the distance, a stark contrast to the sterile order inside these walls. Here everything is controlled, methodical, just how I like it, except for tonight. Tonight I have a distraction. Gabriel leans back in his chair, his tie loosened. The sleeves of his crisp button-down rolled up just enough to feign effort. He's studying the contract in front of him, with that lazy confidence of his, pen tapping against the paper as if this were just another routine meeting. But it isn't. We shouldn't even still be here. You're getting tired, he says without looking up, his voice smooth, conversational. He jots something in the margins of the document, the scratch of ink loud in the quiet. I could take over from here. I arch a brow, flipping the page of my own contract with the deliberate ease. You planning to run my business for me now? He smirks, setting his pen down. Not yet. His tone is light, but there's something underneath it. Something I don't have the patience to entertain. I keep my focus on the files in front of me, ignoring the way he watches me. I feel it before I even look up, the way his gaze lingers too long. The way his fingers drum absently against the desk, a slow, deliberate rhythm. Waiting, calculating. I know this game. I don't have the luxury to play it. You should go, I say, my voice flat, controlled. We're done for the night. But Gabriel doesn't move. Instead, he stretches out in his chair like he has all the time in the world, exuding that familiar air of amusement, as if he finds my impatience amusing. Like he enjoys pushing me just to see if I'll push back. What's the rush? He tilts his head slightly, studying me. I don't look at him. It's late. So? He leans forward, elbows resting on his knees. eyes flickering with something unreadable. You've pulled all-nighters before. What's different now? Luca. That's what's different. Gabriel knows it. He's baiting me, dangling the implication between us, waiting for me to react. I don't. Instead, I gather my things, flipping the last page of the contract closed. I have things to do. I move past him. The lights flicker. For a moment, the entire office plunges into darkness. I stop, my breath halting for just a second. The only glow left is the neon skyline, the faintest blue light spilling in through the windows. My hand clenches around the folder I'm holding. What the hell? A sharp, metallic click. I turn just as the door swings shut. The lock turns. A deliberate sound. A slow, final click. Gabriel exhales a slow breath, the kind that's meant to be amused. Well, that's unfortunate. My pulse ticks. I take a step forward, reaching for the handle, testing it. It doesn't budge. Locked. My stomach tightens. Slowly, I reach for my phone, only to realize it's still on my desk. Outside. Damn it! Gabriel watches me, arms crossed now, relaxed. Too relaxed. Like he's waiting. I press my fingers against the door handle again, testing it harder, pushing against it. Still nothing. Gabriel hums. Locked doors don't usually bother you. I narrow my eyes. Did you do this? His smirk is slow, too slow. He doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. The knot of unease tightens in my chest. I don't get trapped. I don't allow myself to be in a situation I can't control. Yet, here I am. Gabriel leans against the filing cabinet, watching me, assessing, waiting. Relax, Zahara, he says, voice smooth, like he's humoring me. You and I used to spend late nights together all the time. That was business, I bite out. His expression darkens just slightly. Not to me. The words land too heavily. A cold, sinking weight. I stiffen. Gabriel steps closer, and suddenly the room feels smaller. I used to think this was temporary. He says, voice lower now, that you'd come to your senses. I clench my fists. This is not a conversation we're having. But he doesn't stop. Tell me, Zahara. He tilts his head as if he's genuinely curious. If things had gone as planned, they didn't. They should have. There's something dangerous in his gaze now. I reach for the door handle again, this time shaking it harder. You need to step back. Gabriel doesn't move. Instead, he lifts a hand. Not touching me, but close. Too close. I should be the one standing beside you, he murmurs. Not him. The air in the room shifts. The truth slithers in between us like something rotten. I realize too late. This was never about business. Not for him. His fingers hover near my arm. Too close. I'm already bracing to shove him away, already preparing to end this. The door slams open.
Chapter 28. Luca. The drive to Zahara's office is a blur, a mess of sharp turns, green lights ignored, and my pulse pounding louder than the engine. I don't know why I feel this way. I shouldn't. She told me she was working late with Gabriel, that she'd be handling business, that she didn't need me waiting up. It was fine. But when I called her phone, expecting some tired, slightly exasperated response about how she'd be home soon, it rang and rang, untouched, unanswered. That's when something inside me twisted. I tried telling myself it was nothing, that she was just too caught up in work to notice. But the feeling didn't go away, so I got in the car. Now, as I step into the darkened office building, that same feeling slams into me harder. The place is nearly deserted, security lighter than usual this late at night. Her assistant's desk is empty. Most of the halls are dim, but down the corridor, Faint light spills from under the door of one of the conference rooms. I hear voices, low, tense. One of them is Zahara's. The other, Gabriel. My muscles coil before I even process it. The handle won't turn. It's locked. My stomach drops. What the hell is going on in there? I don't think. I act. The door gives under the force of my shoulder, the wood splintering as it flies open. Gabriel jerks back, his posture tense, as if I just caught him in the middle of something. Zahara whips toward me, her expression flickering through relief, shock, then something sharper. "What the hell?" Gabriel starts. I don't hear the rest. I'm already moving. My fists clench as I take a step toward him, body coiled tight with something I can't control. Gabriel doesn't back down. He straightens, brushing non-existent dust off his sleeve. Like I didn't just shoulder the door in. Like he's unbothered. That smugness only fuels the rage curdling in my chest. "That was unnecessary," he drawls, smoothing out his tie. I don't respond. My focus is on Zahara. She's tense, standing near the doorframe, her shoulders drawn tight, her breath just a little too controlled. That's what tells me everything. She wasn't fine. I shift my gaze back to Gabriel. "You locked the door." He smirks. "A coincidence." Liar. Before I can take another step, Zahara beats me to it. She moves between us, pressing a hand against my chest. A warning. "Luca, let's go." I don't move. Because I need to hit him. I need him to feel the exact amount of fury burning in my veins right now. But her hand is still there, still pressing. Her fingers curled slightly against the fabric of my shirt, like she knows I'm about to snap. So I do the only thing I can. I lean in, keeping my voice low, steady and lethal. "You try something like this again," I murmur, "and I promise you won't be able to walk away from it." Gabriel's smirk never fully fades, but I see the flicker in his eyes. Hesitation. He knows how crazy I can get. It's enough. I turn, gripping Zahara's wrist, pulling her with me. She doesn't resist, but just before we step out of the office, she stops, turns back, and narrows her gaze at Gabriel. "You tampered with the lock," she says. A statement, not a question. His smirk finally fades. He shrugs like it's nothing, like it's not the sickest betrayal. She stares at him, hard, unforgiving. "You think you can just do what you want with me?" she says, voice dangerously low. Gabriel exhales sharply, stepping forward just slightly. "I'm supposed to marry you," he says, more forceful now. The words crashes through the room. The air shifts and Zahara freezes. I do too. I hear what he's really saying. I should have been together with her, husband and wife, not me, the black sheep brother. He wanted her for real. I see the truth now. Gabriel's gaze flickers between us, his jaw tightening. He scoffs after a moment, shaking his head. "You'll regret this, Zahara." She stares him down. "No, Gabriel, I won't." That's when I pull her out of there for good.
Chapter 29. Zahara. The penthouse is too quiet when we arrive. The kind of silence that feels thick, alive, pressing against the walls, like it's waiting for something to break it. I toe off my heels, setting them aside with more force than necessary. My hands already reach for the decanter on the counter. The familiar clink of glass against wood is the only sound as I pour a drink, my fingers steady despite the storm still whipping inside me. Gabriel, the locked door, the way he looked at me like he still had a claim, like Luca wasn't part of the equation, like I was something he had been waiting for, something taken from him. He was wrong, but it still lingers. I lift the glass to my lips, only halfway through the first sip when I feel him. Luca. He's leaning against the wall just a few feet away. His posture loose, but his eyes, anything but. He's been watching me. "So," he finally says, voice rough, weighted. "Gabriel," I scoff under my breath, putting the glass down with an unnecessary click. "Don't start." His stare doesn't waver. I'm not starting. I'm just wondering. I arch a brow. Wondering what exactly? He rubs a hand down his face, then exhales, pushing off the wall. "Why you let him get that close?" I stiffen. The accusation burns. "You think I let that happen?" My voice is calm. Deceptively calm. Luca's jaw tightens. "You didn't stop him fast enough." That does it. My pulse ticks. I cross the space between us before I can think better of it, my wine glass forgotten. "Don't you dare," I murmur sharp and low. "Don't you stand there and act like this was my fault. Also, what is it to you?" His eyes flicker, not with doubt but something worse. Possession. Jealousy. Like just the idea of Gabriel touching me makes something vicious curl inside him. "I don't like him around you." His voice isn't controlled anymore. It's rough, raw. A slow, mirthless laugh tumbles from my lips. "You don't get to control me." Luca drags a hand through his hair. Frustration simmering beneath his skin. "That's not what this is." "Then what is it?" I demand. The words hang between us, long enough for me to watch his restraint crack. His fingers flex at his sides. His lips part, then close. He meets my gaze, and tonight, he doesn't hide from it. "I don't like how he looks at you." It's barely a confession, but it's honest, and I hate the way it lands. I swallow, something shifting in my chest, something I don't want to examine. So I turn away, grab my drink and sip slowly, let the warmth burn down my throat. When I finally glance back at him, I change the subject. Or maybe bring up what we've always avoided. "Why did we kiss at the masquerade ball?" I ask out of the blue. Even I am surprised by it. Damn it. This is a topic I never wanted to examine. It will be too much of a lie if I deny that I'm attracted to the black sheep from the very beginning. Luca freezes. I see the moment his entire body locks down, the moment the memory shoves between us like a third presence in the room. He tilts his head slightly. "You tell me," I scoff, swirling the liquid in my glass. Deflect. "It was the atmosphere." Luca calls the bluff immediately. "That's a damn lie." I inhale through my nose. He doesn't let me look away, doesn't let me escape the truth hanging between us. He finally admits it. "I wanted to kiss you." His voice is steady, too steady. "I was attracted to you, still am." The words land too hard, too deep. I don't react, or at least I try not to. I take another slow sip of wine, hiding the way my fingers grip the stem. I don't say a word, neither does he. But the silence is different now. Tighter, louder. He frowns, seemingly not comfortable with the atmosphere between us. Mercifully, he breaks it. He opens up saying, "I see myself in him." It takes me a second to follow. "The kid," Luca replies, staring at me. "Sam." I pause. "How?" Luca sits on the couch, hands clasped between his knees, looking down at the ground like the answer is somewhere there. He tells me about his childhood, about being the unwanted child, about how his own father treated him like an obligation, not a son, how every glance, every word, every lack of affection sharpened into something he learned to carry, how he sees that same quiet longing in Sam's eyes, the hope, the ache, the way the boy is waiting to be wanted. I stay quiet, listening, watching him admit things he never says out loud, the way his voice roughens slightly when he talks about it, the way his hand clenches briefly before he forces himself to loosen it. Somewhere in between it all, I realize this is the first time he's really let me see him. Not Luca the businessman, not Luca the controlled, unshakable force. Just Luca. And that does something to me. I shift, setting my wine down. Then I say it. The one thing I know he doesn't believe. You're not your father, Luca. He doesn't respond right away, just exhales. He glances at me, eyes shadowed, calculating. Maybe, just maybe, relieved. A beat passes, then another. And then, in a quiet, almost amused murmur, he says, "Your turn." I shake my head, smiling to myself. But I don't fight it. I tell him about my struggles, how I always had to prove myself, how no one ever took me seriously, how, even now, even with all my power, all my success, there's always someone waiting for me to fail. How being with him was the only way I could finally win. Luca listens, really listens. And when I least expect it, he reaches for the bottle, lifts it slightly in the air, giving me a look that's equal parts exhaustion and truce. "We're going to need more wine." I smile, tilting my empty glass toward him. "Obviously." He pours. Suddenly, there's a bridge between us. It doesn't feel like a business arrangement. It feels like something else.
Chapter 30. Luca. The tension from the night lingers as I step into my office, rubbing a hand over my jaw. The conversation with Zahara replays in my head, her voice and mind full of understanding. It's a different concept, comfortable but also not. I had to leave for a bit to clear my head, because our talk brought up memories and feelings toward her I've been trying to ignore. I should still be home, letting the night die down, letting us both breathe. Suddenly, my phone vibrates against the desk, an unknown number flashing across the screen. I hesitate before answering. A distorted voice hums through the speaker. "You were never supposed to marry her." My spine locks. Someone orchestrated the marriage. I have proof. The line crackles, my grip tightening on the phone. Who the hell is this? Someone who knows the truth. The voice is smooth, deliberate. "You've been looking in the wrong places, Luca. The real enemy isn't around you. It's behind the contract that put you there." Something cold unfurls inside me. "Meet me tonight. Come alone, no security." The voice gives an address, an abandoned shipping yard near the docks. "If you want answers, come before midnight." A name slips through the static. A familiar one, dangerous, impossible to ignore before the call drops. I stand there, gripping the phone, my pulse kicking hard. This could be a trap. But if there's even a chance they're telling the truth, I can't ignore it. I pull up to the location just shy of midnight, the city a distant hum beyond the empty streets. The lot is vast, mostly deserted, rusted, cargo containers stacked high, casting deep, unforgiving shadows. A single floodlight flickers overhead, barely illuminating the stretch of cracked pavement. I step out of the car, scanning the area, hand hovering near the gun holstered beneath my jacket. Silence. Too much of it. A figure stands near the entrance of a small storage unit, hood pulled low, their stance tense. As I take a step forward, the metallic scent of blood thickens in the air. Then I see it. The man I came to meet, already dead. A bullet lodged in the center of his skull, blood pooling beneath him, the crimson soaking into the cracks of the pavement. My jaw tightens as I take in the scene. The gun placed near his hand, too neat, too staged. This wasn't a deal gone wrong. This was a setup. Before I can process my next move, a sharp flash explodes in my periphery. A camera. Someone's taking pictures. I whip around, but whoever it is disappears behind the stacked containers before I can reach them. My stomach turns. A car engine rumbles in the distance, the unmistakable wail of sirens. Someone called the cops. Someone wanted me here. I don't have time to think. I move. I duck behind the nearest container, pressing my back against the rusted steel as the sirens grow louder. Tires screech against pavement as cop cars flood the entrance, red and blue lights slicing through the night. I scan for an escape route, every muscle coiled. If they find me here, standing over a fresh corpse, there won't be a trial. There won't be questions. This is bigger than an attack on my reputation. Someone is dismantling me, completely. I move fast, weaving through the maze of containers, keeping low as I cut through the shadows. The distant voices of officers bark commands, boots pounding against the pavement. I grit my teeth, slipping through an opening in the chain-link fence at the boundary of the lot. The metal bites into my palms as I haul myself over, landing hard on the other side. A few more turns, a sprint down an alley, and I find my car where I left it. I slide behind the wheel, hands steady despite the chaos raging inside me. The headlines are probably already writing themselves. Luca D'Angelo found at crime scene. Murder suspect. I hit the gas, merging onto the empty road, my mind already racing ahead. Someone wanted me here. Someone wanted this to unfold exactly like this. The real question is, who? How much worse is this going to get?
Chapter 31. Zahara. The air in my office is too still, the kind of silence that presses against my temples, feeding the migraine threatening to take root. I haven't been able to contact Luca since last night. What's going on about these freaking murder headlines? There are also reports stacked high on my desk, the emails never ending, each one worse than the last. My assistant stands beside me, voice tight as she reads off the latest crisis. Ellis Tech is officially under investigation, she says, carefully measured. The government is looking into claims that your AI projects are engaging in unethical data collection and security risks. A sharp cold wave rolls through me. I place my pen down slowly. Unethical? The reports claim that your technology is invasive, that it could be weaponized. Some sources are calling it a privacy nightmare. The media is eating it up. Investors are pulling out. The world seemed to close in slightly, but I don't let it show. This is deliberate. Someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, feeding the media, shaking my foundation piece by piece. I inhale, steadying myself. Who leaked this? My assistant hesitates. I already know what that means. There's no trace of where it came from, she says, confirming my suspicion. But it's spreading fast. Of course it is. This isn't just bad press. This is sabotage. I lift my phone, dialing my legal team, my PR team, everyone. That's when the screen lights up with a different notification. A headline. Caroline Grant speaks out, I've always feared him. My stomach knots. I tap the link and there she is. Caroline. Her blonde hair is styled perfectly for the camera. Soft curls cascading down, her makeup flawless but not too flawless, just enough to make her seem vulnerable. The interview plays, her voice shaking. Luca has always had a temper, she says, blinking dramatically. I feared for my son's life, and now he's at the center of a murder investigation. She exhales, looking pained. Tell me, what kind of man is he? I clench my teeth so hard my jaw aches. She's good, I'll give her that. The public will eat this up. The murder allegations were already a problem. Now, Caroline is twisting it, turning Luca into a villain, making it seem like she's been running from a dangerous man all this time. The timing is too perfect. Ellis Tech. The murder allegations. Now this? Someone is orchestrating this downfall, and Caroline is just another tool in their game. I shove my phone away, gripping the corner of my desk. There's too much happening at once. I don't know how to fix it. The knock is soft, hesitant. Interruptions are not welcome, but my assistant peeks inside, looking uncertain. There's a woman here, she says. She says it's urgent. Not now, I snap. She won't leave. I sigh, pushing back from my desk. Who is she? She's a daycare teacher. That makes me pause. I frown, glancing at the door. What? She says it's about Sam. The name lands like a rock in my chest. Caroline's son. Luca's son per her claims. A headache pulses behind my eyes, but I nod. Send her in. The woman steps inside cautiously, hands wringing in front of her. She looks exhausted, her eyes tired, her face drawn with concern. Mrs. D'Angelo, she says. Please, I don't know who else to turn to. I straighten. You should be talking to Luca. Her lips pressed together. He can't help right now, right? He's dealing with too much, and I've already tried going to social services, but nothing's happening. I narrow my eyes. What are you talking about? She exhales, stepping closer. It's about Sam. I don't speak. She grips the back of the chair in front of her, knuckles white. Caroline is mistreating him. The words hit me harder than they should. I stiffen. She screams at him. The woman continues, voice low. She neglects him. The child is terrified of her. She hurts him. There are hidden bruises. A cold, unfamiliar sensation creeps into my chest. She leaves him alone for hours, she whispers. Sometimes, overnight. My fingers tighten around the armrest of my chair. I already knew Caroline was manipulative, selfish, but this? He barely speaks, the teacher adds. He flinches when she raises her voice. He panics when he gets something wrong. I exhale, steadying myself. How long has this been going on? I ask, my voice controlled. Didn't you hear the rumors about Luca? For as long as I've known him. Also, anything is better than Caroline for the kid, she admits. I've been documenting the abuse, sending reports, trying everything, but Caroline has too much influence. No one is doing anything. I feel sick. I'm afraid for him, she whispers. And now, with Luca under investigation, I knew you were my only option. I shake my head, my heart hammering. I don't. You're his stepmother. She grips the chair tighter. You're the only one who can do something. I swallow hard, my mind racing. This isn't my problem, except it is. If this is true, if Sam really is suffering under Caroline, how the hell am I supposed to ignore it?
Chapter 32. Luca. The walls of the safe house feel smaller than they did this morning, pressing in around me with each passing second. The space is functional, bare even. A worn leather couch, a desk littered with burner phones and half-drunk cups of coffee. A single overhead light casting sharp angles across the floor. It smells of old wood and stale air, a stark contrast to the chaos unraveling outside these walls. My world is burning. I scrub my palm on my face, exhaling through my nose as Enzo stands across from me, arms crossed, his expression locked between frustration and barely contained tension. He slides a folder across the desk, the paper inside crisp, damning. "The victim," Enzo says, voice even but weighted. "His name was Marco Bellini, former associate of your father's. He was on the outskirts of the business for years, running low-tier financial schemes until something made him valuable enough to kill." I flip through the pages, my pulse slow but heavy. The crime scene photos are strategically grainy, the kind that leaves enough ambiguity to let the media craft whatever story they want. And they want a story, they always do. And this? I flick a photograph of Marco's corpse toward him. What's the angle here? That I suddenly decided to start cleaning up old business? Enzo doesn't answer right away. Instead, he leans over the desk, knuckles pressing into the wood. His jaw tightens. Someone wanted you there, Luca. The photos were leaked before the body was even cold. That means whoever did this, they planned for you to be the prime suspect before the trigger was even pulled. The pressure in my skull sharpens. This isn't just a power play. This is a complete dismantling. A move designed to rip my name from the world and leave nothing behind but an echo of disgrace. And it's working. Enzo continues, his voice like steel. The leak came from an account buried under layers of corporate entities. No direct ties to anyone, but it's someone powerful enough to move pieces before you even knew they were on the board. I push back from the desk, the chair scraping against the floor. My muscles coiled tight with an energy that has nowhere to go. Where is she? I ask, reaching for my phone. Enzo exhales sharply. Zahara? No, the Pope. Enzo's jaw ticks, but he doesn't push back. She's not answering your calls. I pause mid-dial, my thumb hovering over the call button. The silence stretches. Zahara is avoiding me. I should have expected it. The scandals, the relentless attacks, the fact that everything we've done to protect this marriage as a business transaction is crumbling under a narrative neither of us can control. But the weight in my chest isn't just about the media. Something feels off. I hit dial. The call rings once, twice, then goes straight to voicemail. I lower the phone, turning it over in my palm, considering my next move. Then I see it. A burner phone sitting on the desk. It wasn't here earlier. A slow, controlled breath filters through my lungs as I pick it up, flipping it open. There's only one number in the call log. The screen flickers. It rings. A voice hums through the speaker. Distorted. Mechanical. This is the price of your family's sins, Luca! The grip on my phone tightens. The temperature in the room drops. The voice continues, slow and deliberate. You think you can outrun this, but you're already dead. You just don't know it yet. The line goes dead before I can respond. Silence floods back in, thick, unforgiving. I stare at the phone in my hand, the faint imprint of fingerprints smudged against the black plastic. Not mine. Whoever left it here, whoever made that call, they were close enough to touch me. My breath comes measured, controlled, but something sharp and primal stirs beneath it. This isn't about the murder. This isn't even about ruining me. This is personal. I toss the burner onto the desk and meet Enzo's gaze. He's already watching me, his jaw set, waiting for the call. We're not waiting anymore, I say, voice quiet but final. Find out who left that phone. Trace every goddamn account tied to Devereaux's operations. I don't care what it takes. Enzo nods once, pulling out his own phone, already making calls. I pick up my car keys, feeling the familiar edge of control slip back into place. Zahara's ignoring me? Fine. But I'm done playing defense. I need to find out who's pulling the strings exactly, before they cut them completely.
Chapter 33. Zahara. The conference room feels colder than usual, the floor-to-ceiling windows casting long streaks of afternoon light across the sleek table. Outside, the city hums, oblivious to the fact that my empire is crumbling beneath my fingertips. I don't sit. Sitting is for people who have control. And right now, that's the last thing I have. Across from me, my head legal counsel, Daniel, flips through a thick file, his jaw tight as he reads the latest reports. His expression tells me everything before he even opens his mouth. It's bad, he says finally, shutting the folder with a soft but final thud. The federal investigation into Ellis Tech isn't slowing down. They're now questioning past acquisitions, looking for any discrepancies in how your AI programs were funded. I pinch the bridge of my nose, inhaling slowly. And the investors? Daniel exchanges a look with my CFO before exhaling. 5 major ones pulled out this morning. 3 more are on the fence. I don't let my face betray the impact of that statement. If they leave, we're finished. Ellis Tech is bleeding out, my CFO adds grimly. And if we don't control the narrative, we won't survive the month. The words settle over the room like a death sentence. This isn't just business sabotage. This is extermination. Everything I built, everything I fought for. It's all being torn apart piece by piece, and no one is slowing down to ask if the accusations are even real. I straighten, smoothing down my blazer as I set my hands on the table. We find a way to fight this, I say firmly. Daniel exhales. We're trying, but whoever is orchestrating this is 3 steps ahead of us. They have influence in places we don't even have access to. His words make something settle deep in my stomach, something dark and unforgiving. I nod once. Then I'll find out who it is. Daniel frowns. Zahara, I said I'll handle it. I don't give them a chance to argue before continuing. How about the investigation on Caroline? Did you get evidence of the abuse on the boy? Daniel replies, I advise you not. I'm not asking for advice. I want answers. I snap coldly. Despite being hit on all sides, I can't possibly ignore this boy, right? Especially if it's tied to Luca. I remember the talk we had last time about him seeing himself in Sam. That's a child, a 4-year-old boy. I close my eyes, pinching my nose bridge. Not yet. Someone's helping her, Daniel explains. It might be connected to the attack on you. Damn, I curse under my breath. Then I grab my coat and walk out, my mind already working through every angle of the game that's being played against me. My phone buzzes. An unknown number. I answer, my voice cool. Who is this? A low chuckle filters through the line. Oh, I think you already know. Mrs. D'Angelo. The bar is dimly lit. A place designed for whispered conversations and backdoor deals. Vincent Devereaux sits at a private booth in the back, a glass of whiskey in his hand, his posture relaxed in a way that feels like mockery. I don't let him see how much I hate that I had to come here. Instead, I slide into the seat across from him, resting my hands on the table with a deliberate ease. You wanted to talk, I say smoothly. So talk. Devereaux tilts his head slightly, studying me like I'm an equation to be solved. Casually, he lifts his drink. You look stressed, Zahara. I don't blink. You look like a man with a death wish. I've heard of this man in the financial circle. He's a man who will go to any lengths to get what he wants. Any involvement with him will be counterproductive, but I have no choice but to come. His mouth curves in amusement. Now, no need for threats. I came here to offer you something. I arch a brow. And what is that? He leans forward slightly, his voice lowering. A way out. I don't react. I don't even let my breathing change. You're losing this fight, he continues. Ellis Tech is being dismantled. Your reputation is crumbling, and your so-called husband, he lets out a soft chuckle, swirling his drink. Well, let's just say Luca won't be around much longer. My fingers curl into my palm beneath the table. I orchestrated everything, Zahara, he says lightly, like we're discussing the weather. Your company's downfall. Luca's marriage to you, it was easy to get you two together. I just poured gasoline on 2 embers. The scandals, the investigations, even the way your investors are walking away one by one. Screw it. Hearing the admission from his mouth like he's not afraid of any consequences making me anxious. What is he planning? I tilt my head, my voice steady. Why? Devereaux smiles, slow and deliberate. Because your company should have been mine. And the D'Angelos, they took everything from me. His fingers tap against his glass, a quiet rhythm. 10 years ago, your husband's family destroyed my father's empire. They ruined my father, me, left us with nothing but debt and disgrace. His gaze sharpens. And now I'm returning the favor. My son died from overdose because he couldn't cope. I exhale slowly. So what? You want revenge? And power, he corrects. I don't just want to destroy the D'Angelos, Zahara. I want Ellis Tech, and I want you out of my way. I had you marry Luca D'Angelo because with Gabriel, it will be harder to take your down. But with a man like the Black Sheep, it was easy. A beat of silence stretches between us. My hand clenches under the table into fists. He's so wrong about that. He messed with the wrong brother. He doesn't know what Luca is capable. Vincent Devereaux doesn't know what I'm capable of. He sits back, his smirk widening, which is why I'm giving you a choice. I say nothing, but my pulse is steady as my mind whirs into action and scenarios. Sell me your company, he says, lifting his glass in a mock toast, or I'll make sure you don't have one left to sell. The word stabs me like a dagger in my heart. He's not bluffing. I can see it in his expression, in the quiet confidence of a man who has been winning for too long. I swallow back the simmering fury building inside me. I can't let him see it. Instead, I force my lips into a slow, amused smile. You assume I'd rather sell than fight? Devereaux shrugs. I assume you'd rather survive? Silence. I lift my drink, taking a slow sip, giving myself time. I set the glass down and stand. I'll think about it. Devereaux watches me, smug. You do that. I turn to leave, my mind racing with contingency plans. My phone buzzes. Another unknown number. I glance at the screen, my stomach tightening. One text, one sentence. Your husband is running out of time.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 34. Luca. 2 freaking days. I've been hiding in this place that reeks of old wood and cold air, the kind of place that was meant to be temporary. But every second I spend here makes it feel smaller, the walls pressing in, the space closing around me like a noose. Enzo stands near the desk, arms crossed, his jaw locked tight. The folder in front of him is thick, another carefully constructed trap that I've stepped into. He slides it toward me. Damn it, more headlines. Talks about my character, people dissecting me with their words and analysis. Some calling me psychopath. There are also reports of D'Angelo companies falling stocks. Photos of a tired Gabriel. I see the real problem. Another set of photos of Zahara, sitting in a bar, across from Vincent Devereaux. My grip tightens around the paper, something sharp cutting through my chest. Watching the picture, something clicks into place. You think it's him? I ask, my hunch eating at me. Yes, but we have no proof. He might just be meeting her for business purposes. Enzo watches me, waiting for my reaction. She didn't tell you, he says. It's not a question. I drop the file onto the desk. No. He exhales. Think she made a deal? The idea makes something ugly coil inside me. I don't want to doubt her. I can't doubt her. But Devereaux is a snake, and Zahara is fighting too many fires at once. She's running out of time. I push back from the desk, my patience slipping. Where is she now? Ellis Tech. I grab my keys. Enzo steps forward, blocking my path. Luca, listen to me. This isn't just about clearing your name anymore. Devereaux isn't playing with you. He's burying you. And Zahara? She's next. I already know that. But there's something Enzo doesn't understand. Devereaux thinks he can manipulate her. He thinks I'm the weak link. He's wrong. I don't wait for Enzo to finish whatever warning he's about to give. I'm already out the door. By the time I reach Ellis Tech under disguise, the building is mostly empty. But Zahara is still here. Her office light spills into the hallway, casting sharp shadows across the glass walls. She's pacing, her phone clenched in her hand, her expression locked in steel. I step inside without knocking. She turns too fast. For a moment, I see something flash across her face. Relief. Just as quickly, she buries it. Her eyes narrow. You shouldn't be here. I close the door behind me, locking it. And you shouldn't be meeting with Vincent Devereaux. Her jaw tightens, but she doesn't flinch. I had no choice. I take a step closer. You always have a choice, Zahara. She exhales sharply, frustration flickering across her face. Luca, everything is falling apart. I needed answers. I hold her gaze, reading between the cracks. And a flicker, a hesitation. Finally, she speaks. He admitted to everything. My stomach locks. Everything? Her voice is sharp. The sabotage, the scandals, the murder setup. He's the one pulling every string. I knew it. But hearing it out loud, knowing that this bastard has been orchestrating every attack, every goddamn move, it does something worse than anger me. It makes me ravenous. For vengeance. For blood. Zahara watches me carefully. He wants Ellis Tech. I grit my teeth. Of course he does. He isn't just out to destroy me. He's gutting her company too, forcing her into a corner. She keeps talking, voice steady but laced with something unreadable. He planned this marriage, Luca. He wanted me married to you because, with Gabriel, I'd be harder to take down. I exhale slowly, steadying myself. She nods, as if she already knows what I'm thinking. He underestimated you. Damn right he did. Zahara takes another breath. And now he's giving me an ultimatum. I tilt my head. What kind of ultimatum? She grips the edge of her desk, knuckles white. Sell him my company, or watch it burn. My pulse turns lethal. I step closer, voice quiet but razor sharp. You're not selling. She doesn't answer immediately, and that kills me. I narrow my eyes. Zahara. She exhales, her jaw tight. I needed time to think. I shake my head, disbelieving. You're actually considering it? Her eyes flash. What choice do I have, Luca? My investors are running, my board is panicking, and the government is crawling up my throat. If I don't sell, there won't be a company left to fight for. Liar. I step in, close enough that she has to look up at me. You don't negotiate with a man like Devereaux. You bury him. She lets out a rough, humorless laugh. And how do you suggest I do that? Come with me. We need to find someone.
Chapter 35. Zahara. The estate looms in front of us, a fortress built of stone and shadows. The tall iron gates, woven with creeping ivy, remain locked, but Luca isn't fazed. He moves with a confidence I rarely see, like muscle memory is guiding him. He knows this place too well. I stay close as he leads me through the side entrance, bypassing security measures with practiced ease. The scent of damp earth and aged wood lingers in the air. A place frozen in time. This was his childhood home, if you could call it that. We slip inside through a rarely used passage, the hallway dark and silent. The interior is colder than I expected, every detail crafted for intimidation rather than comfort. I glance at Luca, but his face is unreadable. "You're sure he's here?" I murmur, my voice barely above a whisper. Luca doesn't answer immediately. His jaw tightens, the flicker of tension in his gaze betraying him. "He's here," he finally says. "He's been waiting." He's right. At the end of the corridor, a door creaks open, light spilling into the dimly lit space. Marcello D'Angelo stands in the threshold, a ghost of his former self. The man before me isn't the ruthless mogul the world remembers, nor the cold-blooded man Luca speaks of. He's older now, thinner, his presence still formidable but worn. His once sharp features have softened with age, though his gaze remains as calculating as ever. His gaze sweeps over me first, appraising, unreadable. Then it lands on Luca. For a long moment, neither of them speaks. Marcello exhales, a sound laced with something too subtle to name. "Didn't think I'd ever have to see you again," Luca says, his voice sharp with barely restrained hostility. Marcello studies him carefully before replying. "And yet, here you are." Tension thrums between them, thick and unrelenting. Luca doesn't move closer, doesn't acknowledge him beyond those words. I stay silent, watching the way their eyes mirror each other, both ruthless, both unwilling to yield. Marcello turns away, stepping into the room. "Come in, we don't have all night." Luca walks in, but I hesitate for half a second before following. The study is grand, but it feels untouched, as if it's been abandoned for years. Dust clings to the edges of the furniture, and the fireplace remains unlit. Marcello lowers himself into a leather armchair, his movements slower than I expect. He gestures toward the chairs across from him. "Sit." Luca ignores the invitation, standing rigid with arms crossed. "You know why we're here?" he says. Marcello meets his gaze evenly. "Yes." "You don't look surprised." "I'm not." A charged silence stretches between them. "You've been watching," Luca accuses. Marcello doesn't deny it. "Your downfall was predictable. You fight like you have nothing to lose. And men like that are always the first to burn." Luca's jaw flexes, his patience wearing thin. "If you're going to give me a lecture, spare yourself the trouble. I need information. Devereaux is dismantling everything, and you know why. You're the reason he's after all of us." Marcello regards him for a bit longer, then shifts his gaze to me. "You married a smart woman," he says, his tone neutral. Luca doesn't react, but I catch the way his fingers twitch slightly, like he wasn't expecting that. Marcello leans back, studying me now. "And yet, you came to me. That means you're desperate." I hold his gaze, refusing to let him rattle me. "Devereaux wants Ellis Tech, my company. He wants the D'Angelos ruined. We need whatever leverage you have before he gets any closer." Marcello nods slightly, then gestures toward a locked cabinet behind his desk. "Luca, the study, third drawer." Luca hesitates, then moves. He disappears into the adjoining room. Marcello speaks again, but this time only to me. "You're different than I expected," he says. I tilt my head slightly. "And what did you expect?" He considers his words before answering. "Someone fragile." I let out a dry laugh. "Then you didn't do your research." His lips curve faintly, but there's no humor in it. "I admit I misjudged you." There's something strange in the way he watches me, something almost resigned. "You're ruthless," he continues, "but you don't use it like a weapon. That's why you're dangerous." I meet his gaze evenly. "And what does that mean to you?" He exhales slowly, looking at the door where Luca disappeared. "My sons are different. Gabriel is calculated, and he holds his emotions so tightly, it's dangerous. Luca, he pauses, his voice turning heavier. Luca fights like the world owes him something, but he's the one who carries a lot. There's an almost imperceptible flicker of regret in his tone. I raised them wrong, he admits. And now all I can do is ask you to take care of Luca. Be his anchor before he does something he will regret forever. The words settle over me, heavier than I expect. Marcello D'Angelo is not a man who asks for things. I don't make promises. Instead, I nod once. Luca doesn't let anyone take care of him. A ghost of a smile flickers across his face. That's why you're the only one who can. Before I can respond, the door to the study swings open. Luca strides back into the room, gripping a folder like it's poison in his hands. His entire body is tense, his breathing controlled but sharp. His gaze locks onto Marcello, voice low and disbelieving. What the hell is this? Marcello doesn't answer immediately. Luca opens the folder, flipping through pages, scanning, then he stops. His eyes darken. His jaw clenches. I step forward, catching the edges of the documents over his shoulder. It's a confidential report, dated 10 years ago. Transactions, names, hidden accounts. Gabriel's name is in there. I barely register the sharp inhale Luca takes before his voice slices through the thick air. You knew? He accuses. Marcello's expression remains unreadable. Yes. Luca's grip on the folder tightens. Why the hell did you hide this? Silence. Marcello finally answers. Because the truth wasn't as clean as it was made to look.
Chapter 36. Luca. The folder in my hands feels heavier than paper has any right to be. Each page I turn sends another wave of heat crawling up my spine, my fingers tightening around the edges as I force myself to read. I don't want to, but I have to. Marcello watches me with that same unreadable expression he's mastered over a lifetime, his presence suffocating in its silence. Zahara lingers just beside me. I can sense her, but not close enough to touch. I don't know if it's intentional, but right now, I can't focus on her. Not when the past is clawing its way into my head, tearing through every assumption I had about my family. The documents detail every move that led to the destruction of Devereaux's empire 10 years ago. Bank transactions, off-the-record meetings, strategic leaks. It wasn't just a business takeover. It was annihilation. Gabriel's name is all over it. The golden child. The perfect son. The one who did everything right. I force my voice to remain steady. Gabriel was involved in this? Marcello doesn't react. Doesn't even blink. Yes. I inhale slowly, shaking my head. He always said he wasn't part of the old deals. He made it seem like he was clean. He lied, Marcello interjects smoothly, like it's a fact as simple as the sky being blue. You think a man becomes as powerful as Gabriel D'Angelo by keeping his hands clean. He played the game, Luca. He played it better than anyone. The pages blur together as I scan over more numbers, more dates, more names. Some I recognize. Others are buried deep in the kind of financial deception only someone like my father would have the stomach for. I grit my teeth, pressing my thumb against the file until the pressure burns. Devereaux thinks Gabriel was responsible for what happened to his father. Zahara, who's been quiet until now, speaks. No, she says softly, and when I glance at her, her expression is unreadable. He doesn't just think Gabriel was responsible. Her gaze flickers back to the file. He knows. The room goes still. I exhale slowly, my grip tightening on the folder. The weight of it all settles over me, thick and suffocating. This isn't about me. I'm not Devereaux's target. Gabriel is. The bastard is using me to set the stage for his real endgame, tearing Gabriel apart piece by piece, just like our family did to him. I drop the file onto Marcello's desk, pinching my nose bridge. So what now? Marcello leans back, tapping his fingers against the armrest of his chair. That depends. What are you going to do? The question lands heavily between us. I should be asking him that. He's the one who knew about this. He's the one who hid it. But no, of course not. Marcello never does anything unless it benefits him in some way. I push away from the desk, pacing. My mind is running through too many things at once. How Devereaux set me up. How he's been orchestrating this entire thing. How he made me believe I was the one he wanted to destroy. He was never after the black sheep. He was after the heir. Gabriel. You should have told me, I say, my voice quiet but sharp enough to cut through the air. You should have told me everything before it got this far. Marcello sighs, a rare show of something that almost looks like exhaustion. If I had told you the truth back then, would you have believed me? I clench my jaw. I hate that I don't have an answer. Zahara steps forward then, her presence steady in the storm building inside me. We don't have the luxury of time for this, she says, her voice firm, controlled. Devereaux is already winning. He's tearing down the D'Angelos piece by piece, and we're standing here arguing about the past. She's right, but that doesn't stop the fury crawling up my throat. I look back at Marcello. If Gabriel was responsible, why hasn't Devereaux made a move on him yet? Why come for me first? Marcello's lips press together. Because destroying Gabriel outright would be too easy, too obvious. Devereaux is patient. He's making Gabriel suffer, and he's doing it through you. I inhale slowly, trying to steady the pulse hammering in my ears. So what do we do? Zahara asks. Marcello studies me, then speaks. You need to get to Gabriel before Devereaux does. I exhale sharply, running a hand through my hair. Of course. I turn to Zahara. We have to go. She nods without hesitation, already moving toward the door. Marcello calls out just before I leave. Luca! I pause. His gaze is steady, unreadable. Be careful. I hold his stare for a moment longer, then walk away without another word. We slip back through the hallways the same way we came. But something is different now. The responsibility on my shoulders isn't just about survival anymore. It's about stopping Devereaux before he finishes what he started. Stopping Gabriel from falling into the trap he never saw coming. We might never see eye to eye, but we're still brothers and he's not beyond redemption.
Chapter 37. Zahara. The villa is silent, except for the distant crash of waves against the cliffs. The sea stretches endlessly beyond the property, with such a moonlight reflecting off its restless surface. A salt-tinged breeze drifts through the air, slipping past the arched windows and rustling the gauzy white curtains. It's almost peaceful. Almost. Luca moves ahead of me, his steps precise and silent against the stone floor. He knows his way around. Of course, he does. This is Gabriel's home, his brother, his rival, the man who's always been ahead of him. The villa is remote, built on the coastline, where only the elite or the exiled choose to disappear. Gabriel's security is tight, but Luca bypasses it effortlessly, disarming codes, slipping past cameras. He doesn't hesitate, doesn't second guess. I follow closely, my pulse steady despite the storm brewing in my chest. We need to warn Gabriel before Devereaux makes his next move, but the truth is, I'm not ready to face him. Not after learning what he did 10 years ago. Not after realizing he played a role in the downfall that started all of this. I've always seen him as someone in control, someone that thrives in logic, but not ruthless enough to thoroughly eradicate someone. We move through the dimly lit corridor, the air thick with the scent of aged wood and salt. A single lamp glows in the distance, casting elongated shadows along the walls. And then we hear it, footsteps. A door swings open. Gabriel stands in the threshold, and he's already furious. His sharp blue gaze locks onto Luca first, then flicks to me, his expression darkening. You've got to be joking. Luca doesn't stop moving. We need to talk. Gabriel steps fully into the hall, blocking our path. You broke into my house. Do you even understand how reckless that is? His voice is sharp, cutting through the quiet like a blade. Luca exhales sharply, already irritated. Spare me the lecture. Gabriel's eyes narrow. You walked into Devereaux's trap, Luca, and now you're dragging Zahara into it too? Do you even think before you act? Luca's jaw tightens, his hands flexing at his sides. I didn't come here to argue. Then why are you here? Gabriel folds his arms, voice dripping with condescension. To tell me how much danger I'm in? You think I don't already know? I shift slightly, my patience thinning. Then you know Devereaux is coming for you. Gabriel doesn't even blink. Of course he is, but I'm not the idiot running around making it easier for him. Luca lets out a humorless laugh, shaking his head. You really don't understand, do you? He's not just coming for you. He's going to burn everything down, and you're right in the middle of it. Gabriel scoffs. And what? You think you're my savior now? That you, of all people, are going to fix this? Tension crackles between them, old wounds threatening to resurface. The way Gabriel speaks to him, dismisses him, it's infuriating. Luca takes a step closer, his voice lower now, more dangerous. You were part of what happened 10 years ago, Gabriel. You helped destroy him. You really think Devereaux is going to let that slide? Gabriel's jaw tightens, but he doesn't deny it. Instead, his gaze shifts. To me. Something changes in his expression, something I can't quite place. He says the one thing I never expected. You don't have to stay with him, Zahara. My breath catches. Luca stiffens beside me, his entire body locking up. Gabriel's voice lowers, turning smoother. We can fix this, you and I. A slow, deliberate offer, a proposition. For a moment, the words don't fully register. Is he serious? Luca moves before I can, his fist colliding with Gabriel's jaw. The sound is sharp, echoing through the villa. Gabriel stumbles back, catching himself against the wall. He exhales, then lets out a laugh. Soft, almost amused. He wipes the blood from the corner of his lip, his smirk widening. Hit a nerve, did I? Luca doesn't answer. He's breathing hard, his shoulders tense, his hands still clenched into fists. Gabriel's gaze flicks between us, reading something neither of us are saying. He does something even worse. He steps forward, too close, and grabs my wrist. His touch isn't rough, but it's firm, deliberate. Luca's eyes darken, lethal and sharp. Gabriel smirks, and he moves as if to kiss me. I freeze, not out of shock, but out of sheer disbelief. Gabriel wouldn't, but before his lips can even brush mine, Luca rips him away. The second punch is harder. Gabriel stumbles, laughing even as Luca drives him against the wall, fist curled into his collar. What the hell is wrong with you? Luca growls, his voice edged with something deeper, something raw. Gabriel only grins. You tell me, Luca. His tone is maddeningly calm, too knowing. His smirk doesn't fade as he wipes the blood from his split lip. Still not admitting you have feelings for her? Silence. The tension is suffocating. Luca doesn't answer. He just releases Gabriel, stepping back like he's realizing something too dangerous to say out loud. Gabriel watches him, then exhales, shaking his head. You're in love with her, aren't you? I inhale sharply. Luca's entire body tenses. His hands flex at his sides, like he wants to fight, like he doesn't know whether to punch Gabriel again or walk away. Gabriel's smirk fades slightly. I thought about it. He glances at me, then back to Luca. I thought maybe I should try to take her back. He wipes his chin, eyes gleaming. But I was wrong. You need her more than I do. You love her. The words hit hard. I turn to Luca, but he's already walking away, avoiding my gaze. The unspoken answer burns between us. I don't hesitate. I follow him.
Chapter 38. Luca. The air outside the villa is thick with salt, the distant roar of the sea pounding against the cliffs below. A storm is building, the wind sharper, carrying the smell of rain. I welcome the cold against my skin, anything to ground me as I move further from the place I should have never stepped foot in. I should have known coming here would be a mistake. Gabriel was never going to listen. He was never going to take this seriously. And then, the bastard had the nerve to look me in the eye and suggest Zahara leave me. That she had a choice. That she could still be his. Like I was a temporary distraction. Like she hadn't already made a decision. I don't realize how fast I'm walking until I hear her footsteps behind me. "Luca!" Zahara calls, her voice laced with something unreadable. I don't stop. I don't trust myself to. I hear her sigh, frustrated, determined. She quickens her steps, catching up. Would you just wait? The heat of her presence brushes against me before she steps in front, blocking my way. Her chest rises and falls too fast, her eyes searching mine in the dim moonlight, filtering through the heavy clouds. I can't look at her. Not when everything is too raw, too exposed. Not after Gabriel's taunt. Not after the truth he forced between us. She's silent for a moment, waiting for me to say something, to acknowledge what just happened back there. But I don't. I can't. Her lips part slightly, then close, like she's choosing her words carefully. Finally, she exhales. Talk to me. I drag a hand through my hair, forcing myself to take a step back. There's nothing to talk about. A flash of something sharp passes through her gaze. That's crap. I let out a humorless laugh. Is it? Her arms cross, her stance shifting, refusing to let this go. Gabriel said something back there, and you're acting like it didn't just... She cuts herself off, shaking her head before meeting my stare head-on. Is he right? The question is a loaded gun between us. I should lie. I should tell her it doesn't matter, that he was just trying to get inside my head like he always does. But lying would be pointless. She already sees too much. I shift my gaze away, forcing out a slow breath. We don't have time for this. Wrong answer. Her brows lift, disbelief flickering across her face. We don't have time? Her voice is quieter now, but more dangerous. So that's your excuse? I clench my jaw, the muscles in my shoulders coiling with tension. We're in the middle of a war, Zahara. Devereaux is breathing down our necks. Your company is at risk. My entire family is... Don't do that. Her voice sharpens, cutting through mine. Don't act like this is just about strategy. I finally meet her gaze again, and since stepping out of that goddamn villa, I see it. The same thing Gabriel saw, the thing I've been trying to ignore. Her eyes are too intense, too knowing, too goddamn much. I exhale slowly, forcing my voice to stay even. You're always in control, Zahara. Always calculated. Can love even factor into that? The words slip out before I can stop them. I expect her to flinch, to get defensive. But she doesn't. She just watches me. Really watches me. The silence stretches between us, taut, electric. She moves. It's not rushed. It's not hesitant. She steps closer. Close enough that I feel the warmth of her. Close enough that the only thing between us is air and every unspoken word. Her voice lowers, steadier than I expect. You think I don't feel this? My pulse slams against my ribs, but I don't step back. I can't. Her fingers brush against my wrist. barely a touch, but it destroys me. "You think I don't see the way you look at me?" she murmurs, her voice dipping into something softer, something more dangerous. I should stop this. I should walk away. I don't. I hold her gaze and I let myself feel it. The months of tension, the heat, the fights, the way we orbit each other like neither of us can pull away, the way I don't want to. She's too close now. Or maybe I am. Her breath hitches, not because she's surprised, but because she knows. She knows what's about to happen. And then she kisses me. Not tentative, not soft. It's deliberate, like she's claiming something. Like she's done pretending this isn't real. My restraint shatters. I reach for her, dragging her closer. The moment our mouths collide, the world falls away. There's no hesitation, no second guessing, just heat. Just her. Just us. Her hands grip the front of my shirt, pulling me deeper, and I let her. I let myself lose control. I let myself take. Her nails scrape against my skin, and I groan into her mouth, too far gone to stop. Her name slips past my lips between kisses, like a confession I can't take back. She doesn't want me to. I press her against the nearest wall, my fingers tracing the curve of her waist, memorizing the way she feels beneath my hands. She gasps, the sound shooting straight through me, and my grip tightens. If she tells me to stop, I will. If she pulls away, I'll let her go. But she doesn't. Instead, she deepens the kiss, and I'm ruined.
Chapter 39. Zahara. Gabriel's voice crashes through the air like a gunshot. Well, isn't this a surprise? I jolt, breaking away from Luca, my breath still tangled with his. My pulse pounds, not from fear but from the lingering heat of his touch, of his mouth on mine. Luca is rigid beside me, his breathing slow, deliberate, a man forcing himself to rein in control. Gabriel stands at the villa's doorway, arms crossed, an insufferable smirk twisting his lips. The bruising along his jaw has started to darken, but none of that stops him from being the same infuriating bastard he's always been. Didn't mean to interrupt, Gabriel drawls, stepping into the dim glow of the courtyard lights. Though, to be fair, I didn't think you two had time for this kind of distraction. Luca's jaw clenches. He doesn't look at him. He doesn't move. I do. I turn, shoulders squared. Do you ever shut up? Gabriel presses a hand against his chest in mock offense. Come now, Zahara. No need to be cruel. It's not like I just watched my brother paw at my ex. Luca moves before I can stop him. Gabriel does too. They collide. Luca's fist slams into Gabriel's already bruised jaw, sending him staggering back against the villa's stone wall. A breathless laugh escapes him, half pain, half amusement. Gabriel wipes at his lip, glancing down at the blood smeared across his thumb. You're making this a habit, brother. You're making it too easy. Luca's voice is razor sharp, his body coiled with something dangerous. Gabriel's smirk lingers for a second before he exhales, shaking his head. Much as I'd love to let you get all that misplaced aggression out, we actually have bigger problems. He gestures toward the villa. Inside, now. I exchange a glance with Luca. His gaze flickers down to my mouth, to where he kissed me moments ago. Then, just as quickly, he shuts it down. We need a plan, he muttered, stepping past me, walking inside without another word. Right. A plan? Even though my mind is still spinning from the way he kissed me. I follow them into the villa. The room smells like aged leather and expensive whiskey, dimly lit by a single hanging light. The sea crashes against the cliffs in the distance, an ever-present reminder of how isolated we are. Gabriel pours himself a drink, watching us with too much amusement. So let's hear it. What brilliant scheme do you two have? Because I assume you didn't just break into my villa to punch me and make out in my courtyard. Luca leans against the desk, arms crossed. Devereaux's next move is coming. We need to be ahead of it. Gabriel swirls his drink. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Luca's voice is flat, controlled. I surrender. I snap my gaze toward him. What? Gabriel lets out a low whistle. Well, that's unexpected. I find my voice, my nails digging into my palms. That's not happening. Luca doesn't look at me. His expression is unreadable. Devereaux wants me. He wants a public downfall, and if I give him that, we get close enough to destroy him from the inside. Gabriel hums, considering. It's risky. It's necessary. I glare at Luca. And what happens if he just kills you? Luca finally meets my gaze, something unreadable in his eyes. Then you burn him down. The words guts me to my core. It's too dangerous. No, absolutely not. Gabriel taps a finger against his glass, amused. I'm surprised, Zahara. You don't usually look this rattled. Luca's always been reckless, but you think 10 steps ahead. I ignore him. There has to be another way. There isn't, Luca says simply. Gabriel sighs, tossing back his drink before putting away the glass with a soft, deliberate click. Well, before you go playing the sacrificial lamb, there's another issue. I exhale sharply. What now? Gabriel turns to Luca. Caroline? The name alone makes the air turn heavier. Luca stiffens. What about her? I frown, watching Gabriel carefully. What does she have to do with Devereaux? Gabriel doesn't rush his answer. Instead, he moves to his desk, pulling out a slim folder and tossing it onto the surface. Caroline Grant, born Caroline Devereaux. My breath catches. Luca pushes off the desk, grabbing the file, flipping through it too quickly. His face darkens. She's Vincent's cousin, Gabriel supplies, watching the realization sink in. Which means everything she's done, every little scandal she stirred up, it was never just about money or revenge. She was playing her part from the beginning. I shake my head. No. No wonder she came back when she did. No wonder she's been pushing headlines, fanning flames. She's the weak link, Gabriel continues, as if reading my mind. And if you're looking for a way to dismantle Devereaux, she might be the leverage you need. Luca's grip tightens on the file. Where is she? Gabriel smirks. I might have a friend keeping tabs on her and the kid. I'll keep digging on her side. I found some useful information, but I'm not sure if I can use it against her. Luca's brows furrow. Why the kid? Gabriel doesn't answer right away. Then, with a quiet sigh, he rubs his jaw. Just because. Luca stills and asks him again forcefully. Why? Gabriel gives him a pointed look. I don't have time to play babysitter, but I made sure someone is keeping an eye on Sam. Caroline might be a Devereaux, but she's still a goddamn mess. I'll have someone step in if things get worse. I mean, that kid may not be your son, but in the public's eyes, he is a D'Angelo. Luca's fingers twitch against the file. I watch his expression shift, tension bleeding into something more fragile. Relief. It's subtle, but it's there. He doesn't say thank you. Gabriel wouldn't expect it anyway. I reach for Luca's hand, under the table, where no one else can see. Luca tenses at first, but then his fingers slowly tighten around mine. When our gazes meet, something warm, something quiet, passes between us. Gabriel sighs dramatically. Are you two done having a moment? Luca doesn't let go of my hand. Neither do I. Let's finish this, he says. With his conviction, it feels like we might actually win.
Chapter 40. Luca. The villa is silent, save for the distant rush of waves crashing against the cliffs. The night air seeps through the open balcony doors, carrying the briny scent of the sea, but it does nothing to soothe the restless energy gnawing inside me. I lie on the bed, staring at the ceiling, my body still wired from the tension of the day. The plan is set, but everything hinges on a single, dangerous move. My surrender. It's the only way to get close enough to Devereaux, to dismantle him from the inside. But a part of me wonders, will I make it out? Or will tomorrow be the last time I see Zahara? I exhale slowly, rolling onto my side. It's useless trying to sleep when my mind is a battlefield of half-formed thoughts, of strategy and risks, of her. Zahara. Her name alone sends a slow ache through my chest. She kissed me today. And in this entire mess, I let myself take what I wanted. I let myself sink into her, let myself forget that we were standing on the edge of war. Now lying here, all I can think about is how she looked at me, like I was worth saving. I scrub a hand over my face, exhaling sharply. I need to shut this down. This thing between us, it can't mean anything. Not when there's a chance I won't be walking away from this. A knock at my door breaks through my thoughts. I stiffen, expecting Gabriel. Maybe he's here to throw another insult my way to remind me how reckless I'm being. But when I open the door, it's her, Zahara. She stands in the dim hallway, dressed in a silk robe that clings to her in all the wrong ways. Or maybe the right ways. Her hair is loose, falling over one shoulder, her eyes darker than usual, full of something unspoken. I don't move. I don't trust myself to. She tilts her head, studying me like she's making a decision. She pushes me inside. The door clicks shut behind us. And before I can say a single word, she's on me. Her hands find my face, her lips crash into mine, and everything else fades. My back hits the wall, but I barely register it. All I can focus on is the way she fits against me, the way her body presses into mine, like she's memorizing the shape of me. I should stop this. I should. But then she whispers against my mouth, Luca, and I'm lost. I wrap an arm around her waist, dragging her flush against me. She gasps softly, fingers tangling in my hair, as I deepen the kiss, swallowing every breath, every quiet moan she gives me. Her robe slips, exposing the smooth line of her shoulder. I trail my lips down the curve of her neck, tasting the salt of her skin, the lingering trace of whatever perfume she put on before bed. She shudders in my arms. Zahara, I murmur, my voice rough. What are you doing? She pulls back just enough to meet my gaze, her chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. Her next words shatter me. I want to be with you. I inhale sharply. Zahara, I don't care what happens tomorrow, she cuts in. I don't care about anything else except this. Except you. She presses her forehead against mine, voice dropping into something raw, something that cuts me open. If we don't make it out of this, I don't want to waste tonight.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 41. Zahara. The absence of warmth wakes me. I reach across the bed, fingers trailing over cool sheets where Luca should be. For a moment, I lie there, my body heavy with exhaustion, my mind drifting between the haze of sleep and the weight of reality. Last night lingers, his hands on my skin, his mouth tracing promises he never spoke aloud. It should feel like a dream, like something fragile and fleeting, but it doesn't. It feels like a beginning. But beginnings don't exist for people like us. I push back the covers, slipping out of bed. The villa is quiet, save for the distant crash of waves against the cliffs. I move through the dimly lit hallways, following instinct rather than direction. I hear them. Luca and Gabriel, voices low and serious, the kind of conversation where every word is a weapon waiting to be used. I step into the room, and they both glance up. Gabriel raises an eyebrow at my rumpled clothes, his smirk lazy. Finally awake, Sleeping Beauty? Luca shoots him a warning look, but he doesn't deny what Gabriel is implying. He simply crosses the space between us, his palm resting against my jaw for the briefest second before he presses a kiss to my forehead. It's a small thing, a moment Gabriel shouldn't comment on, but of course he does. Gabriel snickers. I'd say get a room, but clearly you already did. My cheeks heat, but I don't rise to the bait. Luca levels a sharp look at him. Focus. Gabriel sighs, shaking his head before turning back to the table. Maps, blueprints, and weapons are spread out before them. Damn, how did Gabriel get all these guns? I don't recognize the others aside from the Glock. Do they know how to use a gun? Damn it. The air is thick with tension, the kind that makes it impossible to pretend like anything is normal. This is happening. Luca is really going to walk into Devereaux's hands. I cross my arms, ignoring the unease curling in my stomach. So the plan is still the same? Gabriel nods. Luca surrenders. We monitor from afar. Once we confirm Devereaux has him, we move in. I'll have my men ready. It sounds simple. It isn't. Luca will be alone in that room with a man who wants to watch him suffer. I should protest again. Should tell him there has to be another way, but there isn't. And Luca? He's already made up his mind. I force my voice to remain steady. And what happens if something goes wrong? Gabriel doesn't answer immediately. Luca does. Then you and Gabriel do whatever it takes to end this. I swallow hard, hating how easily he says it, how ready he is to throw himself into the fire. But there's no time to argue. The final preparations are being made, and soon, Luca will walk into Devereaux's territory. All we can do is wait. We set up at a remote location near the meeting point, a rundown warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The tension is suffocating, pressing against my chest with every passing second. Luca stands in front of me, adjusting the cuff of his jacket, like he's just heading into another business deal. Except this isn't business. This is life or death. I reach out before I can stop myself, my fingers wrapping around his wrist. He stills, his gaze meeting mine, something unreadable flickering in the depths of his dark eyes. Be careful, I murmur. His lips twitch slightly, like I've just said something ridiculous. Always. It's a lie. Luca D'Angelo has never been careful a day in his life. Gabriel steps forward, handing him a tiny earpiece. We'll be listening the whole time. The second anything feels wrong, we pull you out. We need to keep this short, or else the police will get wind you're here. I'm already under surveillance because you're my brother. The accusations against you isn't clear yet. Luca doesn't argue. He just nods, slipping it into place. He walks away. I watch him disappear into the darkness, my stomach twisting into knots. Gabriel shifts beside me, arms crossed. He'll be fine. I don't respond, because I don't believe that, not for a second. The feed crackles in my ear as we listen in. Luca's voice is steady as he steps into Devereaux's office. I'm here. Let's talk. Devereaux chuckles, a sound that sends a shiver down my spine. Luca D'Angelo, willingly walking into the lion's den. Didn't think you were that stupid. I gripped the edge of the table. Negotiation is better than war, Luca says smoothly. Devereaux hums. Oh, I agree. But the thing is, I already knew you were coming. My blood runs cold. Gabriel swears under his breath, already reaching for his gun. I yank the earpiece out, turning to Gabriel. Someone tipped him off. Gabriel's jaw clenches. The operation is compromised. Luca is in that room alone. We just walked straight into a trap.
Chapter 42. Luca. Pain drags me back to consciousness. Damn it, someone bashed my head in when I wasn't looking. Whoever did it sneaked behind me when I was talking to Devereaux. The pain spreads. It's a slow, creeping kind. The kind that starts as a dull throb and then blooms into something sharper as awareness sets in. My wrists ache where the cold metal digs into my skin, chains rattling softly as I shift. The ground beneath my feet is solid concrete, cool against the soles of my shoes. I lift my head and look around. Damn, I'm not in the same place I was before. This is still a warehouse, but smaller. Damn it. A dim light flickers overhead, casting long, stretching shadows across the walls of the warehouse. There's nothing in here except for rusted metal beams, the faint scent of oil and blood lingering in the air, and the chair I'm chained to. Well, this is new. I test the cuffs, jerking my wrists slightly. No give, of course. A door groans open, the sound cutting through the silence like a blade. And then he walks in. Vincent Devereaux, smug as ever. Dressed in an immaculate suit, his tie perfectly knotted, as if this is just another business transaction. His lips curl upward in a slow, satisfied smirk. Well, he drawls, stepping forward, his shoes clicking against the concrete. This is quite the role reversal, isn't it? I stare at him, my pulse steady despite the situation. You went through all this trouble for a conversation? Seems desperate. He chuckles. Oh, Luca. He crouches in front of me, clasping his hands together like we're old friends. You still think you're playing the game? He leans in, his breath warm against my skin as he whispers, You were the game. My jaw locks, but I don't let him see the reaction he wants. His smirk deepens. I have to admit, it was entertaining watching you struggle. Watching you run around trying to solve a puzzle that never had an answer. I keep my expression blank, but my mind is already calculating. He knew. He knew the plan before I even walked in here, which means a mole. Someone close. Someone who had access to every move, every strategy. Someone I trusted. Devereaux exhales, tilting his head slightly. But I have to give credit where credit is due. You made it further than I expected. A shame, really. If you weren't a D'Angelo, I might have actually liked you. The door creaks again. Footsteps. Measured. Confident. And then I see him. Enzo, my right-hand man. Someone I trusted, maybe, more than my own brother. I stare. He doesn't look away. The air in my lungs turns razor sharp. Devereaux straightens, stepping aside like a host introducing an honored guest. Ah, the moment of truth. Enzo moves closer, his expression unreadable. And then he speaks. You thought you were better than me, he says quietly. Better than all of us. My pulse hammers. What the hell are you talking about? Enzo sighs, rubbing his fingers together like he's brushing off dust. You always walked around like you were above it all, Luca. Like you weren't cut from the same cloth as the rest of us. I force myself to think instead of react. So what? You've been working with Devereaux this whole time? A small smirk curves his lips. Not just working with him. Devereaux clasps a hand on Enzo's shoulder, his grin stretching wider. He's my son. The world tilts. No, I stare at Enzo, searching his face for a flicker of hesitation, a trace of regret, anything that proves this isn't real. But it's there. The truth. The weight of it slams into my chest. "You've been playing me from the beginning," I murmur. Enzo shrugs, his expression almost amused. "You were never supposed to make it this far." Memories crash through me at once. Late nights planning, whispered conversations. Every moment I let him in. Every time I trusted him. The way he was always there. Too close. Too involved. My pulse pounds. "Then tell me something," I say, voice low, steady. "The wedding? The contracts? Zahara, how did you pull that off?" Enzo's smirk deepens. Devereaux sighs dramatically. "Oh, Luca, you didn't really think that was just a stroke of bad luck, did you?" I don't speak, because I already know. Enzo cocks his head. "It was simple. All it took was a little encouragement. A few well-placed drinks, a handful of forged documents, and..." He snaps his fingers. "Just like that, you and Zahara were exactly where we needed you." Bile rises in my throat. This whole time, every step, every move, it was them. Devereaux leans in slightly, and the best part? You never saw it coming. Silence stretches. I laugh. It's dark, low and edged with something sharp. Devereaux's smile falters just slightly. I tilt my head, locking eyes with Enzo. "You think you've won?" Enzo's smirk wavers. Devereaux scoffs. "You're chained to a chair, Luca." I grin. Slow and dangerous. "You should have killed me when you had the chance. Because they just made the biggest mistake. They underestimated me."
Chapter 43. Zahara. I can't breathe. The warehouse is empty. No signs of a fight, no overturned furniture, no blood, nothing. Luca was just here. He was just here. Gabriel paces the room, jaw locked tight, his fingers pressed against his temple like he's trying to force his mind to work faster. The dim industrial lights flicker above us, casting sharp shadows across the cold, unforgiving concrete. One of Gabriel's men storms in from outside, panting. There's a tunnel. 2 blocks away is the exit point. My stomach lurches. "They took him," I whisper, my voice brittle. Gabriel's head snaps up. He doesn't waste time demanding details. He just moves. We sprint after the man, our footsteps echoing in the hollow space as we burst into the alley. A rusted metal grate has been shoved open, revealing the tunnel beneath, the perfect escape route. Gabriel crouches, shining a flashlight into the darkness. Damn it, his grip tightens around the metal. They knew we were coming. My hands clench into fists. Of course they knew. This wasn't an ambush. It was a setup. Luca is gone, and it crashes me, the ground under my feet crumbling. I should have been prepared. I should have anticipated this. But we walked right into it. I pull out my phone, trying to steady my hands long enough to dial. Nothing. No messages. No calls. No Luca. The thought of him alone, trapped, surrounded by Devereaux's men, makes something shatter inside me. Gabriel must sense it because he places a firm hand on my shoulder. We'll get him back. His voice is low, calm, controlled in a way that makes my throat tighten. Before I can respond, my phone rings. An unknown number. I answer immediately, gripping the device so tightly my fingers ache. Luca? A sharp inhale, a woman's voice. Caroline, we need to talk. She's whispering, her words rushed. Alone. My spine stiffens. Where are you? Caroline exhales shakily, knowing Luca is not the one who answered. Somewhere safe, but I need to see you. Her voice lowers. Don't bring Gabriel, that devil. I glance at Gabriel. His expression doesn't change, but his eyes darken. He heard. He holds out a hand, silently asking for the phone. I shake my head. I'll handle it. For a second, I expect him to argue. Instead, he nods. I step away, pressing the phone closer to my ear. Where? Caroline gives me an address. A motel on the edge of the city. I don't think. I just go. The motel reeks of damp carpet and cigarettes. The hallway is dimly lit. The walls stained with years of neglect. Room 208. I knock twice. The door cracks open just enough for me to see her. I almost don't recognize her. Caroline is a mess. Her makeup is smeared, bruises bloom along her cheekbone, and there's a split in her lower lip. Her blonde hair is tangled, unkempt, her usual flawless facade shattered, but it's her eyes that unsettle me most. They're wild, frantic, and terrified. She yanks me inside, locking the door behind us. What happened to you? I demand. She laughs, a hollow sound. What do you think? I already know. Devereaux did this, I say. Caroline flinches. Slowly she nods. He promised me money, she murmurs. A new life. I just had to help him take you down. And Luca? She swallows hard. But then Gabriel. She cuts herself off. I freeze. What about Gabriel? She won't meet my eyes. Caroline. My voice is sharp. What did he do? She lets out a shaky breath. He found out about my lover. I blink. What? Caroline laughs again, but this time, there's something raw in it. Broken. You think I wanted to be a mother? She shakes her head. Sam was a mistake. I wanted out. I wanted to take my lover and leave, but Gabriel, her voice shakes. He threatened us. He said he'd make sure neither of us made it out alive. Damn, Gabriel is ruthless. I don't want him to be my enemy. She kind of deserves what happened to her, but the kid doesn't. I exhale, trying to keep my focus. Why are you telling me this now? And where is Sam? Caroline finally meets my gaze. Because I want out. Her voice is sharp, desperate. Devereaux doesn't need me anymore. Once he's done, he'll kill me, just like he'll kill Luca. As for Sam, I think a friend of that devil has him. The bastard has the name of an angel, but is a devil down to the marrow. She murmurs the last part, as if afraid Gabriel will hear. I take a deep breath and asks, where is Luca? Caroline swallows hard. I don't know. Rage surges through me. Then why the hell am I here? She steps closer, lowering her voice. Because I do know something else. I wait. Caroline inhales sharply. It was Enzo, she confesses. He orchestrated everything. Your marriage to Luca. The air leaves my lungs. She keeps going. He hacked the records. He got you into the hotel. He manipulated your signatures. Her hands shake. None of it was an accident. A cold, sharp realization crashes over me. Enzo. It was him all along. My vision blurs at the edges, a sickening rage curling in my chest. Caroline hesitates before delivering the final blow. But I have a way in. I force myself to listen. A location. Her breath is shallow. One that Devereaux didn't know I know. I'm sure he brings his enemies there. My fingers dig into my palms. A weakness. A way to end this. I straighten, my heart hammering. Tell me where.
Chapter 44. Luca. The cold bite of metal digs into my wrists, the sharp clink of chains echoing in the dimly lit warehouse. The stench of rust and sweat clings to the air, a grim reminder of what this place is meant for. I'm not a prisoner, I'm bait. Vincent Devereaux knew I would come. He knew I'd step right into his trap, and now he's keeping me here. Not to kill me outright, not yet. No, That would be too merciful. He wants to break me first. A door groans open, spilling slats of dull yellow light into the room. Footsteps. Steady. Measured. I already know who it is. Enzo! I say his name with venom, the taste of betrayal thick on my tongue. He steps into the light, hands tucked into his pockets like he doesn't have a care in the world. He looks the same. Same clean-cut features. Same air of cool detachment. But there is a shift now. Something cruel in his smirk, in the way he tilts his head as he takes me in. You look like hell, he muses. I hold his stare, my breathing steady. If you wanted me dead, I'd be dead already. True. Enzo crouches, resting his arms on his knees, inspecting me like a prized animal he's about to put down. But what's the fun in that? He wants a reaction. I won't give him one. You think I didn't see this coming? I taunt, keeping my voice cold, sharp as a blade. You were always trying too hard, always eager to please. I tilt my head. Desperate for approval, weren't you? A flicker. A brief, almost imperceptible tick in his expression. Then he laughs. You think you're so damn clever, Enzo says, shaking his head. You think you're better than me. That you were ever in control of this game. His smirk twists into something darker. But you were never the one pulling the strings, Luca. You were always just a piece. He leans in, voice dropping lower. You were never meant to survive this. A slow rage builds in my chest, coiling tight like a viper waiting to strike. I won't break. Enzo's smirk widens, his next words laced with poison. And Zahara! He whistles low. She's a fighter. I'll give her that. But she's not invincible. Sooner or later she'll fall too. And when she does, I wonder how much she'll beg before... I snap. I lunge forward, teeth bared, adrenaline flooding my veins. The chair scrapes violently against the concrete as I wrench against my restraints, muscles straining with raw, unfiltered rage. Enzo laughs, stepping just out of reach. Touched a nerve? I curl my fingers into fists, my breath coming in sharp, controlled bursts. I can't let him get to me. But the red-hot fury in my chest says otherwise. You should have killed me when you had the chance, I murmur. Enzo grins. Maybe. But I figured you'd appreciate the irony first. He gestures at the chains keeping me bound, his expression mocking. All those years, he muses. You thought you were the one running the show. Thought you were the one calling the shots. But I was there, Luca. Every step of the way. Cleaning up your messes. Watching you fumble through your pathetic attempts at being something more than the black sheep. I feel the sharp sting of metal against my skin as I pull harder, testing the give in my bindings. My wrists are raw, the pain a dull hum beneath the steady pulse of my fury. But the best part, Enzo continues, his voice taunting. I watch him, every move, every tell. The best part was making sure you married her. The room stills. My blood turns ice cold. Enzo's eyes gleam. You trusted me so much, it's funny. His smirk deepens. It was too easy. I go rigid. He keeps talking. Devereaux wanted you compromised, so I made it happen. We can't have her marrying Gabriel, do we? So we made sure she marries the wrong brother. He chuckles. Also, remember that mess with the messy deal? A few hacked records, a few well-placed signatures, a little push in the right direction. He grins, like this is his crowning achievement. And just like that, the billion-dollar deal fell through. Gabriel was so angry at you. Now you married the woman he was interested in. He laughs loudly, finding happiness in our misery. He continues to twist a knife in my heart. That messy deal was 5 years ago. It was very important. It was the one that made my relationship with Gabriel sour further. The betrayal cuts deep. I let this bastard stand beside me for years. I trusted him. I called him family. Enzo straightens, stretching his arms. But don't worry, he says. I'll take good care of Zahara when this is all over. That does it! A raw, vicious sound rips from my throat as I wrench forward with everything I have. This time, the chain snaps. Enzo's smirk vanishes in an instant. I'm on him before he can react. My fist connects with his jaw, the sickening crack echoing through the warehouse. He stumbles back, but I don't stop. Another hit. Another. Years of anger, of betrayal, of every damn moment I let him stand at my side, fueling the sheer force of my fists. Enzo coughs, spitting blood onto the floor. Damn it, he groans, staggering. I grab the front of his shirt, slamming him against the wall. I'll make you regret not killing me, I hiss. He grins, blood staining his teeth. Maybe. I drive my fist into his ribs, feeling the satisfying give of impact. He chokes on a breath, but laughs anyway. Doesn't matter, he gasps. You're still too late. I don't hesitate. I grab his gun from his holster before he can react, cocking it against his temple. His eyes flicker, just a hint of unease. I press harder. Where is Devro? My voice is deadly. Enzo licks his split lip, amusement flickering. Wouldn't you like to know? I click the safety off. His amusement falters. Tell me, I growl. Silence. A voice from the doorway. Put the gun down, Luca. I still. Devereaux stands there, smiling. Armed men flank him, weapons raised. I'm surrounded. Enzo chuckles, wiping blood from his mouth. Looks like you're still playing my game after all. I spit at them as they drag me back, tying me again before leaving. Then Enzo's fist lands on his face. That's for the punch earlier. Now, I'm going to have so much fun beating you.
Chapter 45. Zahara. The night air is thick with salt and gunpowder, the distant sound of crashing waves swallowed by the tension coiling around us. Gabriel's men move in formation, their weapons drawn, their gazes sharp. Caroline stands beside me, her body stiff, hands wringing together as she glances nervously at the looming warehouse ahead. She flinches at the faint echo of a muffled shout from within. Luca! I clench my fists, my pulse hammering against my ribs. We don't have time. Gabriel stands at my side, his focus unshakable, but I can sense the storm beneath his surface. He's been on edge ever since Caroline told Hughes the location. He didn't want me here, but I insisted. If he didn't bring me, I will still follow and be in more danger. We get in, take them out fast, Gabriel murmurs. His tone calculated, ruthless. Minimal risks, no unnecessary casualties. We save Luca. I nod, but my stomach twists. We both know there's no such thing as a clean fight. A flicker of movement in the shadows. Gabriel's second in command, Mateo, signals from ahead. We're clear to advance, he says, voice low. They don't know we're here yet. I exhale, forcing myself to focus. Stay sharp. Stay in control. Gabriel nods once before turning to Caroline. You sure about this? She swallows hard, nodding frantically. I don't have a choice. He'll kill me if I stay. He'll kill me if I run. At least this way I have a chance. There's fear in her eyes, real and raw, but I can't bring myself to feel sorry for her. She helped orchestrate this mess, helped Devereaux destroy Luca, nearly destroyed me in the process. But right now she's useful, and I don't have time for grudges. Gabriel jerks his chin toward his men. Move. The next few moments are precise, silent. We advance in the shadows, staying close to the walls. The warehouse looms before us, an industrial skeleton against the night sky, its rusted edges and shattered windows a testament to its abandonment. But inside, Luca is waiting. Gabriel's men fan out. Mateo picks the lock with practiced ease. Gunfire erupts. The first shot cracks through the silence like a whip, then another. We've been spotted. Go! Gabriel shouts, shoving me toward cover as the air explodes with bullets. Screams, chaos, the smell of burning metal. Gabriel moves like a shadow, firing without hesitation, his men spreading out, taking positions. The element of surprise is gone, but they weren't expecting Caroline's betrayal, and it shows. I crouch behind a stack of steel crates, my fingers trembling as I clutch the cold weight of the gun Gabriel shoved into my hands earlier. "You ever shot one of those before?" he'd asked, amusement laced with concern. I had rolled my eyes. "No, I've never shot at a live person, but I know how to use this in a target range." Now, staring at the carnage unfolding around me, I regret that bravado. I have no training, no experience, but I have Luca inside that building, and I will not let him die here. I steel my grip. A figure moves in the shadows. A man, one of Devereaux's. He raises his weapon. At Gabriel. Instinct takes over. I fire. The recoil knocks me back, the shot ringing in my ears, but my aim is true. The man drops, a choked noise escaping his lips before he crumples to the ground. My hands shake. My breath stutters. I did that. Gabriel barely spares me a glance, but there's something in his eyes. A flicker of approval before he focuses back on the fight. We push forward. Gabriel's men storm the entrance, taking Devereaux's forces by surprise. They were expecting Luca alone, not an army at their backs. The resistance is strong, but we've got momentum, and that's all we need. Another burst of gunfire. A bullet rips through the air. Gabriel jerks back. My blood runs cold. He stumbles, a sharp guttural sound escaping his lips. I see it. The scarlet bloom spreading across his side. No. I reach him before he can hit the ground. "Gabriel!" My voice is raw, desperate. He grits his teeth, hand pressing against the wound. "Keep going," he growls. "I'm fine." He is not fine, but we don't have time to argue. Matteo covers us, dragging Gabriel toward the crates as the fight rages on. I turn back toward the building, my breath ragged. We're so close. I grip the gun tighter. "Luca, I'm coming."
Chapter 46. Luca. Pain blooms sharp and relentless, a deep, throbbing ache radiating through my ribs. I keep my head slumped forward, letting the blood trickle down my temple, tasting iron on my tongue. My wrists are raw from the restraints, the bite of metal cuffs cutting into my skin. I've lost track of how many hours I've been here, how many times Enzo has tried to break me down with his smug words, his sharpened betrayal. "I have to admit," Enzo says, his voice smooth, calculated, "I thought you'd break sooner. The great Luca d'Angelo, reduced to nothing." He steps closer, crouching in front of me. "It's poetic, really. You always thought you were untouchable." He tilts his head, his dark eyes flickering with amusement. "How does it feel to lose? How does it feel knowing no one will come and rescue you?" I lift my gaze, blood dripping from my split lip. My shoulders burn, my limbs scream for relief, but I don't give him the satisfaction. I take him all in, watching him, memorizing his face, every detail I'll carve into my memory for when I tear him apart. "You don't know Zahara," I rasp. Enzo's amusement flickers into something colder. "What?" "She's coming." My lips curve into a slow, bloody smirk. "And you're not ready for my brother. Gabriel will come. We might not see eye to eye, but we are brothers." A loud crack shatters the air. "Gunfire! They're here!" Enzo's head jerks up at the sound, his expression shifting from smug to something tight, uncertain. "Good. Feel it, bastard." Another round of shots. The warehouse trembles with the force of the fight breaking out outside. Voices shout, the rapid pound of boots echoing through the metal walls. My team, Zahara, Gabriel. Hope flares like wildfire through my veins. I shift, testing the cuffs again, and then I see my opening. Enzo is distracted, his attention split between me and the chaos outside. his mistake. I move. With every ounce of strength I have left, I lunge forward, kicking my chair back as hard as I can. The force knocks it over, sending me crashing into Enzo's legs. The impact is brutal and unexpected. He stumbles, cursing, but I'm already shifting, twisting my wrists against the cuffs until the pain becomes white-hot agony. I bite down against the scream, threatening to tear from my throat and dislocate my thumb. The pain is nothing compared to the satisfaction of slipping my wrist free. Enzo realizes his mistake too late. I swing the loose chain from my cuff, wrapping it around his throat in one brutal yank. He chokes, struggling, but I don't let up. I drive my knee into his ribs, sending him staggering back. "You traitorous son of a—" he gasps, clawing at the chain. I wrench it tighter, my breath coming fast, wild. "You were never my brother!" I snarl. With one last savage pull, I slam his head into the metal beam behind him. His body slumps, dazed but alive. "I don't care. I need to get out." I shove my aching body forward, stumbling through the dimly lit corridors. The fight outside is deafening now, bullets ringing, the sharp sound of men shouting. I push through the haze of exhaustion, following the sounds of battle. I see her. Zahara. She's standing at the warehouse entrance, breathless, alive, fierce here. The second our eyes lock, something in my chest frees itself. Relief. But there's no time for that. I stagger toward her, but she's already moving, running straight for me. "Luca!" Her voice is rough, choked with emotion. She reaches me just as I lose my balance. Her hands grab my arms, steadying me. I exhale, catching my breath, taking her in. The soot on her skin, the faint tremble of adrenaline in her fingers, the raw panic burning in her eyes. She fought for me. I cup her face, my thumb brushing over the smear of dirt on her cheek. She's real. "You're hurt," she breathes. I smirk, despite the pain. "You should see the other guy." Her laugh is half a sob, her forehead pressing against mine for the briefest moment before she snaps back to reality. "Devereaux's still out there," she murmurs, eyes sharp again. I nod, the fire returning to my veins. This isn't over. Not yet. Together we turn toward the fight.
Chapter 47. Zahara. The acrid scent clinging to my throat, burning my lungs. The warehouse is a war zone, bodies strewn across the concrete floor, some writhing, some still. Gunfire still rings out in bursts, but the battle is shifting, Devereaux's men falling apart, scattering. Luca and I meet up with Gabriel at the corner, hiding behind some crates. Gabriel is still bleeding, but his grip on his gun is steady. His eyes blaze with ruthless determination as he shouts to his men, ordering them forward. He refuses to go down. Devereaux emerges. Flanked by the last of his men, his expression twisted in fury, but still, somehow smug, like he still has a way out. A slow, measured smirk spreads across his face as he yanks Caroline against him, an arm locking around her throat. "I'd rethink your next move," Devereaux calls out, his voice carrying through the chaos. "Or she dies first." Caroline whimpers, her nails digging into his arm, but he doesn't loosen his grip. I lift my gun, hands shaking. Gabriel curses beside me. "Damn," Luca curses from under his breath, but he pulls me back to him. He shakes his head. "He's bluffing," Gabriel growls. Devereaux tilts his head, amused. "Am I?" He presses his gun against Caroline's temple. "Say goodbye to your little pawn." Gabriel shoots first. The gunshot echoes through the hollow warehouse. Caroline screams, her shoulder jerking back as the bullet rips through her. Devereaux staggers, caught off guard as she collapses against him, her body limp with pain. "Gabriel," I gasp, staring at him in shock. Luca looks at his brother in surprise as well. It seems we never really knew the real Gabriel. During this time, he gave us a lot of surprises. He doesn't flinch, doesn't hesitate. "She was dead weight anyway," he mutters. Devereaux, caught off guard, shoves Caroline aside like a broken toy. He pivots and runs. Son of a... Luca snarls, already moving. I chase after him. Luca is beside me. Our footsteps pounding against the concrete, racing through the wreckage of the warehouse. Devereaux doesn't look back. He shoves through crates, barrels, anything in his way, desperate to reach an escape route only he knows. But we're gaining on him. This ends tonight.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 48. Luca. Devereaux runs like a man with nothing left to lose. Desperate. Wild. The wreckage of the warehouse is a blur around me as I close the distance, my breath burning in my throat. My body aches. Bruises. Cuts. Exhaustion dragging at me like chains. But it doesn't matter. Not now. I won't let him get away. I won't let him win. Ahead, Devereaux barrels through a rusted metal door, shouldering his way into the open. The warehouse spills into a clearing, the night air thick with salt from the ocean beyond. A dilapidated dock stretches over the black water, waves crashing angrily against the wooden posts. He's trying to reach a boat. My stomach tightens. No, he won't escape. He won't walk away from this. I lunge. Devereaux barely has time to turn before I slam into him. The impact sends us both crashing onto the dock, the wooden planks groaning beneath our weight. He grunts as we roll, fists swinging, rage colliding with desperation. No weapons! No more lies. Just two men fighting for survival. I swing first, my fist connecting hard with his jaw. A satisfying crack. Devereaux stumbles, spitting blood, but his grin, his goddamn grin, never fades. You think this changes anything? He sneers, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. No! Everything you is damaged! Gone! I've destroyed your reputation, and D'Angelo's are close to bankruptcy! I snarl and launch at him again. He's fast. Dirty! He sidesteps, ramming his elbow into my ribs. I grunt, vision flashing white for a second as pain rattles through me. But I don't fall. I pivot, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him against the railing. The wood creaks under our weight. I should have killed you years ago, Devereaux hisses, his breath labored. If you tried, I growl, you would have failed. I punch him again, then again. Each hit drives my fury deeper, my knuckles splitting against his cheekbone. This is for my family. For Zahara, for everything he stole from me. He staggers, barely holding himself up, his smugness finally slipping. A flash of silver. I barely react in time. Devereaux lunges, a hidden blade glinting in the moonlight. He slashes, pain sears through my side. I curse, stumbling back, my hand flying to my ribs. Blood seeps between my fingers. Devereaux laughs, triumphant. You really thought this was a fair fight? Bastard had a knife all along. He lunges again. But this time I'm ready. I dodge, twisting at the last second, and slam my elbow into his face. His head snaps back. The knife clatters to the ground. I kick it away. Devereaux reels, dazed, furious. He charges like a cornered animal, but I meet him halfway, grappling him, driving my knee into his gut. He gasps, choking on pain. I throw him down onto the dock, straddling him, my hands closing around his throat. His eyes widen. He looks afraid. Not so cocky now, huh? I grind out, squeezing tighter. His hands claw at my grip, gasping, thrashing. I could end it. I should. Every bit of me wants to. Luca! Her voice slices through the haze. Zahara! She's breathless, wide-eyed, standing just feet away. Luca, she says again, softer this time. Pleading. I don't let go. He doesn't deserve to walk away from this. I grit out. I know, she says, stepping closer. Her hands tremble around the gun she's holding, but her eyes never leave mine. But if you do this, if you kill him, you'll become him. My breathing is ragged, my fury shaking through every inch of me. She kneels beside me, her fingers brushing my forearm. A tether, a lifeline. You're not him, Luca, she whispers. Don't let him take this from you, too. I feel her words like a blow to the chest. Slowly, I release my grip. Devereaux coughs violently, sucking in ragged breaths. He's still alive. But he's lost. Footsteps pound behind us. Gabriel, still bleeding but standing. He glares down at Devereaux, gun raised. For a second, I think he'll finish what I didn't. But then he scoffs. Not worth the bullet. The sound of sirens cuts through the night. The authorities. Gabriel's men step in, restraining Devereaux. The bastard laughs, broken and delirious. You think I'll rot in a cell? You think this is over? I step forward, leaning in. Yeah. My voice is low, dangerous. I do. They drag him away. It's over. The rage in my chest finally eases, leaving behind exhaustion. I turn, meeting Zahara's gaze. She breathes out, relief washing over her. She steps forward and wraps her arms around me. Our gazes lock and I kiss her.
Chapter 49. Zahara. The world feels different now. 2 weeks have passed since Devereaux fell, since his empire crumbled under the weight of its own corruption. The headlines dissect every inch of his downfall, turning him into a cautionary tale. His business associates scatter like cockroaches, the remaining pieces of his influence dismantled. His assets are seized, his men imprisoned. He is nothing now, nothing but a ghost of the monster he once was. Yet the scars he left remain. The only fortunate thing is Luca is now cleared of all charges. He's a free man. His name has been cleared as well. I stand at the window of my office in Ellis Tech Tower, overlooking the city that almost slipped from my grasp. The skyline shimmers under the night, golden lights blinking in and out like whispered promises. This should feel like victory. Instead, all I feel is the weight of everything that was lost in the fight to survive. A soft knock on the door pulls me from my thoughts. It's Gabriel. He moves stiffly, his injury still healing, but his presence is as commanding as ever. There's something different about him now. A shift in the air around him, something heavier than before. I didn't expect to see you here, I say, crossing my arms. Gabriel exhales, stepping inside. I had to drop off some paperwork, he says, but his gaze flickers toward me, calculating. And I wanted to talk to you about Sam. I blink, caught off guard. Sam. The child Luca worried about, the one caught in Caroline's mess. What about him? I ask. Gabriel leans against my desk, his expression unreadable. I adopted him. The words land heavily between us. Shock ripples through me. You, what? He shrugs as if this is nothing. He needed family, a future. I can give him that. I won't be a perfect father, but at least I can try. You don't even like children, I say, studying him. A flicker of something unreadable passes through his gaze before he looks away. Yeah, well, things change. I don't press him. Gabriel isn't the type to explain himself, but the pain buried beneath his words lingers. There are things he isn't saying, things that cut too deep to reveal. Instead, I nod. You'll be good for him. He scoffs. That's debatable. I smile softly, watching as he straightens. What about Caroline? His expression darkens. She's gone. Took the first flight to Mexico before we could completely deal with her. She has money. My stomach tightens. And you're just letting her go? Gabriel's lips curl into a humorless smirk. She's not worth the effort. A strange mix of relief and frustration floods through me. Caroline may have helped us in the end, but she was never innocent. And now, she's just another ghost of the past, another unfinished chapter. Gabriel pushes off the desk, turning toward the door. Tell Luca not to screw this up, he mutters over his shoulder. I frown. Screw what up? He glances back, amusement flickering in his gaze. You'll see. And with that, he's gone. I stay in the office long after Gabriel leaves. The silence stretches, thick with thoughts I can't untangle. What now? I got my company back. I survived Devereaux's war, but instead of relief, all I feel is a question mark looming over my future. I don't know what comes next. A soft chime echoes through the air. The elevator. I turn just as Luca steps inside. He's out of breath, disheveled, his shirt slightly undone like he came here in a rush. And in his hands, flowers. A laugh escapes me, startled and warm. Are you lost? He smirks. Nah, thought I'd come kidnap you, but figured I'd try the romantic approach first. I shake my head, stepping closer, my heart stupidly light at the sight of him. Aren't you supposed to be in some important meeting with Gabriel? I was. He grins, stepping into my space. But I had somewhere more important to be. My breath catches as he leans in, his lips brushing against mine. Fireworks explode. I jerk back, startled as the night sky outside bursts into color, golden streaks blooming like fire-lit roses against the darkness. The city below glows in the reflected light, a breathtaking display of celebration. I turn to him, bewildered. Luca, but he's already moving, already lowering onto one knee. My heart stops. Everything stops. The office, the city, the years of battles and scars and broken pieces of our past, all of it fades away. It's just him and me. In the impossible way this moment feels so inevitable. Luca looks up at me, his expression serious, vulnerable, raw. I never thought I'd get a chance, he says, voice low. At a future, at something real. But then you happened. I press a hand over my mouth, my chest tightening. I don't know where this road leads, he continues, his eyes never leaving mine. But I know I don't want to walk it without you. The world blurs. The fireworks, the city lights, the weight of everything we've been through. Luca holds up a ring. Marry me. For real. Not the 6 months contract. The forever kind. No expiration. No return. Eternal. The words punch through the air through me. There's only one answer. My knees give out as I drop down to him, wrapping my arms around his neck. Yes. His breath shudders against my skin. His arms tighten around me. Yes, I whisper again. pressing my forehead to his. His lips crash into mine, and the city erupts in fire and light. Chapter 50. Zahara. The city is still burning in color outside, fireworks blooming like golden-starred bodies against the night sky. But all I see is him. Luca's hands are on me, urgent, reverent, desperate. His fingers slide into my hair, tilting my head back as his mouth claims mine completely. The kiss is hot and raw, an answer to a question that neither of us had the courage to ask before now. This is real. We are real. He pulls me flush against him, and I gasp against his lips, feeling the solid press of his body, the way his heart hammers against mine. The ring on my finger feels like a brand, a promise seared into my skin. I grip his shirt, breathless. You just proposed to me in my office. You want to marry me for real, with all the celebration, the suit, the gown, the flowers. His lips graze my jaw, moving lower. Yes, with your dream wedding. Whatever you want it to be, he murmurs, voice thick. And I tilt my head, giving him more room, dizzy from the feel of him. And I don't think we're supposed to celebrate like this in here. Luca lifts his head, his smirk slow, devastating. That sounds like a challenge. His hands slide to my waist, fingers curling around my hips, and he lifts me onto my desk. I suck in a breath as the cool glass meets my bare thighs, my dress sliding up as his body slots between my legs. Every nerve in my body ignites. Luca, he cuts me off with another kiss, slow and deep this time, like he's savoring every second, every breath. Tell me to stop, he murmurs against my lips. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. The office is quiet now. The chaos of the world shut out by the warmth of his body. Luca's arm is wrapped around me as we lay tangled together on the glass desk, the city stretching beneath us. His fingers trace lazy patterns against my spine, his touch softer now, worshiping. Married, huh? I whisper, my voice hoarse. His lips graze my temple. Yeah. A slow smile spreads across my lips. You're sure you can handle me? He chuckles, tightening his grip. I should be asking you that. I shift, pressing a kiss to his jaw, my heart swelling in my chest. This man, this life, after everything, after all the battles, the betrayals, the scars, we are here. We will never let go.
Chapter 51. Luca. The castle is bathed in golden light, the towering stone walls standing timeless against the evening sky. A warm breeze carries the aroma of roses through the open courtyard, where soft string lights cast a glow over the intimate gathering. I never thought I'd be here. Standing at the altar, waiting for her. I exhale slowly, forcing down the ridiculous nerves tightening in my chest. Me, nervous. If Gabriel ever found out, he'd never let me live it down. Speak of the devil. Gabriel steps beside me, adjusting his cufflinks with an air of practiced boredom. So this is really happening, he muses. I side-eye him. Yeah, no turning back now. He hums in response, then smirks. You better not screw this up, Luca. For real this time. I huff out a laugh, shaking my head. Thanks for the vote of confidence. He shrugs, but his gaze flickers to the front row, where Sam stands in his tiny suit, clutching the ring pillow like it's a lifeline. The kid still has that cautious edge to him, but he's healthier, happier. Gabriel is the reason for that. I glance at him. You surprised me, you know, adopting him. His jaw ticks slightly. Figured I had enough sins to make up for. There's something unspoken between us, but I don't press. Not today. The music shifts. Everything fades. She steps into view. Zahara. The world stops. Her dress is pure elegance, the delicate lace hugging her curves before flowing into a train that trails behind her like something out of a dream. A veil cascades over her shoulders, framing her face, but nothing dims the fire in her eyes as they lock onto mine. Every step she takes toward me is a punch to my chest. Every breath, stolen. I never wanted marriage, never cared about traditions. But this woman walking toward me, about to be my wife. I'd burn the world down for this. Zahara's hands are warm in mine as we stand before the officiant. Her voice is steady when she speaks, but her fingers tremble slightly. Luca, I never thought I'd be here. I never thought I'd love like this. Her breath wavers for a second, but she pushes through. But with you, I learned that love isn't about perfection. It's about choosing each other, again and again. And I will always choose you. My throat tightens. Damn. I exhale sharply, squeezing her hands. Zahara, I say, voice rougher than I intended. You came into my life like a hurricane, and I hated it. I fought it. But the truth is, I never stood a chance. You own me, body and soul, and I don't ever want them back. She laughs softly, tears glistening in her eyes. Well, the officiant says lightly. With that said, Luca D'Angelo, do you take Zahara? I do, I say without hesitation. Zahara grins. A little eager there? Been waiting my whole damn life for this, I murmur. Her lips part slightly, her breath catching. Mine. Forever. You may now kiss the bride. I don't wait. I crash my lips onto hers, pouring everything into the kiss. The battles, the scars, the love, the victory of having her in my arms. She melts against me, her hands curling into my jacket as the guests cheer. But I only hear her, only feel her. My wife. The castle is alive with celebration. Laughter, clinking glasses, soft music weaving through the warm night air. I barely remember the dinner, the toasts, the endless congratulations. All I see is Zahara glowing beside me, her fingers laced with mine. Gabriel stands, tapping his glass. A hush falls. Well, he starts, smirking. I never thought I'd see Luca voluntarily commit to anything other than destruction, but here we are. Laughter ripples through the crowd. His smirk fades slightly and he clears his throat. Jokes aside, there's something I need to do. He turns toward me, then Zahara. I own this castle. A murmur of surprise spreads through the guests. I frown. What is he playing at? Gabriel tosses a small box onto the table in front of me. A set of keys. It's yours now, he says simply. The world tilts. What? Zahara breathes. I stare at the keys, then at him. He's not joking. Gabriel lifts a shoulder. Consider it a wedding gift. Probably the only real brotherly thing I've done for you. Silence stretches between us. I shake my head, gripping the keys tightly. You never gave up on me, you know? He scoffs, looking away. Don't get sentimental on me. I smirk. Too late. He mutters something under his breath, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes. Something real. Zahara's hand squeezes mine. Everything feels damn right. The music starts. The first dance. I pull Zahara onto the dance floor, holding her close. swaying slowly under the soft glow of the chandeliers. "Married," she whispers against my chest, like she's still trying to believe it. I tip her chin up, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Married. For real." Her smile is blinding. We move together, lost in the moment, in each other. The world can wait. Tonight is ours. Forever starts now. Chapter 52. Luca. The reception is a blur of champagne toasts, music, and Zahara's laughter echoing in my ears. My wife. The words still feel foreign, strange, impossible. But as I look at her now, standing in the doorway of our bedroom in this ancient castle, bathed in the golden glow of candlelight, I know it's the truest thing I've ever had. The castle, our castle now, is centuries old, its stone walls whispering stories of rulers and warriors, of love and war. Gabriel handed me the deed tonight, shocking both of us. A rare, begrudging act of brotherly affection. "The only thing I'll ever give you," he had said. I don't care about the castle. I care about her. Zahara stands by the fireplace, still in her wedding dress. The silk hugs her curves, the intricate lace cascading down like something straight out of a dream. The firelight flickers over her skin, illuminating the golden glow of her bare shoulders where her dress slips just slightly. She's watching me. Her lips part, a breath catching, but she says nothing. Neither do I. I step closer, my heartbeat steady but thundering in my chest. This is different. This isn't hurried or desperate or fueled by adrenaline. This is love. I reach for her, my fingers grazing her cheek, and she leans into my touch. The weight of everything we've survived lingers between us. The war we fought dot the impossible road that brought us here. And yet, she's still here. With me. "Are you nervous?" I ask, my voice quieter than I intended. She exhales a soft laugh, shaking her head. "No." Then bolder, softer. "Are you?" I breathe slowly, almost stagnant, my fingers tracing along the lace at her shoulder. Terrified. Her eyes flicker with something unreadable, something deep and full. Then, slowly, she lifts her hands to my chest, sliding my jacket off, the fabric slipping to the floor. "You hide it well," she murmurs. I smirk, my thumb dragging along her lower lip. "You make me weak." She lifts her chin, defiant. "Good." And then she kisses me, soft at first, testing, teasing, then hungry, fierce, consuming. I groan into her mouth, gripping her waist, pulling her flush against me. The heat of her body presses into mine, her hands sliding up, tangling in my hair. I feel it. The desperation beneath the softness, the need to make this real. I turn her, pinning her gently against the ancient stone wall. Her breath hitches, her fingers clutching my shoulders as I trail my lips down her throat. "Luca," she breathes, and it unravels me. I need more. I slide my hands down, gripping the silk of her dress, slowly dragging it up, savoring the way her body arches into me. I lift her effortlessly, her legs wrapping around my waist, her nails digging into my skin. She is fire and silk, and she is mine. "Say it," I whisper against her lips. She exhales, shuddering. "I love you." I close my eyes, pressing my forehead to hers. 3 words. Everything. "I love you too," I murmur before carrying her to the bed, determined to worship her the way she deserves.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.